It's time for us to destroy science once and for all, getting rid of it completely. It's done its job. Now it's time to move forward.
Science is so retarded.
Reality isn't real.
The method for validating that God exists, take your finger and stick it in your ass.
Not convincing.
That's just fucking ignorance and dogma.
I don't even believe anything that I say. Systems, scientific and philosophic, come and go. Each method of limited understanding is at length exhausted. In its prime, each system is a triumphant success. In its decay, it is an obstructive nuisance. Sir Alfred North Whitehead. Interesting. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than all the previous centuries of its existence. Interesting. Tesla, Nikola Tesla. My guy, the electrical engineer.
Deconstructing the Myth of Science, Part 3.
Hey, Part 3?
Yes, there's more. Oh yes, so much more.
I'm excited.
Do not underestimate how deep this topic of science is.
Absolutely not.
I'm telling you, you could spend easily 500 hours,
Oof.
1,000 hours
500,
just contemplating
1,000.
the
Jesus.
nature of what science is, and this would be time well spent. Most people don't understand that such a thing is possible. Now, a couple of warnings before we really get into it.
Okay.
Warning number one is that I just want to make it very clear that you have to be careful here
Yes.
with deconstructing science, because it is possible for some devils to come in and to use these points that I'm making. I'm making very powerful points about the nature of science.
Yes, very powerful.
And in a sense, it does weaken science.
In a
It takes
sense.
science off its pedestal
In a sense.
that it's been placed upon in our culture and society. Now, this is a double-edged sword, because anybody who's at the level of below science, the pre-rational level, can use these points. This is like ammunition for the enemies of science.
I'm English.
And this can be taken as a license by the ego mind to start to believe any kind of nonsense, science denial, and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to have this sort of, dethroning science doesn't mean that everything else is totally permissible. And that doesn't mean that any other nonsensical system is better than science. You want to make sure we even the playing field, but that doesn't give free rein to everything else. We're expanding.
That is obviously
redefining and solidifying better, more expansive systems of evaluation, not completely removing the ones that we currently have.
not what I'm suggesting you do. This set of episodes, this whole series, this whole endeavor of deconstruction is not to be used by the ego as license to believe whatever is convenient to its survival, or to prop up and bolster its own personal biases and pet theories and ideologies.
Yeah.
So be careful about that.
Don't believe your beliefs. It's that simple.
I'm sensing that many people can fall into this trap, and that's why
Of course. This is advanced.
I understand
Leo.
why
This is very advanced.
scientifically minded people and rationally minded people can be worried about what I'm doing here, this project of deconstruction, because in their mind they can see it as, oh no, he's giving ammo to our enemies and this is dangerous. And of course that's right, it is in a sense dangerous, but also how else can we make progress by being critical of our own worldviews? You see? So we're sort of damned if we do, and we're damned if we don't. Yes, to make intellectual progress requires intellectual integrity. A person who comes in here without any intellectual integrity and wants to just use these points, like if a creationist gets a hold of these points, or if some religious fundamentalist, or if some conspiracy theorist, or some flat earther, or some anti-vaxxer or whatever gets a hold of these points that I'm making, their ego mind will try to use this to justify their silly worldview. But that's not what we're doing here because, of course, deconstruction, you have to be careful with deconstruction. When you're deconstructing worldviews, you have to be very even-handed about it. You can't just deconstruct the worldviews you don't like. You have to deconstruct precisely your own worldview.
Yes.
So if you're a Christian, you have to not deconstruct science, you have to first deconstruct Christianity. Then you can move on to deconstructing science. If you're a Muslim, first deconstruct Islam, then move on to deconstructing science. But if you're a rationally minded, atheistically minded person, then you don't need to deconstruct religion too much. You already understand the limits of religion. Great. But now you get to the work of deconstructing science. You see?
I do.
And in the end, in this way, you're going to deconstruct everything. Now, of course, critics of what I'm doing will say, well, Leo, but what about deconstructing the actualize.org philosophy? What about that?
Do it.
See, you're deconstructing everything, but then you're not deconstructing the actualize.org philosophy.
Do it. Deconstruct it all.
Which, of course, is to misunderstand what actualize.org is about. Actualize.org is not a philosophy.
Not a philosophy,
it is not an ideology.
ideology.
It's something different. It is the deconstruction of the entire mind, of every worldview, of everything. You're not leaving any special privilege for your own pet theories and ideas. You deconstruct those too.
Yes.
You see?
Yes,
and
I
then
do.
What remains is nothing. You even get to the point where you deconstruct deconstruction, and you're left with nothing. You're left with freedom, the liberation of your own mind. You see how this works?
I do.
Again, that's not an ideology. You have to actually do it. There's a difference between creating an ideology of deconstruction versus actually deconstructing everything, including your own deconstruction.
We have to remember Leo's giving us lots and lots of conclusions, ending points, some wisdoms or whatever you want to call it. And they're nice and they're cute and they're kind of fun. We like them. They're cool. But you want to ignore those. You want to have them be inspiration for you to find your own conclusions. And then you'll have nice conclusions, which will be fun and cute and kind of cool. And you want to ignore those and you want to continue deconstructing because the process is not to get more beliefs and hold on to those. The process is not to get some new ideology or philosophy, and it's definitely not to spread it to other people. The whole pursuit here is to keep doing the work. And you'll see for yourself it is fundamentally very, very different. However, it might be hard to see that difference if we're being confused by the conclusions that other people give us, like Leo and other spiritual types, or even the conclusion that you see yourself. Don't believe your beliefs. Don't conclude on your conclusions. You need to not be blocked by these sort of things and continue doing
and not
the work.
Being beholden to any kind of ideology, even the ideology of deconstruction. So you have to be careful not to turn deconstruction itself into some sort of new method or dogma. You see, in a sense, any epistemic method you use is going to be finite, partial, relative, biased, and incomplete. So the trick here is how do we free our mind of all possible methods, of which science is just one. See?
I do.
Now, another point I need to make here is that it might sound like I'm being overly negative here about scientists and academics. I might be portraying them all as idiots or fools. This is not the case.
Nah.
Of course.
This is just one video series in the whole canon of actualized.org. In spirituality, we like, I'm sure everyone likes science and stuff. It's great.
Of course, there are very good scientists in the world.
It's hard to add every single level of nuance into every single video. This is video deconstructing science. We talk about the weak spots in science, I suppose, or the blind spots more specifically in science and where it needs to expand. And it might seem like talking down. It might seem like harsh criticism of the entire field. It isn't.
All scientists are materialist hacks. Not all scientists deny truth. Not all scientists deny the importance of philosophy and metaphysics and epistemology. There are some really high-quality visionary scientists out there that are post-rational, that understand the things that I'm saying. And if you're one of those, hey, great. I want to encourage you even more. See, I'm with you. I'm not trying to undermine you. I'm trying to take what you've been doing even to a deeper level. There are deeper levels that you have not yet understood that I can show you.
Wow.
And then, of course, our goal here is to move all the scientists who are the materialist hacks and who are just strictly stuck in rationalism and realism and materialism, is to move them up to this sort of post-rational stage of science that you are at if you're a high-quality scientist. So, of course, good scientists do exist, but you have to understand that they're quite rare. They're the exception, not the rule, and they tend not to be very vocal. They tend not to be the popular ones. You don't really know about them. The scientists that you do know about are usually the ones who are fitting into the materialist mainstream paradigm, the realist paradigm. There are scientists who are idealists, and even there are awakened scientists, and there are scientists who are mystics. Like, they do exist, but you're not going to hear about them. So just understand how this works. In a sense, this is sort of a marketing problem here, right? Because for a scientist to become really well known and to receive awards and to have a lot of status and reputation within the cultural zeitgeist, that scientist, how does a scientist gain that kind of notoriety? Through the institutions of science and academia. But of course, if those institutions of science and academia are all locked into the materialist paradigm, then they're not going to allow any kind of scientist beyond that to gain notoriety through them. They're not going to grant status to such people. The only people they'll grant status to are those who are loyal to their paradigm. The best materialists, the best realists, the best rationalists. And so that is the case, right? So don't expect to see some visionary mystic scientist coming out of MIT or Caltech. You're not going to see that. That's not possible. They won't allow that. There could be independent scientists, but how does an independent scientist become really popular and successful? That's difficult to do. Again, this is sort of a marketing and a business problem more than it is really a problem of science. But of course, it does become a problem of science because this holds science back a great deal. Because most people in the mainstream, what they consider to be science is simply that which is coming out of Caltech and MIT, which is rubber stamped by Caltech and by MIT.
Yeah.
But of
So
course,
I feel like this is, well, let's hear more.
There's no reason why science should be limited to that. Those are
Right.
just
This is
a few institutions.
This is very important here. This is pretty important. I feel like there's a definitional issue. We need to work on the terminology here because I am one of the people who consider science to be sort of a narrow, materialistic, rational, based on physics, essentially. You know, science, it's physics stuff. It's very narrow. It's a very standard sort of. It's the way that science is pretty seen as today. Science. It's science, right? Science is science, and that's it. And everything that you do outside of that is not science. It's nonsensical. Oftentimes, it's not. You do it different ways, and I think that's fine. And I think that's really good. I think it's totally great. But it's just that I don't have this sort of idea of having science in that typical sense on a hierarchy above everything else. Sense is not better than nonsense in any sense. There are other ways that we can do things. How does MIT or Caltech conspire against spiritual scientists? If they do materials work, how would they even know if they're graduates for mystics in private or not? I don't think he's saying that there's a grand conspiracy. There's like a systemic thing, right? If you're a young mystic, I guess you might not hold. I don't think he means there's a conspiracy. It's just a cultural thing. You know, the culture of these rationalist type people are not. They're very, 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 very antagonistic towards any sort of mystical type thing. So it will be stomped out of you if you have these sort of inclinations. Yeah, I think that's the idea, not necessarily that you can't be mystical. Also, he's saying specifically he wants people who are mystical and bring that into their work, which of course would be which of course would be definitely stomped out, right? If you're trying to do mystical work along with your typical, normal, naturalistic, rational, linear science, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna fly. I think that's the idea, but not necessarily there's a grand conspiracy against spiritual folks. Yeah, but we have to like try to. He's not really clear necessarily here in these videos if he wants to expand the definition of science to include mystical things, or if he wants to solidify science and then expand our evaluations to include things that are non-scientific. I can't quite figure out which one he's trying to do. It seems that he's criticizing the people who think of science as only being the narrow field right now, but he wants to expand the field of science. I'm not sure. I don't know what this sort of, there's a little bit of baggage alongside the term science, essentially, that makes science better than other things. Partially, but also kind of not. I'm very confused. I'm not very confused. I'm a little confused. I wish he were to clarify these sort of things. I also feel like I'm rambling a little bit. Not very clear. Okay. We'll
See, and you can do great science outside of institutions. In fact, today it's almost necessary that if you want to do cutting edge science, you have to be outside of these institutions.
Where has it happened? I wonder.
Also, of course, I am not discouraging you from studying science.
Ooh, yes.
Like I said at the very beginning, I love science. I've studied a lot of science in my life, and I will continue to study science. I read websites about new scientific news. I'm interested in new scientific discoveries, whether it's within particle physics or within cosmology or astronomy or within, space exploration. There's a lot of amazing stuff that we can discover using conventional materialist science, right? So just because materialism is false, that doesn't mean that all of the science done by materialist scientists is automatically to be dismissed and to not be interested in it. You should still be interested in it. There's a lot that you can learn, right? It's just that there's something beyond that as well. So don't become too ideological about this.
And with the thing that's beyond that also be false. Yes, the thing that's beyond that is also false. Until you get to what's actually true, that won't be false. But, everything else is always going to be false. So he's not saying false as in dismiss. He just said it. It's very important to recognize that there's a little bit of baggage behind the word of false, meaning that it's not valuable. But he's not trying to use that baggage here in that sense. False, just not being true.
Don't develop this sort of chip on your shoulder about science.
Ooh.
Just recognize its limits. That's all we're talking about.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Now let's get into some of the main points.
Oh, we're getting right into it. Okay. Let's do it.
So the first main point here of this episode is that science is very intimately tied in with language. Much more so than most people realize.
Wow. Yeah.
Including scientists and academics themselves.
Interesting.
So really,
very interesting. I've been talking about
this
language.
Profound point.
Very interesting.
That it's actually impossible to do science without language.
Okay. It's impossible to investigate.
To do current modern science without language. The two go hand in hand. Science is a linguistic scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And any kind of limitations that are inherent to language itself will creep their way into science and become limitations of science. This is something that many people don't take seriously enough. And the study of the trickeries and nuances of language, this is a deep field. There's an entire field of philosophy called philosophy of language. And it became very prominent and popular in the last 100 years, and even in the last 70 years. Basically, what philosophers throughout most of human history before the last century, most philosophers took language for granted. They just sort of assumed that language just is a given. It's just this objective system that we have. There's nothing particularly tricky about language. And we can just use language because, philosophical questions about the nature of reality, of course, they're framed in language, right? Like when you ask the question, like, where did humans come from?
Is falsifiability a false idol or truth fake? Wait, what? What do you even mean by that? Falsifiability is. What do you mean by that? Truth is. I, I mean, truth is definitely not true. When you say fake, I'm not sure if you mean fake as opposed to true, and or fake as opposed to real. Truth is definitely not real, nor is it true. You don't evaluate truth with truth. And falsifiability, a false idol. I don't think falsifiability is an idol, but it's definitely a great standard. I mean, that's part of the standard for scientific investigations. You have to have a hypothesis that is falsifiable, and that's important for things, I think. Yeah, that's important for things. And it's also important to recognize these problems of language that he's referring to here. Like even that, it was a problem with language. Is truth fake? And, I'm wondering if fake means the opposite of real, and real fake. And does that refer to something particular or specific? And can something refer to itself? And these sort of things. It's very tricky. It's very tricky, and we need to point these things out. It's very difficult often to point these out even to people. I found in my personal experience trying to say something even like that, truth isn't true. You can't evaluate truth with truth, right? Truth pertains to particular types of statements within general limitations. It doesn't refer to a particular concept. Random concept isn't true, and truth being one of those random concepts is just not true. You got to have a particular type of statement structured in a particular type of way for it to be true, and that sort of thing is not very well received. I talk often about things like existence being a particular word that is way too broad, encompassing too many categories at a time, and we need to sort of narrow it down in some way, or we don't need to necessarily narrow, but we need to point out that there's an issue here. So when we talk about things like if truth is real, or more saliently, I suppose, people talk about morality. Is morality real? Or is God real? Or even the soul real? Things like this, basic things like this. Is money real? I say money isn't real. Is capitalism real? This sort of stuff. And I think the broad view of evaluating if things, I don't know what the word would be, existing or not existing, or there's a broader category. If things are here or happening or allowed or something, there's a broader category, and there's a smaller category of things that are real in existence. And we evaluate the existence of things, we look at them and we see them and we touch them and we feel them, and they're there. And you can't touch it, you can't feel it, you don't know when it started to exist, you don't know what location it is, it doesn't exist, it's not there. True, people have these intuitive, subjective notions of what is real, existing, and true. Yeah, exactly. And we try to break it down, we actually try to sort of parse it out and get some more carve out narrow definitions. It gets really, it feels like I think it feels like an assault on the foundations of the reality sometimes for some people. People get antagonistic for this sort of thing. But then it completely clouds the way that they investigate things, right? People are trying to find out if things that we call real, we say that things exist or real, and they try to figure out if they are existence or if they are real. They go into weird positions and they do things strangely. So you might try to figure out if morality is real, and you don't go anywhere. You spin your wheels and you kind of get nonsense. Or you try to figure out if other people are conscious, if do people really exist, and then you get nowhere with that too, and you come to weird conclusions. Now, since this stuff isn't real, it must not be valued, or it must not be it's tricky. I don't know what to do about it. But you think there's value in breaking those notions as opposed to use different terms or knowledge, which might not be as challenging or confusion. No, I don't think it matters. I think we could do either use different new terminology, or we can carve out within a particular terminology. So I could say that, like, it'd be different. I could say like my body exists and my mind exists in a different way. Like I can use like a modifier, maybe mentally exist, and then like capitalism conceptually. I don't know. We can say different words there, or we can just break down it and say these things don't exist, and existence is existence, and have new language for different words. I don't really want to carve out. I don't really want to make new language. I feel like that's a lot of work. So I just want to point out that there is a distinction here, and the way that we use exist is too broad. And generally, the way I go about it is to say that if your consciousness exists and your car exists, we have like particular ways that we investigate or interact with a car, a particular car. We touch it, we see it, we hear it, it has a location, things like that. But then we don't have a particular, all the ways that we investigate or interact with cars, a particular car, certain things that exist, and the way that we interact or interrogate or investigate things that exist, such as the mind or like, I don't know, the past or like concepts. They're so different that it doesn't even make sense to me to use the same words. And I'm feeling very scattered this morning, so please excuse me.
It's a linguistic activity that you're doing.
Yes.
Or like, what is...
Language is a problem, huge problem. It disrupts the way that we see the world, and it disrupts the way that we investigate things, and it gets us into lots of traps or problems or whatever, because we have baggage behind these words that we have not investigated and seen very clearly. And when we have these very loose categories that are way too broad with lots of baggage behind them, and when you start to investigate things, they don't fit into the category properly because it's an issue, and we need to at least point it out, not necessarily fix it, not necessarily have new terminology or whatever, just point it out. I think that's important, and then we can do things better.
Matter made out of? That's a linguistic question. Or like, what existed before the Big Bang? You see, that's a linguistic sort of question. Mm-hmm. And you might even ask a question like, what is the nature of a unicorn?
Yeah.
What is a unicorn?
What is a unicorn?
You would say, well, a unicorn is an imaginary creature. It doesn't really exist.
Horse with a horn.
Okay. But what is that? Is there a reality to imaginary objects like unicorns and flying spaghetti monsters and so forth?
It all refers back down to particles in your mind.
What philosophers started to discover,
your brain, neurons,
around the turn of the last century is that language is much more tricky than we ever thought, and that we can use language to trap ourselves. Sometimes we can ask questions with our language that might be meaningless, or the problem might be a linguistic problem more than it is a physical or material problem.
I talk about this so much, yeah.
And sure enough, of course, these problems do exist within language.
Sometimes
you can frame questions in ways which the questions make no sense or they don't actually have an answer. And in fact, one of the mistakes many scientists make is they think that, well, Leo, all of the philosophical, profound questions that you're interested in, like questions like what is existence, or what happened before the Big Bang, or stuff like that of this nature, that these sorts of questions, they don't even have answers because it's just a linguistic game. It's just a language game. You know, when you say that reality is an illusion, oh, that's just a language game. Is it?
Is it?
Or maybe when you say that it's just a language game, that itself is the game and that itself is the illusion. See?
No, reverse card. Yes, it might be that case. So I am going to side more with the I think I'm going to be siding more with the scientist here. When people ask something like, what happened before the Big Bang? What happened before the Big Bang and what existed before the Big Bang? Nothing. The way things that exist here exist in this way, and things here, and they're here and they exist. And, time and happening is like things that are here and stuff. And that refers to things that are within the Big Bang, I don't know how to refer to this, within our universe. But the idea of before the Big Bang is trying to refer to something outside of our universe, before the universe, something that does not exist, or something that was, what existed before the Big Bang, all these concepts. Existence refers to things within the universe. Happening, time, before, after, during, whatever, that's within our universe. And before the Big Bang, whatever existed before that, it doesn't exist. I mean, the way that we use the word exist refers to something specific. The way that we use before and time and whatever, that refers to something specific. And if we're talking about before the Big Bang, that's just a complete category error. There's nothing before the Big Bang. Now, I'm not saying that to say that you should not investigate whatever happened before the Big Bang. Now, I recognize that there may have been... see, this is where language breaks down. That you can evaluate outside of the universe. It just would be so different than your evaluation of what existence is here that you shouldn't use the same word. And it'd be so different from our evaluation of the flow of time. Like, I have no idea what entropy would be outside of the universe, or if that even is the case, or like if we should be arranging things in that way before the Big Bang, because we have there's no reference of other things happening in that space. So we wouldn't even, time in the normal sense that we use it wouldn't have a, you get what I'm saying here? Probably not. I don't know. I'm kind of scattered here, but the idea is that since the words that we're using refer to concepts here and they mean something very specific, and we're trying to refer to things that are not here, like concepts that happened in a different place, in a different space, and not here, the way that we would evaluate those things and the way that we would investigate those things are so vastly different that we shouldn't consider them to be the same thing. So nothing existed before the Big Bang, and nothing, before Big Bang it's nonsensical, completely nonsensical. However, it is acceptable for people to investigate that. I think.
You have to be very careful here with how you're using language.
Yes.
All of science hinges upon labels and categories, which come with language.
Yep.
And of course, language is not a fixed, static thing that was given to us eons ago. Language is always evolving. As science evolves, language evolves. As technology evolves, language evolves. We develop new labels, new categories.
Yep.
But these labels and categories we create, they're not just simply labels and categories. You have to understand how powerful language is. Language plays a constructive role. It's not merely descriptive. It's not merely that we find, a rabbit out in the wilderness and we say, oh, well, we'll call that thing a rabbit. And we find a kangaroo and we say, oh, we'll just call that a kangaroo. And it doesn't really matter. We could switch the labels. We could call a rabbit a kangaroo and we could call a kangaroo a rabbit and it wouldn't make any difference. And that's all there is to it.
Yeah, in some sense it's kind of the case, but a lot of the time, generally, like if you have a word for something, it completely changes the way that you perceive the thing. In fact, it solidifies, it ossifies your perception in this particular way. So when you have this sort of language, you stultify your bit. Why am I using words here? Fancy words. You freeze the way that you see things in a very particular way. You remove aspects of reality to fit into your paradigm of whatever concept that you've created. Because that's what happens when you start to label things. You create a conceptual layer of reality and you sort of put it on top of what reality is, and you filter everything that doesn't fit. And you highlight all the things that you've named and labeled. You sort of erase the things that you haven't. And that causes lots of problems, causes lots of issues, leads to perceptual errors.
No.
No.
Language is much more tricky than that.
Kangaroos can't be rabbits.
Language is an entire, vast, complex network of meanings, and these meanings, many of them are subconscious. When you say even a simple word like a rabbit or a kangaroo, or time or space or a table or a person, usually in ordinary parlance, as laymen, we say these words and we don't think very much about them. We just assume that these objects exist, that they're givens, that they're not constructed by our minds, and that language doesn't play a constructive role, but it does.
Yeah, and he said very importantly that there are lots of subconscious meanings. Most of it is subconscious. These are what I try to refer to as unnecessary baggage. I mean, not unnecessary, but it is uninvestigated baggage for most of these terms that we need to investigate, or at least shine a light on and show that there's baggage there. And maybe sometimes we want to remove the baggage, and sometimes we want to separate the baggage and only have the baggage and not the actual. You get the picture. There's a lot more to it.
You see,
I see.
Behind every even simple word, even a word such as rabbit.
Rabbit.
What does rabbit really mean? You might think you know what rabbit means, but no two people on this planet have exactly the same understanding of what a rabbit is. And every word comes with implicit, latent, hidden metaphysical baggage.
Is he reading my mind?
The words and categories we use to talk about reality come with metaphysical baggage, with assumptions, and baked in projections and expectations of what we think reality is. And many of these are not deeply questioned or examined by science. They're just taken for granted.
Unfortunately true.
We just assume that there is such a thing as a rabbit, or the sun, or energy, or matter, or time, or the body, or death.
This is a very aggressive.
We take these words as though they're just physical objects out there. And we're just labeling them.
Yep.
But what if that's not the case?
And we also don't even realize that things like rabbit is so different. Like you have a particular rabbit. This is a rabbit. And then you have rabbits. It's so different, and we don't even recognize it. We have the sun. I don't know where the sun is in my current, I don't know what direction, but there's a sun out there, right? And then there's like the sun over time, right? There's the sun currently right now as it's blasting on you. There's the sun in different locations, different vantage points. And then there's the sun over time. And then there's the sun, over time, different vantage points, and so on. It gets ridiculous. It gets crazy, and we need to point out that sometimes these words mean some vastly different things. Yeah.
What if our minds are entangled with language such that they can never be disentangled?
Yes.
And what if our understanding of reality and our doing of science is entangled with language and with our mind such that the entire mechanism is functioning in a very complicated
way,
manner?
This is so important, right? You cannot escape the language. You can't escape your cultural background. You can't escape these things. So don't try to escape them, but you do want to point out these things. And you want to, notice that you have a filter of reality. I mean, going way down to the base level here, your consciousness in general, separate from the language, separate from even your perception, separate from all of that stuff. Just your consciousness. That is filtering reality also. You can't get away from it. You can't get away from all the things. And you want to point it out. You want to be aware of the limitations of your, I don't even know what the word would be, I guess, the limitations of the investigations into reality. We need to be aware of these limitations. We can try to massage away some of them. We can try to remove a couple of them. That's fine. But just being aware is good enough. And knowing that you are not free from these filters of the world. When you think that you're free, you're probably thinking a little bit too much. And that's going to lead to massive problems.
Where it's very difficult to make sense of really what comes first. Reality, language, mind, and what creates what? Is language creating the mind? And the mind creating reality? Or is reality creating language? And reality is creating the mind?
Might we suggest that there is no foundation for any of it? Neither is creating any of them. In fact, the thought of trying to think of what creates this causing that is in itself something that you're creating right now. And that is not, it's not there. Throw it out there, throw it out. Flip the table of causality. Flip the table of this thing doing this and causing that and making this. That's not on the foundational level there. But we can recognize that when we start to evaluate, if we have the lens of evaluating from perceptual awareness, then everything is created by your mind. You start with perception, and everything stems from there. Science is being created, language is being created by the mind. And then you can change the lens and flip it over to a more scientific, rational, materialistic lens. And then we have neurons and physical world, and that everything stems from that. Your consciousness is coming from that. Your language is coming from that. You can switch things around. You can change it. That's based on whatever lens you want to put on top. And you can make a very coherent system of saying that this comes from that based on whatever lens you have. Notice that it's based on whatever lens you have. And see that there is no real foundation. There is no foundation. It's all a lie.
It's a bit of a chicken and egg problem here.
It is.
And of course, the ultimate problem with language is that language is just one mode of understanding reality and interfacing with reality. Notice that it's possible to experience reality without any language whatsoever. Now, it's difficult for most people because most people don't meditate, so their minds are always in monkey mind mode, as the Buddhists call it. Your mind is always thinking thoughts, and so it's very difficult for you to experience a period of no language at all, to experience reality without any language, without any linguistic projections or augmentations. See, language works like an augmented reality system. Everything is being overlaid and projected upon raw phenomena with our mind and with language. And the problem is that today's scientists, none of them have been taught meditation. None of them know how to shut off their mind for the most part. And so they just assume that the only way to approach reality is through language. But that's not true at all. That's just how your culture has been approaching reality.
Yeah, this hierarchy of language, this hierarchy of rationality, that's the only thing that needs to be debased. It's okay to have, if you're skilled mostly in language, if you're skilled mostly in rationality, if you're skilled mostly in physics and science in the typical materialistic way, that's great, that's fine, that's cool, do that, it's fantastic. But to have this sort of hierarchy, assuming that that is always the best way of evaluating the world is total. It's not the right way to go about it. And of course, we can recognize this when other people have different hierarchies, right? When we have people who are super emotional and intuitive, and they think that emotionality and intuitive whatever nonsense is the best way to evaluate the world. They are wrong. There is no best way to evaluate. There is no foundation. The hierarchy, thinking that this is better than every other way of doing it, is wrong. No hierarchy. No hierarchy. No hierarchy. Don't be stuck thinking that your way is the best way. It isn't. Just because you're skilled at something doesn't make that the most important way to view the world. And just because you're bad at something doesn't make that the least important or some way that we need to dismiss somehow. Of course, facts don't care about your feelings. Just means that I'm not emotionally aware. But of course, there's also the logic is cold and inhuman. That's just, you're not very smart. You gotta figure out a sort of balance in between these things. And this is about balance of value judgment. It doesn't really matter which one you're best at. You can be really good at one thing, and that's great. Be good at it. We like that. But the value judgment attached to these things, that needs, this hierarchy needs to go away.
There might be non-linguistic ways of approaching reality, and those need to be taken seriously.
Very.
If you're going to be insisting that language is the one true right way to understand reality, first of all, remember, that needs to be scientifically validated. You don't know that that's true. That's just an assumption.
Disagree here. It doesn't need to be scientific, but again, he might be using science in a different way. He might be using science in a more broad sense. I like to use science in a more narrow sense. The way that we evaluate scientific things would not be the way that the way that we evaluate normal scientific, materialistic physical things, in general statements and hypotheses and whatever. The way that we evaluate these things would not be the way that we evaluate whatever it is he's talking about, which perceptual system is the best, if we should be using language, or if we should be using direct experience without language, or if we should be using emotions or spirituality, whatever. The way that we evaluate that would be so vastly different from the way that we scientifically evaluate things. I might just wager to say, don't call it science. Don't call it science. It's something different.
For you to know that that's true, you'd have to experiment with language.
Don't even call it
and then
true.
you have to also experiment with non-linguistic modalities to determine whether language is actually the best one. You can't just start off by assuming, well, language is the best one because language is just all that I've been using my whole life. But see,
true.
how can you even test the non-linguistic modalities when you don't even know how to shut off your mind for 5 seconds?
Oh, called out.
You're always having thoughts, and thoughts are always language.
Not always. But yeah, I get the point.
You see?
I see.
You see how tricky this is?
It's very tricky.
If you're a scientist, I have a very simple experiment for you. If you're a serious scientist, my challenge to you is to reach a point in your own cognitive development where you're able to experience reality for 1 minute, 1 whole minute, without any linguistic stuff going on inside your head.
Might be difficult.
No words,
That might be very difficult.
no labels,
for a lot of people.
no categories.
Whole minute.
What would that be like? You say, oh, well, yeah, Leo, I can do that. First of all, notice that you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You're
Oh my
incapable
God.
of doing that. You can't shut off your mind for longer than 5 seconds.
Oh my God, it's so difficult when like talking to people and telling them about like meditation and stuff. And it's like, you just kind of sit there, try to explain it, non-conceptual awareness, maybe something like that. You experience things and they're like, oh yeah, I totally get it. Yeah. It's like you turn off your brain. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess you're kind of using the right words, but you don't get it because you can't do it. It's so difficult to do. It's not something that you don't just. I mean, I guess some people could possibly just turn off their brain, maybe, I don't know, but you don't. It's so vastly different than what you think it is, because it's completely non-thought. It's not conceptual, in the typical sense of concepts. So. It's impossible. It's not impossible. It's impossible to convey. It's impossible to convey in the same way it's impossible to convey most, things. But it's impossible to convey. And it's frustrating when somebody might say something like, yeah, I can do that. I can sit for a minute without thinking. Bro, you can't sit for 5 seconds without thinking. You can't sit for half a second without thinking. It's so...
Let alone a minute. It'll take you years of work to get to a point where you can shut off your mind for longer than a minute.
Years.
And then you say, oh, well, yeah, but even if I did that, what would be the point? Leo, yeah, I could do that, but then what's the point of that? I mean, nothing will change.
You can't tell.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption. You don't know that nothing will change.
Right, and then they say, hey, tell me, like, give me the information. I want you to linguistically, conceptually tell me what the benefit is. It's a non-linguistic, non-conceptual thing. I can't conceptually, I don't want to, I mean, it's impossible to shoehorn it back into conceptual reality and give you some sort of tangible benefit. The idea of benefit is too entangled within your conceptual mind. Now, if you sort of loosen the baggage with the word benefit from some sort of conceptual benefit, from some sort of tangible, from some sort of practical thing, then it's very easy to convey these messages, but it'd be impossible to do. I mean, it's almost trivial. The benefits in the non-conceptual sense are extremely trivial, and they wouldn't need to be conveyed to somebody who has experienced this sort of thing. So it's almost ridiculous to even the notion of it, trying to explain it. It's like trying to explain, like, why listen to good music? Why would you want to listen to good music? It's like, what? Like, if you've listened to good music, you know. And if you haven't listened to good music, there's no way for me to explain to you what it is about good music, right? I could try to shoehorn it back into this conceptual reality. It's fun. You like it. Yeah, it's fun. I like other things too. It's not like that. It's hard. It's difficult. It's difficult to do.
Maybe something very significant will change.
Very significant. Maybe.
And the only way you can know is by doing the experiment. That's the spirit of science, as we talked about in part 1, remember?
I do.
So you see, we can already clearly see how much your own mind is entangled with science and your understanding of reality.
Mm-hmm.
Because if your mind is always stuck in thinking, languaging,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't even shut that off for 1 minute, how can you say that you are truly objectively understanding reality? Clearly, you're stuck in a linguistic mode, and there are other modes.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the problem with language is that it's inherently dualistic.
Oh, okay. Before we get into that, I don't know what is the method of convincing somebody that these other modes are not. When people have this sort of, generally when they're stuck in this sort of linguistic thing and rational thinking, they think that rationality and the linguistic conceptual awareness or whatever, that's like the best mode, the best mode of whatever. And the way that he's trying right now is sort of an emotional appeal. It's almost an emotional appeal, maybe an intellectual attack. I'm not sure exactly what to call it, but try to make people feel stupid for not doing science. So he's sort of kind of sneaking in a hijacked, sneaky definition of science, saying that actually doing experiments is the best way to do science. I mean, okay, sure, maybe. And he wants people to accept that first and then say, oh, you haven't done the experiment to figure out if non-conceptual awareness is okay. And it makes people feel like, oh yeah, I haven't done that. I like science, I thought. And he convinced me that science is this thing. And yeah, I think I should be, but I haven't done it before, and it's so difficult. It makes you feel dumb, and you want to do it. Yeah, okay, that's one way of going about it, and it might work for some people. But how do you actually just convince somebody? I don't think you can. How do you convince somebody that their way of analyzing the world is not the best way? That's sort of fundamentally what he's trying to do here. I think it will work in many cases, the way that he's doing it, sort of emotional appeal, intellectual attack. But is there a better way? I don't know. I'm not sure.
It separates reality into categories
Dualistic.
and into dualities.
Okay.
So you say that there's existence.
Unfortunately, he's saying like this random. I don't know what this appeal is about. He's saying that thinking is dualistic. Yeah. The people who have this rationality and stuff, they're not going to be like swayed by this, I don't think, right? They don't care about non-duality. They don't care. Who cares if it's dualistic? That's not an important factor. This appeal will be very. I think it will touch a lot of the people who are into non-duality in some whatever way, but it won't be at all effective for anybody who is not taste non-duality. And if they have taste this sort of non-duality, it's sort of trivial. It's a trivial point. It's not important. So I'm not quite clear on this.
The non-existence. There's energy and there's matter. There's hot and there's cold. There's big and there's small. There's a cat and there's a non-cat. There's a planet and there's a non-planet.
Yeah.
There's full space and there's empty space. There's numbers and there's non-numbers. There's humans and there's non-humans. There's intelligent beings and there's non-intelligent beings, and so forth. And this is what science is, basically. Modern science is this dualistic activity of carving up reality into these dualities. That's a methodological bias of science. And science is not aware that it's really doing this, and it doesn't see that this is a problem, that it could be a problem. It thinks that this is just how reality is, and we're just observing reality.
Yeah.
But what if the mind is projecting these dualities onto nature that, in fact, is non-dual to begin with?
What if? How would you? What if? How would you? What if? I don't know. What if is a good enough appeal. What if? Short break. Happening right now.
You see?
See?
That's going to bias your understanding of reality because you're projecting stuff upon reality without recognizing that you're doing so. Reality will appear dualistic to you because that's what you're projecting upon it, when in fact reality is non-dualistic without your projections. See? To know more about these dualistic categories, go check out my 3-part series. It's a very important series that I shot called Understanding Duality, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. I specifically talk about all of these tricky issues that relate to duality in these categories. And in Part 2, I specifically address all of the scientific dualities, which hold scientists back from really understanding the stuff that they're studying. Virtually every scientist in every university around the world today is stuck in a dualistic mode, and their entire field is carved up into these various dualities, and they take these dualities for granted as objective without recognizing that they are mind created. This is a big problem. Every single word or label that you use when investigating reality has to be deeply questioned and contemplated. For example, here's a list of some of these terms and labels, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's thousands of them, but here's a few. Experience. Scientists and rationally minded people will use the word experience as though they understand what experience is.
What is it and what isn't it?
They've never seriously contemplated what experience means.
What is conscious and what isn't conscious?
How about the term reality? We use the word reality without any understanding of what reality is, without contemplating it deeply. Related closely to that one is existence. Existence. We use that word as though we know what that means. life.
Life.
We use that word as if we know what that means, without any deep contemplation of what life is. Human.
Human.
What is human? See, science uses this word, but science never deeply questions what a human is. How about the word male or female? We use these words as though we know what these are.
Mm.
Most scientists believe that male and female are just objective facts that we get from DNA. But there's nothing in the DNA that says male or female in it. You say, oh, yeah, Leo, there is. A male is someone with an XY chromosome, and a female has an XX chromosome. That's just an objective scientific fact. No, it isn't. It's not a fact at all. It's
labels.
Your mind who says that XX is female and XY is male. That's your mind saying that. The DNA doesn't say that. In fact, the notion of a chromosome is something your mind also made up. There's no such thing as a chromosome. See, you have to be very careful.
Yep.
These things are so taken for granted by science as just being objectively real. They aren't. They're constructions and projections of the mind.
We don't see the difference between what a definition is. So we're carving out definitions within reality as opposed to seeing reality as it is. We don't quite feel that difference generally, unfortunately. It's just objective fact that XX and XY are different. And they need to be named something. We call them male and female. Is that so? Is that so? Why do you think that this is an important distinction, more important than any other distinction that needs to be named? And there's an unfortunate hierarchy of things that are named and not named. I talked about this earlier. Things that are named are generally highlighted, and things that are not named are erased away, and that needs to be noticed, investigated. The distinctions that we create in our mind with names and labels become more powerful.
How about the term fact?
Fact.
People use the word fact so cavalierly.
Cavalierly.
As if fact is just a fact. But of course, it's not a fact.
What is
How
it?
do you know what is and isn't a fact? What does it mean for something to be a fact? And what does it mean for something to not be a fact? This requires deep, profound philosophical questioning. You can't just say, oh, well, Leo, those are philosophical concerns, and it doesn't matter to science. Science doesn't care what a fact is or isn't. It's just obvious. No, nothing is obvious. None of these words or terms is obvious.
Nothing.
Another one is rational. People throw this word around, rational or logical. They throw around this word as if they have ever contemplated what that even means. What does rational mean? Rational according to whom? Physical is another one. People talk about physical or material as though they know what that word means. What does it mean to say that my body is physical or material and that a unicorn is non-physical? What does that mean?
What does it mean?
You have no idea.
Got a general idea.
I want you to recognize that you have never seriously questioned any of these words and you do not know what any of them mean.
Have you ever questioned these words?
Even if you're an academic, even if you're a scientist, I don't care if you have a Nobel Prize. If you're a Nobel Prize winning scientist, physicist from MIT, I guarantee you have no idea what the word physical means. That's the depth of our problem here.
It's a problem.
Not to mention if you're just some ordinary Joe Schmo on YouTube watching a video.
That's me.
Right?
Luckily,
this problem persists all throughout
I have thought about
society.
These words.
Doesn't matter how smart you are, how high your IQ is, how many books you've read, you still don't know what physical means. You don't know what experience means. You don't know what rational means. How about the word cause? We use this word cause
That's a
and
good
effect.
one. That's a
That's
good
another
one.
duality that science just takes for granted. But what is a cause, really? What does it mean to cause something?
What takes the blame?
That's a classic philosophical problem, very challenging. All these questions are deep questions. You can spend hundreds of hours contemplating every single one of these terms. And it's also very easy to get lost in your mind. You might say, well, Leo, but it gets us nowhere to contemplate these. It could get you nowhere, or it could get you somewhere.
Yep.
Don't assume it'll get you nowhere.
Yep.
If it was guaranteed to get you nowhere, I wouldn't be talking about it. I only talk about practical things. How about, of course, the word science?
That's
People
what we're here
use
for.
the word science so casually, as if they have any idea what that word means. Even scientists. Scientists call themselves scientists, but they don't know what a scientist is. What is a scientist? What does it mean to do science? I mean, this last 3 episodes where I've been talking for, probably close to 10 hours now about the nature of science, I mean, all we're doing here is we're really questioning and contemplating a single thing. What is science?
Yep.
And look how difficult it is. Look at all the problems that have come out. Metaphysical, epistemic, methodological, about science. Look at all the assumptions, the hidden assumptions that we've had about science. Look at all the ways we could misconceive science and do science wrong. Look at all the ways in which we could have different versions of science. How do we adjudicate between different ones? You see how challenging it is to define what science is? And this is very practical.
Yeah.
This is not merely a word game that we're playing here. Because when we're communicating with each other, we're using all these words. See, it's very easy to dismiss these things that I'm talking about as, oh, Leo, it's just all a word game. It doesn't really matter. You're just talking about some sort of semantic definitions. It's nothing of consequence. But your entire life is made up of semantics. Whether you're a scientist or a layman.
There was a time in my life where I've talked about these sort of things, and someone said it was, people would, often say that it's just a semantic game, and it triggered me to no end. Because everything is semantics, right? The way that you see the world is based on how you define the words. It's very important to make sure that you have the correct definition of these words, or not the correct one, but see that your definition is some sort of limited definition and actually solidify the limits, see the limits so that you can expand them or contract them as necessary, so on and so forth. It is a semantic thing in some way, but the dismissal of things just because they're language is so ridiculous, I think, or at least I thought. And it years ago literally made me angry. Like I would be mad, sort of yelling at people because of it. How silly. Yeah, semantic.
If you're a scientist, you're using technical terms all the time in your research papers. These technical terms infect your mind and determine how you think about reality.
Infect,
You
yes.
literally think of reality in terms of energy, matter, numbers, quantities, vectors, forces, all of these complicated terms that you don't fully understand and that you just take for granted as given. But even if you're an ordinary person, you're playing language games all the time. Your entire life is a language game.
You
See,
are
when you're in
language
an argument and you're saying someone is wrong or correct, something is true or false, or you're saying that person is bad, or this person is good, or that person is evil, or whatever, these are all language games. Even when you think about your own death, that itself is a language game. Because death, what does the word death even mean? You don't know what death means. You think you do, but you have no idea what death is or what it means. This affects your emotional system. This is not a purely intellectual exercise. Your entire emotional system, your motivational system, what your whole value system is in life, what you do in your life, all of that is connected to how you use language. You're completely embedded in language, whether you're a scientist, an academic, or just a layman, ordinary person, and are completely non-philosophical. You can't escape the problems of philosophy just by saying that you don't care about philosophy or that philosophy is just a language game.
Isn't isn't an emotional game and language is your tool? Isn't this an emotional game? Is this emotional? Isn't at an emotional game and language is your tool? I don't know if I understand this. But yes, language is a tool. Language is a tool. Emotions are also a tool. I don't know if it's necessarily an emotional game. Of course, he's doing an emotional appeal here, trying to pull our emotional strings. It's not necessarily an emotional game. The emotions are not the height of everything, and because your emotions are being triggered or affected doesn't make it very important. Necessarily, it doesn't necessarily make it very important, but it does for a lot of people, and that's important to point out.
The next point is that the map is not the territory. So this is related to this idea of language that we've been talking about. But
hopefully he goes through all those words and clarifies their meaning, and that'd be a lot of fun. I'd like to clarify what I mean by those words generally too. Most of them I have thought a lot about, unfortunately. So yeah, I wonder what he would say, because I have lots of dissonance with all the terminology that he laid out. Not all of them. Most of the terminology, actually probably all of them, right? Death, existence, real, true, science. There were a couple more. Causality. There's a couple of, most of those things. I have, the way that he uses those words oftentimes don't seem to jive with the way that I like to use those words. So I'd very much like to hear him lay that out.
One of the biggest mistakes that scientists make today is that they are so wrapped up in symbolic understanding of nature or reality that they confuse their maps and symbolic representations of reality with reality itself. This is the trap called mistaking the map for the territory. This is a huge trap. I will have a whole separate episode just about this one idea.
Interesting.
That the map is not the territory.
Okay. Map is not territory.
There's a really powerful quote from Wyatt Woodsmall on this topic. And he says, "The better the model, the bigger the problem." The better the model, the bigger the problem. Remember this quote.
The better the model,
rest of your life,
the bigger the problem. I love it, because there's this idea that when you have a good model that's very useful, you sort of get, there's a buildup of a type of attachment. A type of attachment, maybe that's not the right word if you're not. There's a type of, like, you trust it, you believe the model more and more, and you cling on to it. I'm using these fancy Buddhist words, I guess. Cling, there's attachment, you don't want to let it go. You believe, you trust, and you become too rigid, too myopically looking at the model as opposed to seeing the reality behind it, which is a huge issue. Yes, the better the model, the bigger the problem. Unfortunately, very much unfortunately. Hopefully we can loosen our grasp, loosen our attachment, loosen our grip onto the models in general, and stop believing our beliefs. See things as they are.
This will be crucial for you to unravel the nature of reality. Because, you see, science really is in the business of creating models of nature, of representing nature, which means you've got nature and then you've got a representation, a copy of it. So science is sort of making copies of nature.
Yep.
These copies it's making are oversimplifications within a symbolic realm. And scientists assume that this is the only way in which we can understand reality is by making copies of it, simplifying it, using symbols, whether it's mathematics or English language or what other kind of models. You know, it could be sort of a ball and stick, a model of a molecule in chemistry. But basically, all of modern science is just models.
Yeah, and the thing that happens here generally that people have a sort of proactive memory. So they have something in the past that worked. Oh, look, science, it worked. It made me happy in this one instance. Or heroin, it worked. It made me happy in this one instance. It must work again. And then even though you try and try again and you see failures everywhere, you see it didn't work in this case, it doesn't work in this case, it won't work in this future case. It's not working now. Since it worked in the past sometime, that sort of proactively comes up, and you stay attached to that one thing, that one success in the past. It was successful in this narrow, specific general field. Narrow? It worked in this one case. Maybe a lot of cases, right? Science works in a lot of cases. It worked in this one case, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will work in future cases. And we need to let go of our attachment there. Get rid of this sort of proactive memory.
And these models, of course, are upgraded every year, every decade, every century. We develop new and better models, and they become more and more accurate in a sense.
In a sense.
And you might say, well, that's great. That means we're getting closer to the truth. But we're not.
That's the issue. Closer.
We're not. No matter how good your model is never the truth. The truth is the territory itself, not the model.
Right. And even the notion of what closer is, like that needs to be detangled, whatever. It needs to be unraveled. Closer to truth. You're either true or you're not true. There's no closer. There's no farther away. There are things that are more practical in certain particular situations. That doesn't make it more or less true. That makes it practical in a particular situation. Truth is truth, not truth. And I'm using truth in the way that Leo uses it, whatever. The actual underlying, there's no underlying, the actual experience is so vastly different from any model that you may have. And even if there's no progression in this sense. And we need to see beyond that, get beyond that mindset.
And you might say, well, it doesn't matter because as long as I can use the model to manipulate reality, that's it. The truth doesn't matter anymore. But it does.
It matters.
It does in ways that you can't even imagine yet.
Yeah.
Because you're stuck in this paradigm of modeling everything. And you think that modeling, everything can be modeled. But that's an assumption. That's an unscientific assumption. Are you thinking that? What if everything can't be modeled? What if there are things that are true about reality, important things that you cannot access through modeling? What then?
What then?
What do you do then? See, the reason that science is such a powerful illusion and that it's so difficult to deconstruct is that once your models become very, very good and accurate enough such that you consider them reality, you forget about reality, you throw reality away, and then you just live within your world of models. And you forget that reality exists independent of models at all. And
and this is like, the model works. The model worked in this case, so we're going to stick to this case. And if the model doesn't work anymore, we're going to throw out the reality and stick with the model. We're going to literally filter out all of reality where the model doesn't work, where the model breaks down. We're going to say that, reality doesn't matter. Model is all that's here. And we highlight all the parts of the model that work, and we erase away all the parts of the model that don't work. And that bleeds into what reality is, completely filtering out reality. It's tragic that so many parts of our experience are blocked and dismissed, even though that these other parts may be could contribute possibly to, and I guess in some normal, typical sense, to basic happiness. It can contribute to well-being. But of course, it contributes to something much more, well, I guess, finding truth in itself, according to Leo, would be something that's good.
this becomes extremely dangerous. So this is what the quote means. The better the model, the bigger the problem. As science becomes more accurate, it becomes a greater illusion. People stop caring about anything beyond the pragmatics of the models. Whether it's the scientist or just the layman, they stop caring. They stop caring about truth. They stop caring about any deeper metaphysical issues any epistemic issues. It just becomes a purely utilitarian activity. And this becomes very, very dangerous. And that's the state of modern materialist 21st century science. It's virtually impossible to even communicate to a modern scientist the problems of the map is not the territory, because they are so lost in their models, and they have to be in order to succeed in their careers and with their work, because all they're doing every day is working with models.
It's very important to point out. Unfortunately, Leo isn't doing. Oh, I wish he does. Hopefully, he does. He might do this because he talks a lot about the entanglement, as he calls it. But the idea of pragmatism, or the pragmatic whatever, and this sort of utilitarian approach is not. It's utilitarian in only the narrow sense of the model, right? When you start trying to be utilitarian in some sort of ultimate sense, right? But then you start carving out the model, and your utilitarian thing gets narrower and narrower, and it only fits into what the bounds of the model are. So when people say that it's pragmatically whatever the heck, they don't understand how vacuous that means, the vacuity of that statement, right? And I think Leo, even in this episode, said that he is a pragmatic sort of whatever he is, investigator of the world, but he wants to be pragmatic in a more broad sense, getting closer to truth, as opposed to this sort of pragmatic in the narrow sense. It worked before, and we're only going to keep doing the thing that works, and we're not going to look forward into more broader senses of things, and so on and so forth. This idea of pragmatism gets so limited. The idea of utilitarian gets so limited, because what we consider to be utility, what we consider to be good, what we consider to be useful, pragmatic, is limited by what we can do, limited by the model that we're using that's filtering out the world. That is extremely important.
That to them, the territory has been completely lost, and they can't even conceive in their mind why anybody would care about the territory, because all they care about is models. Because when you have a hammer, and all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Everything looks like it can be hammered down. But of course, a hammer is just one tool, one modality. There are other tools. Science is stuck with this hammer presently. It doesn't have to be, it just is right now. It won't be forever. It just is right now in the 21st century. So science, one of the biases of science as a methodology currently is that science is very biased towards exploring nature and reality through thinking and through symbolism and representation via modeling. So much so that that is the only way it knows how to explore reality, and therefore it doesn't even know that there are other methods.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Science does not know of direct methods of investigating reality.
Or if it does know, it dismisses them as being delusional or wrong. Or
separate
whatever.
from thinking, symbolism, and modeling. And when someone like me comes and tries to suggest a direct method, a method which is more direct than experience or thinking or symbolism, this doesn't compute for people. It doesn't compute for a scientist. A scientist doesn't understand that a direct method is possible. What do I mean by a direct method? I mean that imagine that there is the territory. What most scientists assume is that, well, yeah, Leo, sure, there is a territory, but we can't really know the territory because we're just limited humans. We have limited minds. There's no reason why evolution should give us the tools necessary to penetrate to the very substance of reality. So all we can do is we can just study our experiences of reality. That's it. But that's an assumption. You're assuming that. You don't know that that's actually true. In fact, what's possible is for you to have direct consciousness of the territory without models, without symbols, without thinking, direct access to the absolute truth of reality. That's possible.
But Leo, tell me about it. Come away from your direct experience, your direct consciousness of the actual territory, and bring it back to the conceptual world and give me some pragmatic nonsense. Unfortunately, I wish also the idea of, he said that the scientists won't compute and they won't understand that they could, do it different ways, right? And that there's even problems with that language, understanding, because the idea of understanding is so wrapped up into a specific type of understanding. Conceptual understanding, logical understanding, linear understanding is so rolled into that, and they can't compute it. And of course, we think of computers in a particular, linear way, mechanical sort of way almost. Computation, conceptual, symbolic, so on and so forth. All these things are rolled into the concept of what understanding is. So they can't understand it because they're trying to understand it in one particular way. They haven't accepted that there are other ways to understand the world, right? That's completely lost on them, and I think that's also not explained. It's not explained how. I mean, he's explaining it, I think, kind of well, pretty well. It's not explained how how everything is so narrowly entangled. Narrowly entangled. I don't know what word I'm trying to use here. It's an issue. It's an issue, and it needs addressing. And we're doing it here.
You weren't taught methods for how to do this in school or in university, and none of your academic friends know how to do this. So to them, it's as though it doesn't exist. It does exist. But you have to go outside of the current limited confines of science, outside of it. Now you might say, well, Leo, but even if these direct methods exist, they're not science, and so I'm not interested in them.
True.
But again, remember, as we talked about in part 1 and part 2, how you're defining science is the whole problem.
Yep.
When you say science is just this, and direct experience is outside of science, that you're assuming that that's okay. You're assuming that's how it should be. But again, that's just an assumption. What if there's a problem is that you've drawn your frame, your little box, too narrowly?
Yeah, and I don't think the problem is drawing the box too narrowly. It's just there's the assumption that non-scientific is bad, right? There's that hierarchy of science is better than non-science. That sense is better than nonsense. That irrationality is better than irrational, or whatever. Like these sort of things. That baggage underlying it needs to be investigated. And you can throw out the baggage and then keep the definition of science, whatever, as narrow as you like, and then investigate other bigger fields. Or you can throw out the baggage and then expand the field of science, and then say that there's a particular type of science which is physical and rational and linear and whatever and so forth. But yes, this is such
that you need to expand your definition of science to include direct consciousness.
Yes.
You see.
I see.
But this would require you to break away from the academic herd that you've been brainwashed with, going beyond that into something new, something that isn't yet considered science, but will be in the next century to come. You see, the reason it's so difficult to accept the things that I'm saying here is because I'm saying things that will only be accepted by mainstream culture and academia 100 or 200 or 500 years from now. Like I said, this is advanced stuff.
Very advanced.
And you might think, well, Leo, you're so arrogant thinking that you can see 200 years into the future. But it's just obvious. Once you do the work I've done, it's just obvious. It's not a matter of arrogance. You can see precisely the limitations of science.
That doesn't feel less arrogant.
200 years forward, you can see it. But that doesn't mean everyone around you can see it.
Doesn't feel less arrogant at all.
So if you're looking to others around you to validate what science will look like 200 years from now, they won't, because they can't see it. Very, very few people today can see it. Maybe 1 in 100 can see it. Probably even less than that. So if you want to see what science will look like 200 years from now, you need to break away from the pack, from the groupthink, from the institutions, and you got to go beyond that, outside of that. Because of course, by definition, something that's going to be 200 years into the future, it's not going to be inside of the current paradigms. It's going to be something radically different and new.
Of course.
And it's going to be unacceptable to many who are entrenched in the current paradigms, because people at MIT and Caltech who are earning good money and who have a lot of reputation and status as world-class scientists, they don't want to admit that there's something deeply wrong about their worldview. This would be embarrassing to them as professionals. This would be deeply embarrassing. This would discredit them. They have to go to their graves believing that their system and way of looking at reality was correct and was the best way, and that there was nothing better than it. Mm-hmm. Those people have to die of natural causes before we are able to advance to this new way of looking at
natural causes.
Science
of
and
natural
reality.
causes.
So it's not that science is wrong per se.
Up.
It's that these scientific models are always partial and highly limited and constrained.
Mm-hmm.
And they can never fully encapsulate reality. Remember, as scientists, our mission is to understand reality.
Our mission?
Our problem is that we're trying to understand reality by making copies of it, models. These models are grossly oversimplified and they're extremely limited and partial. And so for us to explore and understand more and more of reality, we have to fight constantly against our own models that we create. Mm-hmm. We create a great model. It allows us to manipulate reality a little bit, but then it doesn't allow us to fully manipulate reality or to fully understand reality. Mm-hmm. And then that model itself becomes the obstacle that we have to break apart to create a new, better model. And then that model replaces the old model. Now we have to break this one apart because it's also limited until we reach a new model. But every model we create is always partial, relative, and limited, and we always have to break it apart. And this is the whole game of science. Now, here, the mistake that is made by scientists is say, well, Leo, yeah, that's the method of science, and there's nothing better. Wrong. You're assuming
Wrong.
that. You don't know that. You haven't investigated other methods. That position itself is unscientific. That's a dogma of science. And in the future, that dogma will be broken down. And you can be one of the first people of this generation to break it down, but only if you're willing to go beyond what you've been brainwashed with.
Wow, doesn't that make you feel
If
special?
you're really willing to open your mind to question reality and to question how your mind works and to question the methodology that you're using, then you can be one of the first. But of course, nobody wants to deeply question their methodology. Therefore, very few people are on the cutting edge of science and can see 200 years ahead. How many models of reality can we invent? Infinite.
Arbitrarily
It's unlimited.
Large, uncountable. Yeah. A lot.
You see the problem here? We can always make better models.
Better.
The problem, though, is that when we create these models, we don't just create the model, then we treat the model as a model. We create the model becomes so effective for our survival. It suits all of our basic utilitarian needs that we just then say, well, good enough. That's good enough for me.
Yep.
The model is now the truth.
Yep.
And then we actually take this model as the way that reality is.
Unfortunate.
And we're not aware of the limitations that this model places upon our minds because we don't just have a model. We take the model as reality. And then any limitations within the model become baked into reality.
Yep.
We confuse the limitations of our models for the limitations of reality. In fact, reality is unlimited. It's infinite. And all models are limited, partial, relative, and finite. This is a very big problem for scientists.
Yes.
The next problem is what I call the substance problem.
Substance problem.
The substance problem.
What's that?
Science never addresses the question of what anything is.
The 17 fundamental particles. What are those?
What is matter? What is energy?
What are those?
What is mass? What is gravity? What is a force? What is a particle? What is a wave? What is time? What is space? What is distance? What is mind? What is a field? What is a number? What is a charge? What is information? What is heat? What is perception? What is experience? What is consciousness? What is thought? What is an object? What is color? What is life?
What is it?
Science does not answer any of these questions. And there's a reason, because it can't. This is very deeply problematic. You see, the way that science works is that it can't actually answer any question of substance. It can't actually tell you what anything is. All that it can do is it can tell you how a thing behaves.
I would not. I mean, I'm a little hesitant here. I don't think this is exactly on the foundational level, all the way at the base. This is the case, right? But then you can build up other things. You can say an atom is it's made up of fundamental particles. It's made up of whatever. You can say that for like pretty much everything. All the things that he listed out. Not everything, but a lot of the things that he listed out. You can bring it back down to physics if that's your your framework. But then that doesn't, what are the fundamental particles? Strings? Okay, what are those made of? Or you can come from a different area and say that you can break everything down to your experiences or perception, something like that. But then, what are those? What are those? And that breaks down. So you can, in some sense, get to the answer to some of these things and reference something, but it doesn't, there's no grounding at any point. And the way that the lens that you're working with from the beginning completely changes the direction. It steers the way that you break down any of these particular things. We'll call them things. Time, energy, numbers, matter, so on and so forth. The way that the lens that you have when you're looking at them completely changes how you break them down and where they end up. And where they end up, you get to know substance. And that's very interesting. It's very interesting. But yes, okay.
So science can't tell you what my hand is made out of. Science can only tell you how my hand behaves under certain conditions. You might say, well, Leo, science can say that the hand is made out of cells. Okay, but what is a cell?
Yeah, okay. Exactly what I was just
You're
talking
just
about.
pushing the substance question down one level.
Yeah.
When you say the hand is made of cells. Okay, it's made of cells, but what is a cell? You push it down one more level and you say, well, it's made of molecules or proteins, let's say. What is a protein? Well, protein's made of molecules, but what is a molecule? Well, push it down one more level, it's made of atoms. Well, what is an atom? Well, push it down one more level, it's made of subatomic particles, protons, neutrons, electrons, so forth. Well, what are those? Well, those are made out of quarks. Push it down one more level. What are those? Well, they're made out of strings. Well, what are strings? Well, what is that? Well, it's just some numbers. But what are numbers? Well, numbers are just numbers. What is a number? What's a number? What's the substance of a number?
That's a concept in your
Science
mind.
is constantly playing this game of avoiding the substance question by always offloading it onto somebody else. It's basically one of these games of telephone tag. Like you call some giant bureaucracy and you tell them that,
Get the runaround.
my electricity's, you call your electric company and you tell them like, hey, my electricity is out. I need you to to check what's going on. But, and the guy on the other end says, well, sorry, sir, you called the wrong department. I mean, yes, this is the electric company, but you called the billing department. You got to call the actual engineering department because you don't have a billing problem. You have an engineering problem. So then you say, okay, please transfer me to the engineering department. So they transfer you to the engineering department, and then you talk to them, and they tell you, well, no, you don't have an engineering problem. That is that's an administrative problem. So they transfer you to the administration department. So you talk to them, and then they say, well, you don't really have an administration problem. It's a billing problem. They transfer you to the billing department again, and you're going around in circles.
Have you ever seen Ikiru, the movie, To Live? Classic Akira Kurosawa movie. This is the opening scene right here. He's describing perfectly. This big runaround. This is all of our existence, our entire life, every concept, everything is just this big runaround. And it doesn't go anywhere. Unfortunate. Terrible.
This is what science is. Like if you go into a physics classroom, and I did this when I was young. I had a great physics teacher in high school. I actually really enjoyed physics, but I was really interested in the substance of reality. And I noticed that at one point, all that we're doing in physics is we're just manipulating variables and equations, but we're not addressing the root of what anything is. So I would ask, like, well, okay, so what is this thing called a force in physics? A force is mass times acceleration. But then I would ask, okay, but what is acceleration? I don't understand what acceleration is. And the physicist would, my physics teacher would say, well, acceleration is just
Meters per second.
velocity divided by time.
Meters per second.
And then I would say, okay, but what is velocity? Well, velocity is just distance divided by time. Okay, so now you're defining velocity in terms of distance and time, but what is distance? Well, we can't say what distance is. Distance is that which is measured by a ruler.
How do we even lay out?
A ruler.
Like, how do we have like coordinates, X, Y, Z, typical is three-dimensional, we'll say coordinates. How do we determine, and we can do this even with numbers itself, how do we determine that 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, right? How do we determine like how we lay out these things? And why are we limiting ourselves to laying it out in this particular way, sequentially in the way that we order numbers and increasing magnitude? Why do we do that? We don't need to do that. We can order the numbers in any different way. We can order space in any way that we like. We don't need to limit it to this sort of order of increasing magnitude from 0 onto whatever. Completely not investigated. Same with time. You don't have to order time in the order of increasing entropy. You can just order it however you like. You can order reverse entropy. You can order it in like jumping around through entropy, however you like. The order is completely, it's arbitrary at base. And maybe you can find some very interesting things by ordering your numbers in different ways, or rearranging the way that we see time as opposed to in order of increasing entropy, do it in some different way. Or instead of seeing numbers or distance and locality, how do you call it, coordinates, in terms of increasing magnitude, we can do it different ways. Yeah, it'd be very interesting.
And what about time? Well, what is time?
Oh, time. What is it?
Well, time is a thing that's measured by a moving hand on a clock, but that's motion. You're defining times in terms of the motion of the clock. But the whole point of figuring out what time was to define what distance was and what velocity was. So it's all circular definitions. You see?
That's not incredibly correct, but it's close enough. But yeah, we'll stick with it. Yeah.
No physicist can tell you what mass is, or what matter is, or what energy is, or what gravity is, or what a force is, or what a particle is, or what time is, or what space is, or what a field is, or what a charge is, or what information is.
I feel like some of those things are pretty
All they
well
can
defined.
do is they can define one of those terms in terms of other terms that they themselves don't know. It's completely circular. It's a complete game of avoiding the question.
It's true enough.
By playing this game, you create a sense that you understand more than you actually do. You see? If physicists were honest, and I came to a physicist and I said, what is a force? If the physicist was honest, he'd say, I have no fucking idea what a force is. But see, a physicist can't say that.
He wouldn't say
makes
that.
him look stupid.
Okay, whoa. Don't let Leo bully you, okay? Okay? Not every physicist would say that, all right? It depends on your what do you call this? Your resolution. We talked about resolution before. It depends on what resolution you're referring to. If you're just asking a physicist and you don't know a lot about physics, he might just tell you, mass times acceleration, whatever nonsense. He might give you the units of it. kg meters per second squared. He might do something like that. He might tell you some things, but then if you try to get higher and higher resolution, then he might break down and say, I don't know. Then he might say, or you might say that it's not important. You might say it's pragmatic. Whatever. Okay, sure. But the only true physicist won't just say, I don't know. All right, don't make him. He said something about stupidity too. Did he just call people stupid? What did he say? He said he might make you look stupid. Let's.
Idea what a force is.
No idea.
But see, a physicist can't say that.
Can't say that?
Because it makes them look stupid.
It makes them look stupid. Okay, more listen. It's not true. It doesn't make you look stupid. If Look at the highest resolution and say that you don't know what it is, because the highest resolution is not the most valuable resolution. Let's remember that. Let's remember that. Some hidden assumptions that Leo's given us here. He seems to think that the highest resolution is necessarily the best resolution. Not necessarily true. But if you look at the highest resolution, the physicist does not know anything, because you can't know anything in that resolution. And that's true. That's true. That's true. Okay. But don't let him bully you. All right. I'm here to protect you. All right. Don't let him bully you.
And not credible. So the physicist has to say, well, it's easy. A force is just mass times acceleration.
True.
And acceleration is just velocity over over time. And time is just whatever Einstein said it was. And then that's the end of the story. And when you push them further, they say, well, we can't say anymore. That's just the limits of the human mind. The human mind can't know any better. This is the best we can do.
Silly. They do say that.
Wrong.
They might say that. True. Silly.
Wrong. It's not the best we can do.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible to directly know what things are.
But Leo, tell me about it. I want to know what it is conceptually, intellectually. I want to understand with my linear, logical thinking mind. Tell me.
Without playing this circular game of phone tag, it's possible to actually understand the substance of anything and everything within reality, but not through the methods of physics.
But I want you to tell me so that I can analyze them with the methods of physics in my thinking, logical mind. Give me the answers, Leo. Linguistically, logically, physics-wise. See how silly this is.
And of course, you can see how this is very problematic for physics.
Oh, yeah.
Because if what I'm saying is true, this makes physics look rather feeble and limited, which of course no physicist wants to admit. So the physicist has to deny that what I'm saying is true, which they will do with all sorts of excuses and justifications. It's gotten so bad that most scientists today, if I bring up this problem of substance to them, they will say, Leo, but this is a philosophical matter. We are just scientists. We're humble people. We're just interested in practical things. We don't care about the actual substance of things. These are questions that are for philosophers to debate in their armchairs. It's as though you're debating, how many angels can fit on the head of a pin. Classic funny example from medieval philosophy, where philosophers would debate how many angels could fit on the head of a pin. And this was supposed to say that it's an absurd debate. It's an absurd question to even wonder how many angels can fit on the head of a pin. But this is a straw man.
A straw man.
In fact, it is possible to know the substance of a thing, what a thing is, but not through symbolic representation.
Oh, you can't.
Symbolic representation is always copies of copies of copies of copies.
If you can't figure it out through symbolic representations and conceptual logic, can you tell me? Of course not. But I want to understand it in the conceptual logical way, because I get this narrow definition of what understanding is, and I have that in the hierarchy above every other type of understanding. This is a big issue, and I don't know what the method would be to convince or to help conceptualize or help understand or help expand the way of thinking and include many different types of understanding, include many different types of evaluations of the world.
Which never gets you to the actual thing itself. See,
models. To
answer the substance question, you have to get to the territory. And the map will never get you to the territory. But if all you've got are maps and models, and you've completely dismissed the importance of territory, then to you, it's impossible to ever answer a substance question. And you will then convince yourself that that's how it should be. And that substance questions aren't even legitimate questions. They're meaningless. They're completely pointless. They have no significance to science or to mankind. That's what many physicists and scientists today have fooled themselves into believing. But again, that's just a belief. That's just an assumption. That's just a dogma. That is not actually real science.
And we need to get beyond our beliefs. We need to stop believing our beliefs. We need to stop assuming our assumptions and see through it, see beyond it, and get to, he's calling it real science. He often calls it truth. Get to whatever that is, beyond it all. See through it.
I challenge you, if you're a scientist, I challenge you to become directly conscious of the substance of any one of these things that I've been talking about. Anything. Matter, energy, humans, life, consciousness, color, sound, heat, a wave, time, space, anything. At least once in your life before you die, become directly conscious of at least the substance of one of these things. You might be shocked at how significant that discovery will be for you. You might be shocked. People who say that science is not in the business of answering substance questions, these people have no idea what science can really be. They are stuck in the current limited conceptions of science. Mm-hmm. But science doesn't have to be that way. You can answer substance questions. It just requires a new way of thinking about reality.
A very new way of thinking about it.
Okay, I want to read you a quote now.
Okay.
From Arthur Eddington, who is a great physicist and really understood this problem deeply. The problem of phone tag that's being played here. This sort of sleight of hand. There's a sleight of hand that science is playing that I want you to notice. Science is playing this sleight of hand, avoiding the substance question, and then denying that it's playing the sleight of hand. It's very similar to the way that when you're talking to a religious person, you can ask them, well, where did reality come from? And they will say, well, obviously God created it. And you will say, well, but that doesn't solve the problem, because then what created God? And the religious person has no answer. He says, well, God just always existed or something like that. But then you as a scientist say, well, why do you need God then? Why can't reality just always exist without the God? And of course, you're right in that kind of reasoning. This is the sort of turtles problem. Turtles all the way down, they call it. Right? You're pushing the problem down further and further and further. Mm-hmm. What supports the Earth in space? Well, it's the it's the elephants, the four elephants that the Earth is standing upon. Well, but what supports the elephants? Well, it's the turtle. And what supports the turtle? Well, it's turtles all the way down. But why do you need turtles at all? Why do you need elephants? Why can't the Earth support itself? See, science is playing the same game, but science is in denial that it's playing this game.
Mm-hmm. Of course, they must be.
You keep asking science what something is, and they'll always refer you to something else. It's going to be a pointer. It's a series of pointers. So it's like, what is a human? Well, it's just cells. What are cells? Oh, it's just molecules. What are molecules? It's just atoms. What are those? Well, it's just subatomic quarks. And what are those? Well, those are strings. And what are strings? Well, it's just equations. And what are equations? Well, those are thoughts in the mind. And what are thoughts in the mind? Well, those are just neurons. And what are neurons? Oh, it's just more cells. And but see, it's circular.
But see, yeah, exactly.
And you never understand what anything is through that process. Mm-hmm. And it's a great shame. So anyways, here's a quote from Arthur Eddington about this. He says, quote, "Our present conception of the physical world is hollow enough to hold anything.
Hollow.
What we are dragging to light as the basis of all phenomena is a scheme of symbols connected by mathematical equations. That is what physical reality boils down to when probed by the methods which a physicist can apply. A skeleton scheme of symbols proclaims its own hollowness. Mm-hmm. We have learnt that the exploration of the external world by the methods of the physical sciences leads not to a concrete reality, but a shadow world of symbols beneath which our methods are unadapted for penetrating. Mm-hmm. What do the symbols stand for? the mysterious reply is given that physics is indifferent to that. It has no means of probing beneath the symbolism. The Victorian physicist felt that he knew just what he was talking about when he used such terms as matter and atoms.
Sure.
Atoms were tiny billiard balls, a crisp statement that was supposed to tell you all about their nature in a way which could never be achieved for transcendental things like consciousness, beauty, or humor. But now we realize that science has nothing to say as to the intrinsic nature of the atom. The physical atom is, like everything else in physics, a schedule of pointer readings. In science, we study the linkage of pointer readings with pointer readings. The terms link together in endless cycles with the same inscrutable nature running through the whole. End quote. Now, the key mistake here is to think that, yes, this is how it is, Leo, and that's all that it could ever be.
Yes, I am influenced by Leo. I watched a lot of his videos. Yeah, of course. Of course. What could I not be influenced by? Why do you ask? Yes.
That's wrong. That's an assumption. That's a dogma. That's a methodological error. And it doesn't have to be that way. There's something deeper to reality than merely a cyclical network of pointer readings. You are acting so stupid as a scientist and as an academic that you have boiled reality down to your own mental symbols, models, and pointer readings, and you think that that's all there is.
Don't let them bully you. All right. Our entire society has been doing this. It makes a lot of sense as to why scientists would have this hierarchy, thinking that science is very much more important than any other. The symbolic, scientific, linear, logical thinking would be more important than actual reality. It makes a lot of sense why people would think this. Don't let him bully you, all right? You're not stupid, okay? You're okay. You're smart. You're a smart boy. It's okay.
That's not all there is. There's something very profound beyond that you're missing.
True.
And I'm trying to help to open your mind and your method to be able to access that which is beyond your pointer readings and your maps and your models and your language and your symbols and your thoughts. That's all we're doing here.
Our dear friend Leo.
Open your mind up beyond the pointer readings. But your mind is so arrogant and so dogmatic and so closed-minded that it refuses to open up to anything beyond that because it considers it pseudoscience. That's the word you invented to protect yourself against accessing reality beyond pointer readings.
Yeah, this unfortunate dismissal of everything non-science and calling it pseudoscience as if every other evaluation of the world is a poor attempt at science. What? How silly is that? They're just different ways of evaluating the world. They're not pseudoscience. They're just different. They're non-scientific. And we don't need to have science be the only way of evaluating the world. There's no hierarchy here putting science on the pedestal and everything else, looks up to it. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's not pseudoscience. It's something different. Other ways of investigating, evaluating.
Please understand this.
Seeing.
You have actually managed to demonize the territory.
Oh.
Because your methods can't access the territory directly, you've demonized the territory as unscientific, which is perhaps the greatest travesty and evil of science, is the demonization of the territory and any methods which grant access directly to the territory. That's the state of modern science. The next problem of science is the following. To validate any scientific claim requires that you use my method, not your method, to validate the claim. What this means is, here's how science really truly works. If I say that God exists, and the method for validating that God exists is that you must take your finger and stick it in your ass, then that is the method, and you must use that method to test my claim. You might think that's silly, And you might think that that's not valid science, but that in fact is valid science.
I mean, you might find the bliss of God deep in there. Oh yeah, it'll feel good. Why? Why, Leo? Why? Why? Yeah, it is the huge issue with science, right? To say that any other method is devalued or not valuable or not. Yes, yes. I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing.
Now, whether that will actually prove the existence of God, you don't know. You don't know until you actually stick your finger in your ass. It might prove it. It might not prove it. That's science.
You'll feel some things. They'll be nice.
Now, people misunderstand this point. So, for example, let me give you a more tangible example.
It's a very easy point to misunderstand.
Let's say that I make a scientific claim that ghosts exist. You say, okay, Leo, but show me the evidence. There's no evidence. I say, yes, there is evidence. The evidence is you must put on these glasses that I made and you will see a ghost.
Okay.
You say, no, Leo, that's not a legitimate method. You have no right to say that. You are actually being unscientific when you say that. To do true science, a person comes forward, makes a definitive empirical claim, such as ghosts exist. And then he says, you can test my claim. And then he gives you a method for how to test the claim. And his claim is that if you use this method, you will realize that ghosts exist. And then it's incumbent upon you, the scientist, to actually do the test and to figure out whether what he's saying is true or not.
Yeah, and also we want to make sure that when people say, when they make these claims, like ghosts exist, or some people might say other weird things, they might have precognition, they may have visions into their past lives, they may be able to levitate or read minds and, crazy stuff, breathe fire, I don't know. People say weird stuff. They might say these things, and that the language that they're using is language to describe some phenomena. Right, we want to get away from the baggage that we have towards this language, because sometimes people are just squeamish about certain words, right? If somebody told me that they saw a ghost, I'm a little bit squeamish. Whoa, ghost? Ghosts don't exist. I heard that in my biology class. I don't know. Ghosts don't exist, right? They're not real. I've been culturally programmed to think that, so I'm a little squeamish about the term. But then you want to get away from your squeamishness of the definition of that term, the sort of, what do you call this? There's a word that we use. Did I buy a new webcam? What? No? Does it look good or worse? You want to get away from that sort of baggage because this is an interpretation of some particular phenomena. So get closer to the phenomena. What was the phenomena? What did you see? What happened? Oh, thanks. What was the thing that happened? And then we can investigate if that phenomena exists, and we can decide if we want to name it a ghost, or we can decide if we want to name it God, or if we can decide if we want to name it whatever else afterwards. But let's not forget that there are just different ways, different cultures, different people have different baggage or different squeamishness levels around certain terminology. So when somebody says that they see ghosts, there is some phenomena happening, and they maybe think that there's some ontology, ghost actually there in the way that you might think of a ghost that does not exist, or they might just mean that something different. What matters is they're experiencing some phenomena. We can investigate that phenomena. We don't need to be caught up in the language or the words.
That's science.
That's science.
If you deny his claim and you refuse to use his method, and you insist that your method must be used, that is not legitimate science. See, a lot of people get this wrong. They think that if somebody comes forward and makes a claim about nature, that then they get to choose what method is used to validate or invalidate that claim. This is false. So, for example, if I tell you that there are 4 moons orbiting around Jupiter. Now, there's more, but let's say you can only see 4 of them through a telescope. So I say there are 4 moons orbiting around Jupiter. That's my scientific claim. And I'm using this particular telescope to see those 4 moons. Now, you can validate what I'm saying is true by taking this telescope and looking up there in that location in the sky, and you will see these 4 moons. That's the science. Now you say, no, you know what? I don't like your idea of a telescope. So instead of a telescope, I'm going to use a binocular. I think a binocular is good enough. And so you take a binocular, you look up there, and you don't find the 4 moons. And you say, well, Leo, I looked up there with my binocular. I didn't find your 4 moons. So therefore, they aren't real. You're a liar. And what you're talking about is pseudoscience. But you see, I didn't tell you that you could use a binocular. I told you that you could use a telescope. And that's an important difference. You don't get to choose the method. I get to choose the method. You must use my method. Get that. This is crucial.
Very important.
This is a huge mistake that scientists make. Because, you see, within science, there's a collection of methods and instruments that are considered legitimate and valid, and then there's a collection which are not considered legitimate and not considered valid. But every method and instrument must be tested to see whether it truly is or isn't valid. Now, I'm not claiming here that ghosts actually exist. I'm using that just as an example. These are just examples. These are just thought experiments for you. Contemplate these things for yourself. Test whether what I'm saying is actually true. You don't have to believe me. Test.
Don't believe.
Again, I am making a scientific claim that all of the points that I'm making throughout this whole series of episodes, that all of these points are true if you contemplate them for yourself independently. Again, that's a scientific claim, and I'm giving you a scientific method. The method is contemplation. Now you might say, oh, Leo, but I don't believe in the method of contemplation. Well, that's your fucking problem, and you're not being scientific.
Jesus.
You might say, well, Leo, science is empirical. Science doesn't depend upon contemplation.
Assumptions.
Again, that's your methodological problem. I am making a very specific scientific claim. I am making scientific points here. But these points you're not going to find in a book. And you're not going to find them out in nature. You must contemplate them. You must also contemplate what contemplation is. Because you don't know what contemplation even is. That's half your problem right there.
What do we know? Leo, what do we know? All right, don't let him bully you again. All right, he's being mean. But he's right. You got to think about stuff. Contemplate. Meditate. You got to do things in different ways than the way that you're doing things. Because when you do things differently, you can investigate them differently. Betterly, differently. And there are whole different swaths of ways to investigate the world that are completely foreign to our typical narrow scientific view. And they have been very well fleshed out. And they are being completely ignored for some odd reason. It's not that odd, but some reason. Because the investigation styles are different and they don't quite jive with each other. One seems to invalidate the other. If you try to shoehorn the investigating style of contemplation into the narrow confines of the investigation style of physics, rationality and such, this is an issue. But don't let them bully you. You're not stupid. But it is your problem. Such strong language, though. Not necessary.
For example, I'll give you a radical scientific claim.
Okay.
See, people accuse me of being so abstract that the things I'm talking about have no real world significance, but they do. Look, here's a very clear-cut empirical scientific claim. I claim that you're not a human. Do you believe me? It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, because science doesn't depend upon belief. At least it shouldn't. I claim that you're not a human, and I claim, furthermore, that that is a scientific statement.
Okay.
I claim that it's possible for you to become an inanimate object, like, for example, it's possible for you to become a coffee table rather than a human. This is possible.
Easy.
Actually possible.
Okay.
How? Here's the method. But of course, You're not going to agree with my method.
Let's hear the method.
Smoke 1 gram of salvia,
Ooh.
60x extract. Not all at once. You don't need to smoke 1 gram in one hit. I mean, over the course of weeks and months.
Okay.
You can spread it out. You don't need to smoke the whole gram at once. But
Don't do drugs,
smoke it in sufficient quantities. Maybe, I don't know, 20 milligrams at a time, 50 milligrams at a time. You have to find your proper dose. But if you smoke sufficient amount of salvia, you can become a coffee table. And you will realize you're not a human. Now you say to me, oh, Leo, that's just salvia. That's just some bullshit psychedelic thing. It's just hallucination. It's not real. It's not real science. Again, what did I tell you? You have to use my method, not your method. Mm-hmm. Furthermore, you have to actually do the experiment rather than prejudging it. Ooh. You see, that's another key mistake that scientifically minded people make, is they think that I can judge the method and its results before I actually try it, therefore I don't even need to try it. Mm-hmm. But that's not science, that's just fucking ignorance and dogma. That's just begging the question. You can do this experiment.
Easily done.
Now you might say, oh yeah, but that's dangerous. It might ruin my brain, might ruin my mind. Yes. You could kill yourself. Salvia is a very dangerous psychedelic. It's one of the most dangerous psychedelics. You could easily take salvia and kill yourself because it interferes with your motor control. You could take salvia, jump out of a fucking window,
Please don't do drugs,
10-story window and kill yourself. Yes, you can. But when has science not been dangerous? Is building a nuclear reactor safe? The early pioneers of radiation all died of radiation poisoning. Yeah, that doesn't invalidate the science.
Want to hide behind safety when it challenges your foundations of your worldview. Seems like this will work you can't hear, unfortunately. This is where a lot of people are at. If something challenges your worldview, then you want to make excuses. I mean, there are reasons why you don't want to do it, because it challenges your worldview, really. And you can make a lot of excuses about it. Survival. It's difficult. Time.
Just because something is dangerous, just because it's difficult to do, just because you don't want to do it, just because it's inconvenient for you, has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. Mm-hmm. You see?
I do.
That's the difficulty of science. The reason science is so challenging is because it is dangerous. To send a man to Mars, to explore Mars and to do research on Mars is extremely dangerous. There's a very high probability that the first 10 or 20 people who live on Mars will die of a horrible death because their equipment will malfunction, because a rocket will explode, because of some oxygen leak, or
muscular
whatever.
Dystrophy or decay or whatever that's called.
Yeah, that's science. But that's precisely what makes science valuable, is that you're making these discoveries which would be dangerous for most other people to make. See, that's why we build up this repository of knowledge, which gets turned into belief systems. Because the convenient things about beliefs is that, well, beliefs can be very dangerous, but you can believe things, about the nature of reality without having to go and directly test them yourself. Mm-hmm. You believe that plutonium is radioactive and that you shouldn't come near it and that it might kill you. A large quantity of plutonium would be very dangerous. You believe that. Now, do you know? Have you tested it personally? No, of course not. It's too dangerous to test personally. People have died testing that. Our ancestors have died to test that. But for you, that's now just become a belief.
No, he has not answered any of my questions.
So, there you go. I made a very practical claim for you. Feel free to test it. Now, if you don't want to test it, or you're too afraid to test it, at least be honest about that. Ooh. Don't blame me.
Be honest.
Don't create excuses about how I am being unscientific and I'm being irrational. Admit to yourself that you're too scared and that you're not really a scientist and that you're not really interested in truth or in science. You're interested in defending your ideas. You're interested in survival and you're interested in being comfortable. You're interested in living your comfortable little life. In which case, you're not a true scientist. In which case, what are we talking about? We shouldn't be having this conversation because you're not interested in truth. You see, I'm talking to people who are actually interested in truth and actually interested in science. Those people will be willing to take some risks to understand and to validate certain things that are said, like what I said with salvia.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Is what I call the black hole problem.
Okay, what's that?
This is a term that I coined, the black hole problem. Basically what it means is it means the following. So let's say that you do take me up on this challenge, the salvia challenge.
Okay.
And you're a scientist. Let's say you're a scientist at MIT, a physicist or something. And all of your colleagues, of course, believe that they're human. And they believe that you're human. This is just a belief they hold. And they will argue this is a scientific belief that you're human. But let's say you do take this salvia and then you realize that you're not human. You become a coffee table for for a few minutes, then you come back, you become human again. So you realize that your human form is just imaginary and it's just temporary. Now all of a sudden, now you validated something very radical that's outside of the mainstream scientific paradigm of your colleagues.
How do you express this? How do
Now
help other
you
people
encounter the black hole problem.
How?
You have now, through direct experience, become fully convinced that you're not human. But this is such a massive discovery, you want to share it with all your colleagues. But then you discover that every colleague you share it with, they don't believe you. They think you've lost your mind. You tell them, we're not human. And they tell you, what, are you crazy? Of course we're human. Why are you being so unscientific, saying that we're not human? Every scientist knows that we're human. That's just a scientific fact. And you tell them, no, you don't understand. That's just an assumption. That's just an assumption. You got to actually do the experiment. Do the experiment I did. Do what Leo said. Go do a gram of salvia over a period of a month, and you'll become a coffee table, and you'll realize that you're not human. And they, of course, laugh at you, and they say, well, those are just hallucinations. That's not real science. That's some sort of hippie nonsense. No serious scientist would consider salvia to be genuine science. See, and then you're stuck in the black hole problem. The black hole problem, what it means is it's sort of like, the reason I call it that is because I see it in my mind. I visualize it as you enter a black hole, and the amazing thing about a black hole is that it sucks all light and all objects into it because it's so dense, such that you can't communicate any information outside the black hole. If you get sucked into a black hole, assuming you could survive, which you probably couldn't, but let's say you could magically survive and you could explore the interior of a black hole, and you might discover some amazing stuff inside that black hole. Who knows what's in there, right? But then you'd want to communicate that information to the outside world, to us humans, so that we could know what is inside of a black hole. We don't know. How would you do that? Well, of course, you couldn't, because any signal that you send out of a black hole will get sucked back into the black hole. Because the definition of a black hole is that light can't escape its gravitational pull, and any signal you send is going to be traveling at the speed of light at best. So if you
there is some gravitational radiation.
You try to send out some radio waves, that's light. Electromagnetic radiation. Any radio waves you send out will get sucked back into the black hole, and you won't be able to communicate what you see inside. So a similar phenomena happens within epistemology with the human mind. Once your worldview is radically expanded through some sort of experience like with salvia, you realize, for example, that you're not human, and that the idea that you're human is just an idea. It's not actually true, and it's not scientific at all. You can't communicate it to anybody else unless they have that experience themselves.
It's a sad state to be in.
In the same way that you can't communicate to another human being that there are moons orbiting around Jupiter if that human being is unwilling to look through a telescope.
I've fallen into the black hole, and I've tried to send messages out. Occasionally, I still do. Occasionally I do. And it's sad. Sad, of course. And this problem is more foundational, I think, than he lets on. He's saying that you can use the methods of somebody else, and you'll open up your worldview and get into it. You'll see the way that they see it. No, not true. Not at all. Not even close. You might see something that they might see, and you can sort of conceptually try to make them similar enough and say that they're the same thing. They aren't. This black hole problem is pervasive, ever pervasive, and it goes to every single experience that you ever had. Even you start to see that the assumptions that you've had before and the worldview that you thought you had before, that you did have before, and you thought that the worldview you had was aligned with other people's worldviews, they actually weren't aligned. There was just a lot of everyone's being nice at the edges and saying that they're the same. They aren't, unfortunately. We're all stuck in a black hole, and nobody can get any message out. But maybe you become aware that you're in a black hole. You'll think that we're in the same black hole. We're not. Ever pervasive
because
problem.
The only
here.
way you can know that there are moons around Jupiter is by looking through a telescope.
Mm-hmm.
So unless they're willing to open their mind to your method, you're stuck in a black hole. The only way a human can know what's inside of a black hole is to enter that black hole for themselves.
Yep.
And every human has to enter the black hole for themselves.
They'll never be able to escape.
Just because one human did it, he can't pass that information back out. The second human has to come in. And of course, he also can't pass it back. And so this keeps happening and happening and happening and happening. So what might happen is that you're trying to convince your MIT colleagues that they're not humans. Maybe you find one colleague out of all 100 colleagues, you find one colleague who is a little bit open-minded, and finally you convince him through much argumentation and much convincing, and maybe using some of the methodological points that I made about epistemology and metaphysics from these episodes. Maybe you finally convince him, like, okay, fine, I'll try this salvia. It sounds stupid, but I'll try it. And so he tries it, and he realizes, holy shit, I'm not human. And now there's two of you who understand that you're not human. But that doesn't change anything.
Nothing at all.
Because there's still 98 of your colleagues who think that they are human. So you two now go and try to convince a third person to try salvia. And that's going to be, you have to do the whole process all over again to convince a third person. Mm-hmm. He has to try it, he has to get it. Now there's 3 of you. Mm-hmm. Now there's still 97 of the other ones who think that they're human. You see, and so now it turns into the culture war. This is what scientific consensus, this is the whole problem of scientific consensus, is that it's not enough to know the truth. Knowing the truth, as I said in part 2, is the easy part. The hard part is convincing all of your colleagues of the truth. The hard part is getting your colleagues to realize the truth for themselves. That's the really hard part. That requires, in many cases, direct experience, which they are unwilling to have. That requires them opening their mind to new methods of investigating reality to which they're not open to. Methods that they consider pseudoscience or hogwash or crack pottery. This black hole problem is a very serious problem. Contemplate this problem for yourself to understand why science is so retarded. And yeah, I use that word deliberately. Science is retarded, literally retarded.
I don't know if this is TOS. Is this TOS? He means that it's being slowed down. I think he means it in a very specific type of way, in the way that you retard fire. You slow down progression. That's what he means. He doesn't mean he's not like insulting mentally. Hopefully that's not TOS. I don't think so. Yes. Okay.
Closed-mindedness and unwillingness to deeply contemplate metaphysical and epistemic issues that I've been discussing here. The next problem is that there is no distinction between hard and soft sciences.
Not TOS. So
there's this idea that all
perfect.
of science can be boiled down to something as hard and tangible as physics.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, like we already said, even physics isn't really so hard because it doesn't actually answer any substantive questions about the nature of reality. All it does is just play with symbols and pointer readings and various models. So even physics is not as hard as you think it is. It's a game of avoiding the real issues. Um, but see, physics is a very artificial example because physics, contrary to popular belief, physics is actually like the easiest science to do.
Mm-hmm.
The hard sciences are actually the easiest sciences. It's the softer sciences which are the harder ones.
Soft or hard.
When you're studying human psychology,
Less things are
that's
defined.
hard. When you're studying atoms, that's easy. You think, building a particle collider is hard? Yeah, I mean, it's hard, of course. Costs billions of dollars. But in the end, that's easy. Easy. Cake compared to studying human psychology and understanding what drives human behavior. That's way more complex. And it's equally valid as a science. There's this sort of mistake that many scientists and rational people, these sort of overly rational people, they get stuck in this idea that everything can be boiled down to just physics. Again, it's the reductionism problem we talked about in part 1 and part 2. But there's this sort of idea that the hard sciences are more real and more objective than the soft sciences. Mm-hmm. And therefore, sciences like psychology, sociology, anthropology, even political science, these things, oftentimes, they're ridiculed in universities as not even being real sciences. It's like the real sciences are considered to be mathematics, physics, chemistry, even biology. Some people will say it's kind of like a bullshit. There's more room for bullshit there. It's more fuzzy. But again, this is a methodological bias. You see, there's nothing in the universe that says that atoms are more real or more primary than human psychology or than sociology or than political science. The idea that, but Leo, human psychology can just be boiled down to atoms, or that, political science, all of it is just atoms and physics.
Can be. It's the filter you have, though.
This is a myth.
This is your lens.
This is a convenient myth
bringing everything
that
back
was
to
invented
physics
by physicists in order to justify, of course, that physics is superior to all the other sciences.
Yep. Physics is the foundation of our reality if you have that lens. And your mind is the foundation of reality if you have that lens. And of course, politics is the foundation if you have that lens. And language is the foundation if you have a different lens. You can change it as you like, based on whatever lens you want to put on top of it. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Which, of course, is complete self-bias. Mm-hmm. The only reason you think that is because, again, all you have is a hammer and everything looks like a nail. Likewise, mathematicians also fall into this trap. They tend to want to reduce all of reality down to math.
Mm-hmm. Equations.
And they think, political science can just be boiled down to statistics, and then human psychology can just be boiled down to some sort of equations or something. And that really, it's math that is the true science. No, it's not.
What's the foundation, Leo?
If you think that math is some sort of ultimate explainer of reality, that's only because that's the method you're good at. That's the method you were taught, and you know no other method.
Yes.
Again,
yes.
When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yes.
So there's distinction between hard and soft sciences. This is pure myth, pure fantasy. There is no such distinction. And in fact, some of the most important sciences are the soft sciences. They're some of the most difficult sciences to do. They require a very, very intuitive, holistic mind. Whereas in physics, you can be kind of very autistic when you're doing physics.
Jesus.
You can be very, analytical.
Yes.
With how you do physics, but even there, of course, not fully.
It's funny because he's kind of doing the same. He's almost exactly doing the same thing that he's dismissing or criticizing. Right. The idea that there is no distinction between hard and soft sciences. There are distinctions between hard and soft sciences. But what Leo is saying specifically is if you look at higher resolution, there is no distinction. The distinction is in this low resolution view of the world, which is, the typical view that most people have, most scientists I will say have. This resolution sees that, but in a higher resolution, that distinction doesn't exist. And the higher resolution is a better resolution. That's what he's saying. That's sort of the baggage or to get to the abstracted layer of what he's saying, to get rid of all the content of, that's the structure of the argument that he's making. And that's the same thing that physicists do, right? They say, Like biology, I mean, yeah, sort of, but you can boil biology down to chemistry. So chemistry is really, that's chemistry. But then you can boil down chemistry to physics. So yeah, chemistry, not physics. That's it. And it's the same issue. You have a higher resolution. And you're saying that the highest resolution is the more important resolution. And of course, the higher resolution in the way that you care to increase your resolution, you care to increase your resolution only in the sense of physics, in the physical reality. You can increase your resolution in the sense of mental, cognitive, not even cognitive, but experiential things or whatever. So Leo's increasing resolution experientially and saying there's no distinction between hard and soft sciences. And then he's going on about this. Soft sciences they're valuable too because they're difficult. That's not the way, but whatever. He's doing that, and that's the same thing that the physicists are doing. So be careful there. Be careful there. Higher resolution is not always better. It's not necessarily better.
But when you're dealing with the soft sciences, you have to really expand your definitions of what science is in order to approach these softer aspects of reality.
Yep.
And just because the aspect of reality is soft or emotional or fuzzy doesn't make it any less real.
It doesn't.
The fuzzy, soft stuff is as real as the hardest physical stuff.
And unfortunately, there's just this weird sort of bias, even with the definition of hard and soft science, right? Emotions can be very, very, very precise, and your experience can be very, very precisely defined. And that can be extremely hard in that sense, right? It can be very, very, very technical and very, 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 very. I'll just stick with precise. You can do it very precisely. And the issue is that the people who are defining hard and soft sciences are just bad at emotions or bad at the sort of broader view, which is what he's talking about right now. It's getting beyond the sort of very, very technical definitions of what particles are in physics, and it makes it very, very easy, clear to understand, super logical, whatever. And since these guys don't have a very good understanding of emotions, they say that, well, the emotions are fuzzy. No, you're just not good at it. You can get more precision. You can get more clarity with your emotions. Do that better. And then you'll say that once you do that, you can have this framework of saying that the emotional field is the real, that's the hard field, and the logic, that's the fuzzy, that's the soft field, because that boils down ultimately to your emotions. You see the issue here. It depends on what your lens is. Silliness. Such a silliness. We got to get over that language issue.
It's just a different kind of real.
Yes.
And you have to be careful with your method being too biased towards the hard stuff as opposed to the soft stuff. Because if you were truly being neutral, as you should as a scientist, then you should not put anything on a pedestal above anything else. You shouldn't put atoms on a pedestal above human psychology or human emotions or political science or anthropology or whatever. Because all of these soft things are just as real as atoms. And in fact, I can make a case that they're more real than atoms.
Yep.
Atoms are a fiction. Atoms are completely imaginary according to quantum mechanics.
Yeah, you can very easily just change the foundational lens and completely make everything mind created or emotional created or whatever the heck. Yep. Super easy to do.
As are strings, as are quarks, and anything else that you want to ground reality in, it's all imaginary. There's nothing hard about it. This is a myth.
Yep.
Of course, there's also no distinction possible between the natural, the supernatural, the normal, and the paranormal. This is a huge delusion within modern science.
Again, there is no distinction at the highest resolution in terms of experience. But again, we don't want to be tripped up by a particular high resolution in the same way that the physicists are. Okay.
The term supernatural and paranormal, these are completely relative terms. And these terms change with the times. And science is constantly moving the goalposts with these terms.
Okay.
What's considered normal today and natural today, and what's considered supernatural and paranormal today, this will all change 100 years from now. So, for example, you might consider that a ghost is supernatural and paranormal, and therefore it can't exist, because everything, according to science, has to be natural and material and normal.
Mm-hmm.
But then, let's say, using some new technology, science is actually able to see ghosts and study ghosts. And so they do 100 years from now, let's say. They're going to study these ghosts until they reach a point of scientific consensus where people agree, okay, ghosts exist and we can study them, we can capture them, put them in a cage,
Yep.
Using a vacuum cleaner or whatever.
Now you expand the definition of material.
At some point, people will get so used to ghosts being real that nobody will question the legitimacy of ghosts. And at that point, ghosts will not be considered supernatural or paranormal. They will just be considered normal and natural. And then some other thing, like unicorns, will be considered supernatural and paranormal until you discover a unicorn. And then, again, the unicorn will be labeled as natural and normal.
Mm-hmm.
This has been happening throughout all of human history. So when scientifically minded people deny certain phenomena because they seem supernatural or paranormal, this is a pure mind game. These are labels of demonization that the mind invents in order to deny certain categories of reality.
Tragic.
There is no definition of what is normal and what is paranormal.
No solid, unchangeable definition. Mm-hmm.
Basically, what a scientist means when they say that something is supernatural or paranormal is what they mean by that is that it's
I don't understand it, essentially.
So outside of the current conceptions and paradigms of science that it can't be real, because our current paradigm forbids such a thing from existing. That's essentially what supernatural and paranormal mean. But of course, as the paradigm of science expands, the notions of what is supernatural and paranormal will completely change, and that which used to be considered supernatural and paranormal will cease being so and will become scientific. There is no distinction possible between science and pseudoscience.
At the high resolution.
For this same reason. Because to know the difference between science and pseudoscience, you have to do science. That's what science is about.
Mm-hmm.
You can't assume ahead of time what is pseudoscience. For example, at one point in human history not that long ago, X-rays were considered pseudoscience. X-rays were considered hocus pocus. Today, they're considered totally normal, totally natural. Today, you go to the dentist, and when he, scans your teeth with the X-ray, you hardly even bat an eye. But if that happened to you 100 years ago, 200 years ago, you might have considered this dentist a quack and a charlatan and some sort of witch doctor. There is, in fact, no distinction between technology and magic. Technology is just magic that you've become so used to and that you understand how it works. Therefore, you just call it technology and you take it for granted. Whereas magic is simply any aspect of reality which you don't understand the mechanics of how it works. And therefore, to you, it seems magical. That's it. That's all it is. If you took a modern day cell phone back to ancient Greek times, they would have thought that you're a witch, that you're a sorcerer, and that you have some sort of magical device. And they wouldn't have considered it technology, they would have considered it magic. Likewise, if somebody came from the future to today's time and, had a teleporter machine or time travel technology or faster than light technology or whatever, even, a computer that's going to exist 100 years from now, if that computer was brought into today's time, we would consider it pure magic, and our scientists would not know how it works. For example, if we discovered an alien spacecraft on Mars and we brought it back to Earth, we would basically consider it magic because the technology would be so advanced we wouldn't understand how it works. It would be equivalent to magic. And it would seem very mysterious and maybe even supernatural and paranormal, because it would be so weird and so different from what we're used to. You see, you have to understand that very much what science considers natural, physical, and normal is simply anything that we're very used to. This is completely relative. These terms are virtually meaningless. They change every century. Another problem for science is that science misunderstands objectivity and subjectivity. Science pretends as though it knows what these words mean. It doesn't. Science pretends as though it is objective, and it tries to avoid the subjective. Because by definition, science is supposed to be objective, therefore it's supposed to not be subjective. But of course, the absurd contradiction here is that all of science is subjective. All of science is happening within your subjective consciousness. The only place that science exists is inside of your mind. Science does not exist anywhere else. And by definition, your mind is subjective. You are the subject that is doing the science. So science has this whole paradigm completely backwards. Science believes that we have an objective reality within which we have local bubbles of subjectivity. And that what science is interested in is not studying the bubbles of subjectivity, but it's studying the larger bubble of the objective reality. That's how science frames it. Actually, the truth is that it's completely the opposite. What is actually going on is that all there is one bubble of subjectivity. There is only subjectivity. Reality is only subjectivity. There's nothing objective about it. Within the bubble of subjectivity, your personal subjectivity as a scientist or as a thinking being, within that bubble of subjectivity, you carve out a smaller bubble, which you call objectivity, into which you place all of your scientific beliefs and ideas. And then you call that objective. And you believe that this bubble is larger than the subjective bubble. And you play this game that you are actually objective when in fact you're completely subjective. And what you call objectivity is just a partition within the larger bubble of pure subjectivity, which you cannot escape. There is no escaping subjectivity because reality is nothing but subjectivity. That's not a belief. It's not an ideology. That's the nature of consciousness. Speaking of which, science has a very serious problem with consciousness. Science doesn't understand what consciousness is.
Everything is subjective. I'm not sure I agree with this. I'm sure I don't agree with this. I wouldn't want to make the same error. The error being that objectivity is like the foundation here. Physics and science outside of us is the actual reality, and everything that we experience is not the reality. Where Leo's doing the opposite. A lot of people do the opposite, sort of everything is mind created, everything is in your perceptual experience, and that's reality. And we can ground everything back to your experience. I understand this in the experiential sense. If you're using an experiential lens and you're only or if your primary mode of investigation is experience, then yes, everything is experience, and it grounds down on that. Everything is subjective, and your objective, whatever worldview, is within your subjective worldview. But the same issue happens with objectivity, right? If you try to ground everything down to objects, external science, physics, whatever, then everything is objective. Everything is done through some kind of lens. Yes, yeah, precisely that. So you can do it all, you can say that it's all necessarily subjective, or you can say it's all necessarily objective. I think both of those are not, they're not some sort of ultimate truth in the sense that it seems that Leo tries to get to, some sort of ultimate truth. It's just, if you're investigating the world with particles or physics or whatever, you'll get to physics and particles, and that'll be the foundation. And then you'll say, physics, the mind people will say, well, it's all your experiences. right? And then the physics people will say, well, your experiences come from physics, right? And it's just like, yeah, where do you ground it? You ground it on whichever one you say you like. This is saying that the objective is a subject, isn't saying that everything is objective, a subjective thing. No, I don't think so. No. Right? So this is the issue, right? You might say that everything is necessarily grounded in some sort of subjective experience. That's just if you're looking at experiences. The physics people will just say your subjective experiences come from particles, come from neurons or whatever. And the only recourse is to say, no, that's not true. Look at your experience. It doesn't come from neurons. It comes from your experience. Yeah, if you're looking at experiences, it's going to end at experiences. And if you're looking at particles, it's going to end at particles. Depends on how you're looking at it. But you're looking at it. Yeah, but you're looking at it with particles. You see how there's no real ending. You can look at it in whichever lens and it'll end in that way. And it just kind of, based on however which one you like, is like the end of it. So I don't think that the subjective is whatever. Particles is a subjective thing, exactly, right? If you're stuck in the subjective lens, if you're stuck in the lens of, your experience is the foundation, then yeah, everything is subjective. But if you're stuck in the lens of particles are the foundation, then no, right? Your subjective, whatever, is particles. You think you're seeing something, but it's particles interacting with each other. And you can just fight nonstop, but there's no end to it. Because neither is right. You get what I'm saying? I think you get what I'm saying. You can understand how, if you're talking to a normal sort of scientifically minded person, or rationalist, materialist kind of person, rather, they'll just say, your subjective experience is particles interacting with each other. And you just go back and forth. Your particles are subjective. No, your subjective experience of particles. And there's no end. You can't really, it's just whichever one you like the most. Yeah, you can only claim that your experience is particles through subjective experience. But you can only have a subjective experience through particles, right? Do you see how stupid this? No offense. Okay. You see how it goes, right? You can only have a subjective experience through particles. You can't have a subjective experience without physics. So physics is the foundation. But you can't have physics without subjective experiences. So subjective experience is the foundation. And you don't get anywhere. And it's just based on whoever like holds the position strongest, I guess, or whatever. And you kind of just end where like the person who liked subjective experiences is going to be stuck with theirs, and the person who liked physics is going to be stuck with theirs. Neither. There's no foundation. Don't look for that foundation. The subjective is not within the objective necessarily, and the objective is not within the subjective necessarily. It's not like a necessary. This is how I'm seeing it here. There's no necessary foundation. But if whatever lens you want to look at it through, you'll find an endpoint, because that's an issue with the lens, I think.
Not only does it not understand, using its current paradigm and methods, it will never understand what consciousness is. Science, in its current form, is incapable of accounting for consciousness. This is a huge problem for science that almost no scientist understands the scope and significance of. They treat this problem as though it's like, well, yeah, of course, Leo, we don't understand.
But if we claim anything, it becomes subjective. If you're claiming it, you're using physics to do it, right? Particles are doing it because identification is required. Is it? No. You have like material reductionists. I don't know what the phrase is. There's a reductionism. I don't know what the phrase is. There's reductionism where you just dismiss consciousness. Consciousness isn't real. There's no identification. When you're saying identification, you mean there's like baggage behind the term identification, right? As if you need a subjective experience to do it. But obviously you wouldn't dispute that computers could do it without a subjective experience. Of course, we'd have to be outside looking at the computers, but get beyond that. Computers can do it by themselves without actually having some sort of conscious experience in the way that we think of conscious experience. Well, okay, yeah, sure, they can act it out, but they wouldn't be actually doing it because, there's baggage behind the term identification. Yeah, well, just remove that baggage. We just get rid of consciousness. Consciousness doesn't exist. This is where the physicists, reductionists might go. And that's totally fine. There's no consciousness. No such thing. Consciousness isn't real. And I think that's totally consistent, totally fine. It's completely arbitrary. In the same way, you can go back and say it's only consciousness and science isn't real. Okay, that's totally fine too. Neither of these positions are more correct. Correct isn't the right word, but I think you get what I mean here. There's no, one of them isn't higher on a hierarchy than the other. It just depends on how you're looking at it. If you want to look through a physical lens, you see physics and you end at physics. And you kind of dismiss consciousness. Or you can look at the consciousness lens and you dismiss physics. I think either is fine. But you have to experience it. Yeah, but your experiences come from physics. But you have to, but, there's no end.
What consciousness is, but that's because consciousness is just this fluffy, fuzzy thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very subjective. It's difficult to understand. It's probably just an illusion. It's not very important. It's just neurons and stuff. So it's not part of physics, and therefore we don't really need to worry about it. We'll figure it out. You know, future scientists in 100 years, they'll figure it out. No, they won't.
No, they
not
won't.
within the current paradigm of science.
Mm-hmm.
A totally new paradigm is necessary. Science thinks that consciousness is sort of like a secondary or even a tertiary feature of reality. It's not prime, it's not foundational, it's not central to reality. This is completely wrong. Consciousness is exactly the opposite. Consciousness is the most fundamental layer of reality. Consciousness is more fundamental than atoms, quarks, strings, mathematics, science, or anything else. All of those things are happening within consciousness. And there is nothing outside of consciousness because consciousness is infinite. You are consciousness. You are conscious right now of science, of the things that I'm saying. The only reason we can have a discussion about science is because you're conscious.
Is that true?
If you weren't conscious, there would be no science. There is no science. There is no reality outside of consciousness. And you can become directly conscious of this. But scientists are in denial about that.
I want to emphatically disagree for all the reasons I just talked about. What else I'm eating? So I won't so emphatically disagree. But I disagree wholeheartedly. It's not like consciousness is the end of the road. Like we figured it out. Consciousness is it. That's it. That's the foundation of reality. No. It's just because you're looking at consciousness. You're only using consciousness as your experiential tool, I suppose, or your experimental tool. Actually, reality is created by science. Yes. All hail the science. There's no foundational reality. It's all created by numbers, sure. It's all created by superstrings, okay, whatever. It's all created by your mind, whatever. It's all created by whatever you want to call it. There's no foundation. You can look at it from any lens and you'll end up where you started. That's just your lens, true. So, of course, like the issue is there's no, I guess I should more clearly explain other than saying that it should be frustrating between the two parties here. There's no field outside of experience and outside of the scientific materialistic paradigm, which encompasses both and has some sort of like evaluative tool to figure it out. Which one's the ending? Which one's the foundation? Right? Do you get what I'm saying here? So what we need is like we have reality. We've got multiple models of reality, and we've got something outside of all of these that can look and then evaluate which one is the foundation of reality. But you're trying to evaluate what the evaluative tool is, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like if you're evaluating it, you're saying, well, since you're evaluating, that proves that that's the foundation of reality. You can't look at the evaluation to evaluate reality. The meta thing doesn't work here. There's nothing outside of the reality to evaluate the reality to tell you which one is the foundation. There is no foundation because of that. That's the reason. To define the foundation, you need to have something outside of it to define it. Am I making sense here? I'm not sure if I am, but that's sort of the idea.
Huge problem for science is that science hinges upon. Excuse me.
No worries.
Let me get a drink here. Science hinges upon human neurology.
Yep. Big mystery cake can be tested anyway. Yep. Taste it anyway. Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Science is in denial that all of science is relative to human neurology. What I'm saying is that if you would change the neurology of the human brain, all of your science would change. None of your science would stay the same. In a sense, what science is studying is not the laws of the material universe. What science is really studying is the specific neurology of human consciousness. So all of the physical laws, all of the work that Newton and Einstein has done, all of mathematics, all of logic, all of chemistry, all of cosmology, you think that this is all a study of the external material world. It's not. All it is it's a mapping and a study of human neurology. That's it. Which, of course, makes science completely subjective and relative.
And let's remember that the exact opposite would be true too. If you change physics, it'll change human neurology. It'll change your subjective experience, right? So there's not really a good argument because it works for both sides. And the reason why it works for both sides is because we just talked about it. Can you have the cake and taste it at the same time? Oh, can you conceptualize and experience at the same time? It depends on what you mean by experience and if your experience is clouded by the conceptions. But you can in some sense. I think generally we have a hierarchy putting concepts above the experience. So then we couldn't. And of course, I don't have like a super precise vision of my own experience. So it may be like you can only have the experience and then directly afterwards you have the concept after the experience. You can only experience one thing at a time in that sense. But I think in the normal, typical sense of what the word experience means, you can conceptualize an experience at the same time-ish, as long as you don't have one cloud the other. As long as there's no hierarchy dismissing one or the other. I think it's a claim.
To human neurology. You change the neurology, the whole universe changes.
Change
Science
the whole universe.
is in deep
neurology
denial
changes.
about this. See, no physicist wants to admit that he spent his whole life studying human neurology without realizing it. He wants to believe that he's actually been studying something outside of human neurology.
Silliness.
Which leads us to the ultimate problem of science. I call this the self-reference problem for science. This is the strange loop of science. Go see my episode called Reality is a Strange Loop to understand that concept from Douglas Hofstadter. I'm borrowing that concept from him. Very powerful concept of a strange loop. All right, so look at how it works. Here's the self-reference problem of science. Science is being done within consciousness. It can only be done within consciousness. Science is trying to explain itself, but it can't explain itself because the very method it's trying to use is like trying to get an eyeball to look at itself, or it's like trying to get a knife to cut itself. You can't use a knife to cut a knife.
Yep.
At least not the same knife, because you can't turn the blade in on itself. But because reality is one, as we talked about in part 2, because reality is a singular thing, and science is part of reality, science is trying to sort of reach around and grab itself, but it can't, in the same way that a snake can't eat itself by its own tail. So
Yep. This is exactly what I was talking about just a second ago. I mean, I guess it's a self-referential problem, right? You can't have an evaluative system that applies to certain specific things. That evaluative system doesn't apply to itself, right? You don't ask if basketball won the basketball game. Basketball doesn't play basketball. Players play basketball. You ask about players, and you evaluate the players with basketball. You don't evaluate basketball with basketball. You don't evaluate reality with reality. Reality isn't real. It's a category error. These things can be real, and unfortunately, we don't have a name for things that could be real. Like unicorns could be real, but they're not real. And this stuff is real, could be real, and is real. But there's stuff that cannot be real, which is like reality. Because you cannot excuse me, you cannot evaluate reality with reality. You're thinking of one right now. Yeah, I mean, real in that sense, sure. If you go by experience or whatever, you can say it's real. Yeah, okay. Let's get fancy with it. What I'm saying is there are things that can be real and these are things that cannot be real. And I'm saying real in the typical physical sense. There's a layer of abstraction from material things, from physical things, particles. And it's not abstracted from a mental creation. It's abstracted from, well, I don't know I don't have a name for all these layers, but in the same way that this table is real, in the same way that you or I are real, unicorns can be real, but they aren't real. And I'm not saying that in the mental way. Of course, you can break it down to a mental, we're all real in the mental sense. But I mean, in the physical sense, in the same way, there's a particular way that atoms are arranged, atoms and fundamental particles, and those are arranged in a particular way to create, there's a layer of existence, which is us. And you can go a higher resolution, you'd see cells, and you can go higher resolution, you can see molecules, and you go higher resolution, you can see fundamental particles, or you go lower resolution, and you'll see humanity, you go lower resolution, you see, I don't know, you'll see different things, different resolution. In the resolution that you and I exist, people exist, or things exist, there's a particular resolution. In that resolution, unicorns could exist, but they do not exist. In that same resolution, what was he talking about? In that same resolution, dang it, what was he talking about? Something can't exist. Oh, reality can't exist. Okay, reality cannot exist in that same resolution because reality is not at the resolution of people and unicorns. So you shouldn't be evaluating the existence of people and unicorns and reality in the same way. The way that you evaluate them are completely different. And we get tripped up with the language because we have language that refers to, we say existence, and it applies to fundamental particles, high resolution. It refers to people and unicorns, sort of medium resolution, and it refers to solar system, space, time, really, 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 really low resolution. And existence, which would be so low resolution that it's not even, it's just ridiculous. So we shouldn't be considering all these to be the same thing. We should recognize the resolutions are different, and the way that we evaluate the existence, or we evaluate the things at these different resolutions are so completely different that we shouldn't even call them all existence. There might be a particular cutoff that you want to say if you want to kind of make it sort of line up with our general way that we use the words now. Say the resolution of, I don't know, the resolution of society, and everything below that resolution exists, and everything above that resolution doesn't exist. I don't know, it's kind of silly to have a cutoff point. Or you can just make sure that you understand similar resolutions. That's how we want to evaluate things. And the way that we evaluate the existence of existence is not the way that we evaluate the existence of people or unicorns. The way that we evaluate the existence of science is not the way that we evaluate the existence of unicorns. The way that we evaluate the existence of morality is not the way that we evaluate the existence of society or unicorns or people, or fundamental particles. And it's almost silly to use the same word. Almost silly. Unless we point out this very difference, then we can probably continue.
Specifically, here's how it works.
Oh, this is the self-reference problem. This is why, yeah, you can't have existence evaluate existence, because existence applies to certain things, not itself. It applies to certain things. Things like evaluative systems apply to certain things, and those things are not itself. Never. I'm going to just go out and say it. Never itself. If you have an evaluative system that evaluates itself, it's a bad evaluative system. This is my evaluative system that I'm evaluating evaluative systems by. Except not itself. Other evaluative systems, no. Does that make any sense? You can't evaluate something with itself. That leads to problems. This is where you get errors.
According to science, according to modern science, this is not according to my logic, this is according to modern science. Perception is a byproduct of the human brain.
Yep.
And of course, the brain itself is a perception. So according to modern science, the entire material world is just perception, which is happening inside of a brain, but the brain is also perception. So you've got perceptions wrapped up inside of perceptions. And of course, science itself is happening within perceptions. Therefore, science is nothing but a perception. And therefore, the brain, there is no brain because brain is just perception. So you've got perceptions within perceptions, which literally means that according to modern science, all of science is just a hallucination.
I did not follow the therefores there, but I understand what he's getting at. I don't know if modern science says this, but I understand what he's getting at. He's trying to logic science back into a corner into saying something ridiculous, even though he agrees with this ridiculous thing. Very interesting.
Because isn't that what all this is here?
It's a hallucination.
Everything you've ever experienced in your life has just been a hallucination, according to modern science. Because if we change the neurotransmitters in your mind, all of this will change. All of it, all the colors, all the sounds, all the feelings, all the emotions. And that's all there is to reality. All of reality is made up of colors, sounds, feelings, and emotions. And that's all that science is made up of. Science is not made up of atoms. See, here's the question that science cannot answer. What is the substance of science itself? I dare you to ask a serious scientist, what is the substance of science? What is science actually made up of? What's he going to say? Is he going to say science is made of atoms? But what are atoms made up of? Quarks? But what are those made up of? Strings? But what are those made up of? Numbers? But what are numbers? Are you really going to seriously sit there and say that science is made up of numbers? Out of equations? But what are equations and numbers? They're thoughts. So are you going to say that science is made up of thoughts? But what are thoughts made up of? Are you going to say thoughts are made up of neurons? No, because neurons are also thoughts. You're going to say they're made up of molecules? But molecules are also thoughts. But no, they're made up of atoms. Atoms are also thoughts. But no, they're made up of strings. Strings are also thoughts. What are thoughts made up of?
So I think this is very funny. In the way that he thinks it's very funny. It's very interesting to watch somebody squirm and fall apart with this. But I also don't think that it's solid. Again, I don't know if the idea that he's putting out is that the higher resolution is necessarily better. And he's noticing that when you go higher resolution, there's a big loop. There's a big circle. At some point, the lowest resolution thing, where we're calling it, I guess, strings, super strings, whatever you want to call it, strings. Lowest resolution in physics would be strings, the highest resolution thing in physics would be strings, and then to go higher resolution will be going to concepts, numbers, which is like the lowest resolution thing that we have in physics. So the lowest resolution is the highest resolution. There's a big circle, and it keeps going. But Leo seems to be going into some weird error, saying that after it passes through concepts, which is just thought, now necessarily everything must be thought. Well, he's just stuck there. Why don't get stuck in that that resolution, thinking that everything below it, which is everything because it's a big loop, so everything repeats going back and forth, in the lower resolution must necessarily be the thing that was at the top resolution, concepts. Does that make any sense? If you just have a list of things that sort of have an arbitrary stop, and he says, well, the thing at the top, the name at the top of this list applies to everything. So everything is the thing at the top. And we start with concepts, then we go down to neurons and then particles and whatever and so on and so forth. And that means that everything must be a concept because concept was at the top of the list. No, the list is arbitrary. The top of the list and the end of the list are arbitrary. He means thoughts as contents of consciousness, not just intellectual. No, yeah, definitely. Yeah. He means as contents of consciousness. Absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. That's the issue. Definitely not intellectual thoughts. He means consciousness. He said that he said the strings are, the foundation of strings would be numbers. Numbers are a concept. Concepts are thoughts. So he's just saying, okay, thoughts are it. What are thoughts? And then it goes back in the circle. Thoughts are neurons and those are particles. It's just a big loop. And you can stop anywhere and say that everything underneath is what this loop is. I feel like I'm saying that really weirdly. Am I saying that really weirdly? I'm saying that really weirdly. I think do we get the picture? I don't know if we get the picture. Molecules are made of particles, therefore molecules are particles. Particles are made of strings, therefore particles are strings, therefore molecules are strings. Right? That's kind of the sort of listicle thing. But then particles, strings are concepts or numbers, and those are thoughts. Therefore, concepts are thoughts. Therefore, strings are thoughts. Therefore, molecules are thoughts. Therefore, okay, we get it. Okay, it's a revolt. He's trying to tackle the idea of some people that there's an objective external reality independent from the contents of consciousness. But how can that be when everything we experience seems to be the content of consciousness? Right. But with the logic that he's using, your content of consciousness is particles. So everything's a particle. You can end anywhere. You could stop anywhere on this loop of like concepts, molecules, particles, concepts, molecules, neurons, particles, strings, concepts. You can stop anywhere and just say, okay, everything is a neuron. What are neurons? Neurons are particles, concepts. So you mean concepts are neurons? Yes. So you mean particles are neurons? Yes. Everything's neurons. You just stop anywhere you want. You don't have to stop at thoughts, and you don't have to stop at particles. You can stop anywhere. The foundation is arbitrary. There's no foundation. Okay, I think we get it. I hope we get it.
So science contradicts itself, of course, if you think about it deeply. Science has already demonstrated, modern science has already demonstrated that all of science is a hallucination. All of science has undermined itself. It's just a hallucination. But of course, are scientists conscious of this? Are they willing to admit this? Mm-hmm. Is a physicist willing to admit that all of his life's work of physics is pure hallucination?
Unfortunately,
of course not. Is a physicist willing to admit that atoms are just thoughts? Of course not. Is a mathematician willing to admit that all numbers and equations are a hallucination? Of course not.
But wait, is Leo or psychonauts or spiritual gurus, are they willing to admit that their experiences are particles, neurons, physics? I think he would, probably. I mean, I think he's just doing this to debase where we are currently, where most people are currently, so that we go into a different field and then they can recognize there. But there are some people, maybe he is one of these people who won't admit that. I mean, you are physical, man. Like, your experience is particles and stuff, bro. Like, you're not separate from science. You are science. Maybe.
This is career suicide for them. Mm-hmm. Their ego is incapable of admitting this. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't take a genius to see that what I'm saying here is true. Sit down and contemplate it for even 10 minutes. You'll realize what I'm saying is correct. Mm-hmm. This is not a belief. This is not an ideology. You just look at what's going on. Look at the explanations that you're using to explain reality. Mm-hmm. Notice the circularity and the contradiction.
If someone says science is the foundation, someone says the foundation is particle, then they are not using the model eyes cannot grasp in themselves. They're not using the model of eyes cannot grasp themselves. If someone is saying that foundation is particles, they are not using the model of eyes cannot grasp themselves. I don't think I understand what this means, but I think I do understand what this means. Do I understand what this means? I don't understand what this means. I mean, I think I get what you're saying. If somebody's saying that the foundation, if somebody's saying the foundation is anything, I think that's what they're doing. If we exist within consciousness and consciousness is particles, how can you claim that? Yeah, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so that's why I say there's no foundation, right? You can stop anywhere on the list of I don't know what you want to call this hierarchy of I don't know what I don't even call it anything. There's like a hierarchy of what existence is, getting to the substance, as he's saying, and it just loops. It just loops, and you can stop anywhere and say that that's the foundation. There is no foundation. So yeah, anybody who claims any of them would be wrong in some sense, but they'd be correct in some other sense if they're only evaluating it with that tool that they're using, right? So if Leo says that mind is the foundation of all reality and he tells you to think about it, well, of course, mind is going to be the foundation of reality because you're thinking about it. You're using that tool, which is the lens of mind in your experiences, and that's how you're going to find it. And if somebody says particles are the foundation of our reality, and they start using particle colliders or microscopes or whatever the heck, then they're going to find that particles are the foundation of reality. Right? Yeah, I think we get it. But I'm just saying there's no foundation because you would need something outside of reality to evaluate what these things are. We don't have anything outside of the reality to evaluate this. We have no method that is external to the reality to evaluate which one is the reality. Because of what you just said, the eyes cannot grasp itself. Yeah.
Within your own explanations of your experience in reality. You're claiming that there's just some material universe out there somewhere made up of numbers and equations. And what is this? This is just your own hallucination in your mind. It's just thoughts. It's just, you might as well believe in Santa Claus.
You don't believe in Santa Claus? Yeah, I don't know how. I wish. No, I wish. No, I don't wish. So Leo doesn't define reality. He just says that it's difficult to define. He talks about that earlier. I would say the same thing. Well, I wouldn't say the same thing. I would define reality as our physical reality in terms of what I'm using exists. Getting too circular here. With the layers of like different types of existence we've talked about, types of existence, right? We have strings, fundamental particles, 17 fundamental particles. Then we've got combinations of those fundamental particles, and then we've got combinations of those fundamental particles with fundamental particles on there. You've got the next layer up, which would be combinations of fundamental particles, but then sometimes the fundamental particles can be removed or replaced or whatever, right? So to give an example, you can have an atom that exists, and the atom is a proton and a neutron, and that exists, but it doesn't matter what electron you use. You can change out the electron, you can change out the fundamental particles, but the combination of fundamental particles stay the same. This is really complicated but the protons and the neutron can stay the same and the electron can change. And I feel like this is a whole different type of existence than a fundamental particle existing in itself. And that's a whole different type of existence than two up quarks and a down quark, which is a proton existing in a particular configuration. So anyway, you can get it more and more complicated up until you get to, let's say, humans, let's say society, somewhere around there. And you can get even more complicated, higher than that. But there's some line. And that's where existence is. So you cut off at some point and you say, okay, humans, they exist in a particular way. We are cells, and the cells can be replaced, and there's just this sort of pattern or this sort of whatever. And everything below that, in that sort of sequential hierarchy that I just laid out, everything below that exists and everything above that does not exist. So dreams would not exist, but your neurons do exist because your neurons are below that, but the dreams will be an abstraction from your neurons. You know what I'm saying? That's one way to define it. That's how I would define it. I wouldn't say, like, I don't know where the point is, but that sort of conceptual thing needs to happen. That thing needs to happen so that we can like precisely define what exists and what doesn't exist. Or we can just use not a very broad term like such as exist, and we can have a different term for every single layer, which would be super complicated. Or every single range of layers, which would also be super complicated. But you get the picture, because the way that you evaluate all the things in different layers are very different than the way you evaluate things in different other layers. So that's how I would define exist. There's a line, and everything below it exists, everything above it does not exist. And everything is below it is real, and everything above it is not real. Does that make sense? Even though everything above it would still fundamentally ground back down to particles. And of course, those particles ground down into concepts. And of course, those concepts ground down into neurons. And there's a big loop. Where I'm stopping, I'm putting the foundation at fundamental particles in physics, arbitrarily. I just like physics. And wherever the cutoff for the complicated mechanism or the complicated process, the cutoff for which one of those exists, that's also arbitrary. Put it at people because it seems sort of, people like to think that people exist. But I'm not stuck thinking that something that exists is more real or better, right? It's real, it is existing, it is real, but it's not, the baggage behind reality would be like it's good or it's more valuable than something that doesn't exist. I think that baggage needs to just go. Don't have that baggage, and this becomes much less of a problem. It won't matter what you define as existing. I think that's how I feel about it, at least. Yeah, and then we won't get so caught up in these weird claims about whatever is the foundation of reality. It doesn't matter.
Santa Claus is as real as numbers are.
Yep.
As equations are. As any of your scientific models are.
Right? These are the thing we just talked about. Unicorns exist because I'm thinking about it, right? If everything is a thought, then everything you think about is just as real as everything else. Yeah. This is why we need to parse out exactly what is meant by exist. Fundamental particles exist. Combinations of fundamental particles exist on a different layer. Layer 2 exists. Level 2 exists, whatever. Maybe we should say that we can't even imagine. Maybe we should say that what we can't even imagine is the foundation. Possibly, you could, maybe. You could just say it's a mystery if you like. I know some people like that sort of idea. Maybe. I still have issues with that because of what it is that we can imagine and what we cannot imagine is like maybe. I think it's fine.
It's just hallucination.
It's all just hallucination.
But of course, all of this is going to be denied.
You don't see the problem. Maybe the foundation is a mystery, but consciousness is the floor, it seems. No, the consciousness is not the floor. What we can't imagine is literally outside of us. It's certainly outside of us. Maybe there's nothing you can't imagine. Like if you're imagining it by trying to define it, then okay, maybe. But then you mean imagine in a different way, a specific type of way, and then you get into the same issue. Like, what do you mean by imagine? If I'm just saying something is inconceivable, I just conceived of it. So then we have to like lay out precisely what we mean by inconceivable. Then we have the same exact sort of layer of, I can conceive of it in this way, I can conceive of conceptions of it, and then higher, and then you like make an arbitrary line of, okay, this is what I mean by inconceivable. You know, if I talk about something inconceivable, that's not quite conceiving it. So everything below that level is not, it does exist or is conceivable, and everything above that level is, you get what I'm saying? It's kind of also arbitrary in the same thing that happens there. You don't see the problem. Maybe the foundation is a mystery, but consciousness is the floor. But consciousness is not the floor. Why is consciousness the floor? How do you know what you can think of, though? How do you know what you can think of? Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, like, there's like, we can define things like, if I'm saying I can't think of it, well, I'm thinking of it because I just said I can't think of it. But then you have to like really parse out what it means by think of it. If he's like equating, now we're equating numbers and Santa Claus and your past and the sense of self as all just thoughts. Well, if I say, okay, something I can't conceive of, or the rest of the universe that is undefined, well, that's a thought too, and I just conceived of it, and I just thought of it. So it's just as much as a thought as everything else, and it's all wrapped in there. Or we can get more specific about what we're talking about and not just equate everything into thoughts, because that would be silly. This is silliness, yeah, it's all silly. But that thought is existing within what you can think of. That not quite it, but not quite it. That's not quite it. Yeah, I mean, this is difficult. How do we define what it is to think of something? Like, there are different layers of thinking of something, right? You're just calling it I can't think of. Yeah, exactly. And that encompasses everything I can't think of. In the same way, like, if you think of a unicorn, you're just thinking of a horse with a horn. But are you really thinking of a unicorn? I mean, is it specific enough to be called a unicorn? How much detail do you need to call it a unicorn? If I just say unicorn, you just say unicorn. If you just like literally think the word unicorn, have you thought of unicorn? No. You need this specific layer of detail is what you're saying, right? You're telling me if I say stuff that I can't conceive of, your critique to me is that I'm just saying a label and I'm not actually conceiving of the thing that I can't conceive of. I'm just saying a label. Yes, I am. How much detail is necessary for me to call it a label or call that label the thing that I conceived of? So if you just think the word unicorn, have you thought of a unicorn? No. If you think of a horse with a horn, have you thought of unicorn? No. If you think of a horse that's magical and it's pink and it's got a beautiful mane and it's got the horns and you have like this whole conception of how it was speciated from actual horses and how it can fly, like now have you thought of a unicorn? Okay, yeah, definitely. So like where is that layer? Like how high of your conceptualization do you need to have thought of the unicorn? Now we have like, this is what I'm saying, we have to have that like layer of like, okay, just thinking of the label unicorn, like the actual words written out or the name, that's not enough conceptualization. Thinking of like a picture of it is not enough conceptualization. Thinking of it moving around is, yeah, you're defining your own layers, exactly. So if I say, I'm thinking of everything that we can't conceive of, you would just say, oh, that's above the layer of conception, you're not actually conceiving of it. Okay, that's arbitrary. A cob of unicorn shaped in the corn kernels would be pretty unique corn. Unique corn. A unicorn is a feeling. Wow. It's magic. Friendship is magic. Any bronies out there? What's up? Yeah. So do you see the issue? Like, this is the issue of like just saying everything is a thought. And the same issue is just like saying everything exists. It's kind of silly. We're kind of ignoring the fine distinctions that you can have. Now, I don't know if it's necessary to actually point out all the distinctions. I do think it's important to point out that you can make these really fine distinctions, and that where you cut off what exists and doesn't exist, or what is conceptual and what isn't conceptual, is like kind of arbitrary. And then where you define the floor as being particles in physics, or the floor being your experience, that's also pretty arbitrary. So the full range of it is all arbitrary. And we wouldn't want to get caught up in saying that other people are wrong. I mean, they are wrong, and we're all wrong. If we define something, then it's wrong, yeah. But I wouldn't want to like... I'm eating myself with the argument that I was just about to make. I do want to say everybody's wrong, but I don't want to say anybody's wrong. I wouldn't want to replace somebody's wrong foundation and critique their wrong foundation by giving my own foundation, which will be completely debased by the exact same critique. Let's say that. Logicking about unicorns instead of imagining unicorns. True. Isn't that arbitrariness existing within subjectivity? Oh no. We looped back. No, the arbitrary is not existing with subjectivity. The arbitrariness is existing within particles in your brain that are interacting in a very particular, precise way based on physics. It's subjective. You see how silly that gets? Again, I don't believe either one of them. Yeah, you forgot particles. Particles, they're there. If you look for particles, you see particles. If you look for your experience, you see experience. Most people are arbitrary. You're very few deliberate people. Oh, ooh, one of the deliberate people. Well, congratulations. Now, again, so I do want to point out, I'm not saying that everything is arbitrary and therefore we should dismiss any sort of investigation. I think it's really, really great to say, I am going to end at particles and then do science, right? In the sort of materialistic scientific way of doing science. And I'm going to investigate in that way. And I think that's fantastic. Please do that. And I think it's great that other people who say, I'm going to end at experience and I'm going to evaluate the world with experience, and that's fantastic. I think that's great. But for them to fight between them and say my foundation is more real and less arbitrary than your foundation, like it's just silliness. I think it's just silliness. Are you deliberate, or are you arbitrarily deliberate? Oh, are you deliberately deliberate or arbitrarily deliberate? It never ends, man. It never ends.
My deepest teaching from this series of episodes, if you fancy yourself as one of my most advanced students and you want to get like, Leo, what are you really trying to say here? If I really want to understand science at its deepest levels, what do you want me to understand about it? It's this. All of science is simply your imagination. That's it.
That's it.
There's absolutely nothing more to science than imagination. Science is as imaginary as a unicorn.
What is imagination? Exactly.
Or as Santa Claus.
Right? So you see the issue here. What is imagination? Particles. But then he'll just loop it back until he stops at imagination and say, imagination, it's imagination. Right? Yeah. Santa Claus is real. It's super real.
That's not a belief. That's not an ideology. That is an empirical claim that you can validate for yourself.
Creative consciousness? Creative use of... What do you...
And I hope that one day you get that. I don't mean that you're going to think it.
Don't think it.
I mean you're actually going to become directly conscious of it. These are two different things.
Very, very different things.
One day you can become directly conscious, if you keep doing this work and you jailbreak your mind, you can become directly conscious that all of science, including atoms, stars, planets, the earth, gravity, forces,
everything,
matter, energy,
all of it,
time,
all of
space, all of that is as imaginary as a unicorn.
Yes. Did he say unicorn first, or did we talk about unicorn? Why are we talking about unicorn suddenly? I can't remember where it started.
You're appreciating the significance of what I'm saying. I'm saying something very radical.
I appreciate it.
I'm saying something extremely radical. And in order for me to say this and for it not to just completely glance off your mind, but to actually get stuck in your mind and really have some traction, for you to get it, we had to spend 8 hours of deconstructing the myth of science just to get you to this point. Just so that you can even entertain the idea that all of science might be as imaginary as a unicorn. It might take you 10 more years of hard work,
15
of contemplation and deconstruction and meditation and so forth, to actually actualize the understanding that science is imaginary.
I've watched 25 hours of videos to understand that science is imaginary. I've stared at my hand for 15 hours. I know science is imaginary.
But it took just 8 hours of this advanced deconstruction, all this theory, all this buildup, just to get you to the point of perhaps entertaining this idea. And even here, I'm probably going to lose over 95% of my audience at this point. 95% of you listening will not have sufficient open-mindedness or intelligence
Oof.
just to hold the idea that all of science could be imaginary.
That's the intellectual blow right there.
You see that?
Yeah. He tries. He pulls those emotional strings. He gives you like intellectual attacks, which are sort of like, the people who are super intellectual, the logic bros. They don't even understand their own emotions. So when they get intellectually attacked, it sparks their emotions. So now they're being emotionally driven into thinking, "Oh no, I'm not stupid. I'm a smart boy. You're smart. It's okay. You're smart. I'm a smart boy." So, what emotions exactly? And Leo's really cool. I like Leo. He's a cool dude. And when he like attacks you emotionally, oh, I'm gonna believe Leo now. It's not an ideology. Don't believe it. Do the exercise. Don't just listen. He's doing these emotional attacks because it's gonna get you on his side. Don't fall for it. Go sit down and actually contemplate for hours, years, eons, lifetimes.
That's the depth of the problem with teaching the things that I teach. Is that it takes a long time to build up to the punchline, because the punchline is so radical that if you were given the punchline from the very beginning, you would just shut off the video and you would call me an idiot.
True.
And your mind would make up all sorts of excuses and names for me. And the information would not penetrate your mind. That's because, like I said at the very beginning, we're jailbreaking your mind here, and your mind is using every possible mechanism in its bag of tricks in order to prevent the jailbreak from occurring.
You can't show the video on my stream. Could try. It's all out of your control.
But for those 5% of you who are still with me,
that's us. We're here.
That's what this whole series was about, is to get you to this point.
We got 2 more episodes still.
But recognize that this is just the tip of the iceberg. You haven't really understood anything yet that I've been talking about. It's all just at the level of theory for you. This is just pure theory and ideas right now. Recognize that what I'm actually talking about is not theory or ideas. I'm talking about something beneath that. I'm talking about the territory.
Once more, he has to remind us many, many, many times. Not ideology, not philosophy, not beliefs. This is actually just inspiration for you to go meditate or take, what was it, salvia or DMT or whatever. He wants you to investigate yourself. That is the whole pursuit here, for you to go investigate yourself. And let's not forget, beneath, he did say beneath. Oh. Let's not forget that we have very pernicious mechanisms to avoid actually investigating our reality, right? We can get stuck trying to learn about reality, right? We can watch hours and hours of Leo and, I don't know, Rupert Spira or Sadhguru we watch a lot, Anna Brown we love, Frank Yang we love, any of these other like non-dual spiritual teachers, right? We can learn a whole lot from them. They can give us so much, inspiration to see the world differently. And that inspiration will be enough to make you stop, not meditate, right? You'll just want to watch more videos. Don't get tricked by that. I think for every moment, I'm going to stick with this. Every single moment of study needs to be preceded and followed by a moment of practice. That's what I'm going to stick with. Finish the video. Oh. Chat, again, revolting. What if you don't want to become a coffee table? Some people don't. Some people don't. We're at different levels here of development. Highest resolution is not the best resolution. Okay, sorry.
So far, I've just been giving you a map.
Yep.
We need to give you a map because you don't understand anything else yet.
I can't imagine.
But one day...
I can't imagine we're at all close to it. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. No, we're not close. We're not even close to the end of the video. So, whew. If you think you're in for the long haul. All right, you're in for the long haul. We're not done. Not even close to that. I can let this play for another couple hours without stopping, and we have a lot more to go. Don't worry.
You will reach the territory. And for now, I just want you to recognize that I gave you a map.
Yep.
The map is pointing to some territory. You're going to have to find a way to get from the map to the territory, and that your job is not done until you reach the territory. Do not get lost in the map. Do not make the mistake of thinking that just by understanding the map, you've got it. Because you don't got it.
You don't got it.
It'll take you 10 more years to get it.
10 years.
Another problem of science is that all of science hinges upon your state of consciousness.
True.
Absolutely every aspect of science that we know today is only true given a certain state of consciousness that a person is in. If we change your state of consciousness, every truth of science will become false and will become irrelevant. You can test this by actually changing your state of consciousness. For example, if you get so drunk that you can barely walk down the street straight,
Don't do that.
is there
please.
science for you in that state of consciousness? So you've changed your state of consciousness. No, there's no science. Science does not exist. Literally, science does not exist within that drunken state of consciousness. Now you say, well, Leo, that's just because the guy is drunk and yeah, of course, he can't think straight, but that doesn't prove anything. But see, what about when you're in deep sleep or when you're dreaming? Is there science when you're dreaming? Is there gravity? Are there atoms? Are there molecules?
I've seen Inception, and apparently gravity permeates through the different levels of, somehow, the different levels of conscious states nested into each other. If you have some sort of gravitational anomaly in one layer, it affects all the other layers of sleep, dream states. Apparently. I've seen Inception, documentary. Also time, weird extensions. Yeah. Yes, Leo, that's the answer, yes.
Is there physical barriers when you're dreaming? There could be, but there also couldn't. They don't have to be. Right? You've experienced dreams where you're flying around, there's no gravity, you're walking through walls and this sorts of stuff. Time is warped
Inception,
and all
the
different.
documentary.
Even logic is different in dreams. Conventional linear logic doesn't even apply in dreams. Weird stuff happens that doesn't even make logical sense.
Yeah, that's really hard to actually parse in dreams, to notice how, like, people... Nolan movies, Inception, Nolan. It's not a documentary. Okay, that was a meme, and as you know, I'm anti-meme here, so I apologize. I mean, the movie called Inception, it's about dreaming, and they dream within dreams, and it's not a documentary. That was a bad joke. My apologies. No, actually, it wasn't a bad joke. It was a really good joke. It was a top tier joke. It went over your head though, and I also don't. Bad jokes. All jokes are bad in some sense, and I am regretful, deeply regretful. That's not the right word, but you get the picture. It's really hard to notice in dreams when you wake up, right? When you wake up from a dream, when you wake up, I wake up. Maybe this is just me. I'll talk about my own experience. I dream every night, and I write down my dreams every morning. And it's very interesting to feel like there are times where you can get very, very, very crystal clarity on what happened in the dream and the sequence of the dream, which is not linear. Some dreams don't happen in a linear fashion. The logical whatever things, it doesn't work in that sense. And characters are not the same character. You aren't the same you. The perspective changes, all that kind of stuff. It's very bizarre. And it's weird to notice, to feel the construction. There are times where you can be very, very crystal clear of how the dream happened in a non-linear fashion. Logic was all up in the air. Characters are changing randomly. You are changing perspective randomly. You aren't you. But then when you try to... I dream about Destiny a lot. I haven't, not in a while, because I haven't watched a lot of Destiny recently, but because of all the political stuff, because that's been great. But when you try to, I write down my dreams. So when I write them down, I can feel, it's so weird. I can feel myself shoehorning all of the experiences back into some sort of linear, logical, sort of typical normal experience where characters are the same character and the experience happened in some sort of linear fashion. And I can personally actually feel that process happening. And sometimes once that happens, I'm stuck. Like I can't even imagine. I can't even go back. Like I know that that wasn't how it worked, but I can't return to that loose perspective where I'm not clinging on to logic and physics happening in the particular way, and object permanence or character permanence or however you want to refer to that. It's hard to like once you get to some sort of logical framing, you can't go back. For me, it's difficult to go back. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I have that crystal clarity. I can feel myself trying to make it make more sense, and then I can get looser and go back to the normal crystal clarity. Anyway, it's interesting to. Am I sweating? Am I sweating? No. I am a little hot though. I think there's just a little bit of there's a reflection from the floor onto my face. Do it look like I'm sweating? No. This is what good hydration looks like. All right. This is what hydration looks like. What about non-dream sleep states and transitional states? They can be nice as well, but they're hard to remember. True. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, you can become conscious in your dream states, in your non-dream states, rather sleeping states. You saw a video about anesthesia. What is that? Tell me more. I mean, I know what anesthesia is, but I'm always interested in scientific opinion, especially the super non-scientific ones because they're super interesting. Yeah, apparently you can remember your non-dream states as you're sleeping and become aware in those non-dream states. I've never had that experience. I've definitely been, oh, you're saying this stuff. Oh, kind of cool. I've been aware within my dreams. I don't remember being aware in my non-dream states. We can try to do that. I think that's something common in Tibetan Buddhism. Dream yoga, they have to be aware like consistently throughout the entire night, even through the non-dream states. It's very interesting to me. Bizarre.
You see, that's because you're in a different state of consciousness.
Different state of consciousness. Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
see,
Logic doesn't work.
why do you assume that this particular state of consciousness that you're in right now, that this is somehow an objective state of consciousness? That there's something special about this state as opposed to when you're drunk or as opposed to when you're sleeping.
And we have to recognize that when we're drunk, we filter everything. Like we have our normal state. Okay, I've never been drunk, so I can't say that. We have our normal state. Okay, I've been tea drunk. We have our normal state, and we evaluate the world in our normal ways. But then when you get tea drunk, you can't even imagine the way that you evaluate the world when you're in your sober state. Everything gets filtered into this tea drunk state, and you're like, holy cow, everything is, tea drunk. You don't know what it is. Tea drunk stuff. It's so different. You reevaluate the entire world into your current framework. You shoehorn everything back into the state that you're in. It's so difficult to be loose with it. And that same thing happens when you're sober. When you're sober, you sort of shoehorn your drunken state back into your sober state, and you sort of remove all the contextual whatever things that happen. You can't remember that. What's that? Basically saying you can remember slipping from wake to sleep. Oh, you can? Wow. I can't do that. Oh, I've never done that. I've never had a constant awareness from awaking into sleeping. Interesting. I've tried a couple times. Yeah, can't catch that moment. Yeah, that's interesting. I've certainly not fallen asleep, just the slipping. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've been aware of the slipping before. I get what you're saying. Like when your consciousness is loosening, you get the sort of like the thoughts that are becoming really, really weird and like not at all. They're not normal thoughts, right? They're just kind of random and spaced out, and then like consciousness sort of fades and expands. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But then there's like a moment where you actually go to sleep. I don't know what that moment is. I know the slipping though. Yeah, I think you can presumably be aware all the way throughout the entire process somehow. Unfortunately for me, I still have struggle with being aware of something but not trying to control it. So when if I'm like hyper aware of my thoughts and falling asleep, like a slipping, I start trying to control it, and I lose that relaxation, and I kind of just wake myself up. It's very difficult.
Whatever.
Difficult.
Of course there's not.
Of course not.
It's completely relative.
Yes, it's relative.
There are thousands of different states of consciousness. You in your life have maybe only experienced 3 or 4 of them when you're sleeping, when you're drunk, when you're having sex, whatever.
I don't like this. I don't know about this. Leo, how do we do this? Okay, the way that we define the stages of consciousness is so he can't just say there's three different states of consciousness, all right? When you're sleeping, you go through many different states of consciousness. When you're awake, you go through so many different states of consciousness. When you're like talking, that's a different state of consciousness. And when you're listening, when you're sitting, and when you're standing, that's a different state of consciousness. When you're sitting, and now he's saying that there's some sort of qualitative, like very hard line difference between all these different states. Maybe he can better define it so we can understand a little bit more clearly. But being hungry, being moody is a different state of consciousness. Being satiated and being sort of like lazy, right? These are all different states of consciousness. But maybe he has a better way of defining. Maybe, I don't know. I wonder if a more smooth, gradual transition, or whether it's some sort of a cliff. Oh yeah, that's a good. I don't know. You gotta find people who can do this, or try it yourself. Might take 10 years, but you can probably find out.
And the only reason you assume that science is real is because for 99% of your life, you're stuck in this one, we might call it the materialistic state of consciousness.
I don't even think that's necessary,
But
right? You are right now in a consciousness that holds this materialism as the top of the hierarchy of always evaluation, and that's enough to make you think that that's
that state of consciousness can change just like that.
But I'm agreeing.
Tomorrow you
I'm
can
agreeing with
die
this.
and your state of consciousness will completely change.
It sounded like I wasn't agreeing, but I'm agreeing.
You can take a psychedelic, your state of consciousness will completely change. All of science will fly out the window.
Drink some tea.
See, scientists don't get this.
Changes.
Another problem within science is that...
Oh yeah, disciple. How was the tea? You had some tea, right? How was it? Did it blow you out of the world? Was it completely underwhelming? Do you think more so that I'm crazier than you thought before? Because tea is just normal tea and the silliness, or what? What do you think? Maybe Leo's just emphasizing the 10 years because he vested interest in the continuous viewership of getting people enlightened after one video of his. Maybe. Also, there are some people who really think that they're enlightened, and they think it very strongly. And boy, oh boy, is that embarrassing. Boy, oh boy. No offense to people who think they're enlightened. Okay, I am judging you right now, but I don't mean to be judgmental. But it's happening. It's happening. Okay.
Science in general has a methodological bias towards demystifying reality.
Oh yeah, true.
Science uses mysticism and mystery as a pejorative. And in fact, you can find many videos and even articles written by scientists where the title of the video will be something like blank demystified. We are demystifying physics, demystifying whatever, nature, demystifying weather, demystifying UFOs, demystifying animals, demystifying religion, demystifying everything.
Yep, and of course the demystification means shoehorning it back into the scientific worldview, which is so silly. It's so silly. Now, of course, when Leo's going to say mystical, unfortunately, the language is so it's so pernicious. The idea of what mystified or not mystified is, or soft and hard sciences or whatever, is so hyper focused on physics and this physics worldview. I would say that this stuff is not a big mystery. Not a big mystery. It's just not going to be understood with your normal intellectual mind. So it's mysterious to that. In the same way, your emotions are not a mystery. But you can't think your emotions. You're not going to think your emotions. It's not going to work. You got to emote your emotions first. And then you can probably think after you emote them, but you have to have some sort of emotional awareness before you can start to try to think and intellectualize your emotions. You have to emote them first. So it's not quite a mystery. Maybe you conflate mystery with uncertainty. Yeah, well, I think it's just that there's most of these terms like knowledge, real, existence, mystery. It's all defined by intellectual understanding with the sort of rational, linear, physical, materialist undercurrent. You get what I'm saying? There's a specific way that you want to understand things. And if you don't understand it in that sort of linear, materialistic science way, then it's a mystery. But of course, I'll just point out, you don't understand music in that way, right? That's ridiculous. You don't understand your emotions in that way. You don't understand art in that way. It's not all intellectual. So it's not. You wouldn't call emotions a mystery. You wouldn't call art a mystery. That's so weird. Gnostic, mystic, knowledge, intellect. Yeah. Gnostic and mystical knowledge versus the intellectual knowledge. It's What is this? You video? You clipping? Okay. Oh, for later. Okay, for later. We'll watch it later. Also not copyrighted. Okay. Okay.
Again, this is a methodological bias. You see,
I do.
what I want you to notice here is that you've never actually seriously opened your mind to the possibility that maybe the fundamental nature of reality is mystical or mysterious. And that mystery is not a bug, but a feature of reality. Mystery is not a delusion of the human mind. Mystery is not something that we need to do away with because it's bad. Mystery is fundamental to what reality and consciousness are. And that the only reason you've gotten stuck on this relentless drive to demystify everything is because that's what you've been brainwashed into. You've never actually scientifically validated the need for demystification. You see, that's a methodological bias and assumption. And that, in fact, when you are trying to demystify everything, you are being highly unscientific.
Ooh.
There's no reason why science cannot be mystical. There's no reason why reality cannot be mystical. You assume that through analysis and reduction, you can demystify all of nature. But notice, you don't know that. You've never known that, and you've never tested that.
Perceptual frontier of potential. Oh,
That's just an assumption. It's just a dogma. It's just a bias. And it happens to be false.
interesting.
Ta-da! Here's another problem of science, is that science makes more mistakes than religion.
Interesting. Tell me more.
See, when scientists debate with religious people, they pretend as though, science is the standard bearer of truth and religion is full of nonsense and delusion. But there's a gross double standard here because religion is often criticized for being wrong and for denying its errors.
I guess he kind of makes a point, right? Religion is wrong, but they're always wrong in one way. Like, they've been wrong in the same way ever since it started. Hadn't changed too much. Science is wrong, and then they change, and they're wrong again, and they change, and they're wrong again, and they change. I guess. It's kind of a silly point, though. I mean, I think that's what we're getting at.
Yet science, historically, has been more wrong than religion, and yet science always gets a pass on its errors and mistakes.
Okay.
When scientists make mistakes, those mistakes are whitewashed and excused away as just being part of science. But when religion makes mistakes, that's held against religion forever. See, like, people will criticize religion, like in the Bible, it is written that, you need to stone homosexuals and other, barbaric things like this. And this shows you just how, how deluded and cruel religion is and how wrong it is. Okay, but if you take a science text from 2,000 years ago, it's going to have a lot of crazy stuff in it.
True.
That was way, way, way wrong. Go find a 2,000-year-old, scientific text. You're going to find so much wrong, worse than in the Bible. Now, I'm not using this to defend the Bible. Of course, there's a lot of bullshit in the Bible. Of course. But I'm just trying to show you the double standard that atheists and scientific people and rational people hold, this gross double standard when it comes to science. Science makes more mistakes than religion. That's actually good. Through mistakes is how it improves. But you see, when science makes an improvement, nobody says, oh, all of science is bad because it made a bunch of mistakes in the past. No,
some people do.
We say, we give science an excuse. We say, well, yeah, it was wrong in the past, but we're kind of doing the best we can. And today it's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. But with religion, an atheist doesn't give this kind of leeway to religion. As soon as an atheist finds one thing in any religious text or any religious teaching that is wrong or bad in some way, then that is held against religion forever. See? And I mean, religion evolves just like science. The Pope today, the current Pope of the Catholic Church that we have today, he's actually very progressive. He's come out recently for like supporting environmental movements. He's come out against, climate change deniers. He's come out for homosexuals and same-sex marriage and so I mean, the Catholic Church is evolving just the same way that science is. The Catholic Church of today is not the Catholic Church of 1,000 years ago. Not
that would
at all.
be an interesting
It's
day.
completely evolved. It's become a lot more progressive. It's become a lot more compassionate. It's become a lot more accepting of various kinds of scientific facts. But does an atheist give this kind of leeway to the Catholic Church? No, of course not.
Some of
the
them do.
atheist considers the Catholic Church complete bullshit because of all the hypocrisy and all of the denial and all of the gross epistemic errors that have been made by the Catholic Church. But yet, when it comes to science, all of it is excused. None of it matters. It doesn't matter that scientists used to believe, for example, that X-rays were a hoax. It doesn't matter, for example, that as little as 150 years ago, scientists believed that heavier than air flying vehicles were impossible. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, for example, that scientists used to believe that going faster than 60 miles per hour, before there were high-speed trains and cars, would make people's heads explode. Scientists used to believe all this shit. It doesn't matter that scientists used to believe that washing hands was hocus pocus.
But Leo, all the scientists were religious.
It doesn't matter. All of this stuff has been excused away, completely forgotten, completely whitewashed, and now everyone just expects science to be this pristine standard bearer of truth. No. Modern science is just as stupid as it always was.
But Leo, modern science is within a Christian society, Western Christian generally society. We're all influenced by Judeo-Christian. Once we get rid of all that stuff, then science will be
Just
will
as
be real.
modern religion is just as stupid as it always was. It's evolved over 2,000 years, but the stupidity is still there. All the same. Because nobody, whether it's in religion or in science, is deeply contemplating any of these issues that I'm talking about. It's all taken for granted. The doing of science changes science. But notice that the change doesn't come from within science, the change comes from outside of science. And therefore, the boundaries of science are ever expanding. Now, I want to give you a list of over 20 contradictions within science. Because a lot of times, scientifically minded and rationally minded and atheistically minded people pretend as though only religion has gross contradictions within it, but not science.
Gross
Of
contradictions.
course, this is horseshit. So here's a list of contradictions. Number 1, science says that the brain generates all perceptions, but the brain and science itself and realism itself and objectivity are themselves just perceptions. So according to science, science itself is just a perception and therefore a hallucination, and that actually science is a psychedelic state and nothing more. Because of course, right now you're in a psychedelic state because psychedelics are just neurotransmitters. You've got neurotransmitters, you've got a soup of neurotransmitters going on right now inside your brain, according to science. So therefore, according to science, all of science is just a hallucination. Contradiction number 2 is that science criticizes belief, and yet science is factually 99% belief. That's what science is. Over 99% of everything you know about science is belief. The planet Mars is a belief. Dinosaurs are a belief. The age of the Earth is a belief.
I can't help but think there's a better way to express this idea.
The idea that the Earth orbits around the sun.
There's something about this. Everything's a belief. Like I get it. I understand what he means. I agree fully. But I think there's a better way to explain this. I don't know.
Is a belief. All these things for you are just beliefs.
Yeah. Okay. Mars, Antarctica.
All the science you learn in school
Round Earth.
are just beliefs. Contradiction number 3, science criticizes religion for indoctrination and appeals to authority. And yet, modern science is taught by indoctrination and appeals to authority. We talked about this in part 2.
Yes.
In a lot of detail. Credentials, Nobel Prizes, status, expertise, the authority that comes from working in an institution like MIT or Caltech or Stanford or Oxford or Harvard. This is all pure appeals to authority. Anytime you're trying to prove science, you're going to appeal to some scientist as an appeal to authority. And
But we could test it, Leo. We could do the test ourselves. It's not necessarily an appeal.
of course, everything that children are taught in schools and all the stuff that's taught in universities to undergrads, all of that is pure indoctrination. Of course, it's denied as being indoctrination, but it's indoctrination.
So we talked about this a little bit, mostly in the second, I think maybe in the first, I don't know, first or second, whatever part. We've got different parts of science. We've got science, it's all science. We've got some random assumptions, a part of science. He goes into that a little bit, all these assumptions that start with science. We've got the actual observations and hypotheses within that start science. Okay, that's interesting. We've got actually doing some sort of scientific method. This is like the direct experiences that Leo likes to talk about a lot within science. He thinks that that's the best. Then we have the data that comes from that. And this is where we start getting to beliefs. The data that came from your direct experiences or the experiments in science, we have now data. And there's a library of all the data. Everybody gets to read it in their textbooks. You can learn about what other people do. You have all these journals and all that stuff. And you have interpretations of that data. So again, same places, you got all the journals, you can look at the interpretations. You've got all of the science textbooks, and they've got interpretations of things. And of course, you've got Wikipedia and the ultimate source, Wikipedia, to figure out all the interpretations of the scientific data. Leo is saying that for some reason, again, uninvestigated, for some reason, the actual experimental part of science is like better than all the other parts of science. It's like there's a hierarchy where the experiential part is better than the data that's collected by other people and stored in some sort of library of all of science. And then that's better than the actual interpretations that people have of all the data in science. And the hypotheses that are limited, the hypotheses are limited to your framework and based on the data that you had before. So that's even lower. And then all the assumptions, that's super bad. So that's super low. But the most important part is the direct experiences. This is what Leo's saying. He's created this hierarchy. He hasn't talked about it, but we can listen to him and we can understand that he's making this hierarchy. And for some reason, this hierarchy applies to everything. Direct experience is super important. The data is slightly less important. The interpretations are even less important. The actual questions that you've asked, less important, and so on. You get the picture. I wish he would lay out why. Investigate that a bit. Students are taught to be critical of data and theories, but are taught to be critical of the scientific... Students are taught to be critical of data and theories, but are they taught to be critical of the scientific method and worldview itself? Yeah, generally not taught to be critical of the scientific worldview, I don't think. And we don't actually, I don't know if people lay out the scientific method. That's really weird to me. Maybe. Like there are many methods of scientific methods, right? But there's like this sort of basic, typically defined one of the 7 parts. I don't remember, hypotheses first, and then I kind of just laid it out a second ago, but it's a little bit more defined. But yeah, that's all indoctrination. Yeah, I agree. That's completely what he means by that. But he's saying that somehow, for some reason, indoctrination is bad. For some reason, having a library of data and having a library of all the interpretations of the data that other people have done or that you've done in the past, that is just a belief. And if you remember any of what other people have done, that's just indoctrination. And essentially, it's less valuable than your own personal experience. That seems to be a belief that Leo has that hasn't been, I'm sure he's investigated, but he hasn't told us why he holds that above everything else.
The next contradiction is that science claims to be independent of human culture, and yet science can only exist as a culture. Without culture, there is no modern science. Please recognize this.
What's up?
The next contradiction.
He has the belief that not questioning beliefs is bad. Why? True. Why? Fakery. Hey, that's me. Fakery. Faker is like another guy. He's very popular. Faker. T1. Different guy. We don't play League here. We look at science. But I can understand the confusion.
Prediction is that science demands proof. Yet science cannot prove the existence of an external objective world, of others, of identity, of death, or of object permanence. None of these things have been proven. None of them will ever be proven. And yet science demands proof of everything.
Just because people have talked about faker.
I mean,
This is not a contradiction within science, right? But okay, we'll stick with it.
there's no...
It probably will trip up most people because most people think that science should be scientific because, for some reason they don't understand that you don't do meta-analyses. You meditated today and you thought your soul was leaving your body. That's very interesting. Faker knows who I am. Wow, that'd be very surprising. That'd be great. Would it? I don't know. That'd be interesting.
More...
Where did the soul go? Oh,
yes,
good question. Where does it go?
The next contradiction is that science demands proof, and yet science cannot prove its own foundations. Its own methodology cannot be proven using science.
Not a contradiction, but I understand.
The next contradiction is that science claims to be the best epistemology, the best epistemic method, and yet, of course, this cannot be proven. The next contradiction is that science is supposed to be objective, and yet it's obviously being done by subjective, biased, selfish creatures who are engaged in an activity of survival.
He felt it leave the body, but he probably felt it come back, hopefully. The soul came back, right? The soul came back, I'm sure.
Which has nothing to do with objectivity or truth.
Yes.
The next contradiction is that science denies first-person subjective phenomena, and yet all of science is itself a first-person subjective phenomena.
No, definitely true.
So science is denying itself without realizing that it's doing so.
I don't know how I feel about any of these contradictions. They're not.
The next contradiction is that science tries to dismiss consciousness as an illusion, even though all of science is occurring within consciousness. So again, a gross self-denial.
I don't know. Maybe they're good enough to actually convince people to see wider worldviews, maybe, but I think these all fall apart. I don't think any of these are really good.
The next contradiction is that science claims that mathematics is objective, and yet mathematics is obviously completely relative and subjective, because what counts as a number,
axioms,
how you assign numbers to things is completely relative. For example, what number is this hand?
Is it 1? Is it 5? Is it 2? Is it 4? Is it... This is the issue. Again, this is where I like to talk about the difference of, like, is it a billion? Is it a trillion? Is it, like, do we consider this one hand? Do we consider this 5 fingers, right? Now, how many things do we have? We have 1 hand and 5 fingers. Do we have 6 things? Are we double counting? No, we have to recognize that a finger exists differently than the hand exists. Hand exists in one way, fingers exist in a different way. So, like, we have to recognize the units are different here. But anyway, he's right-handed. You can tell by the red spot at... Oh, is that true? Can you really tell that? He needs to get off the computer board. I didn't realize that we had Sherlock Holmes in the chat, but that's super impressive. I like detective work like that. It's kind of cool. But is that actually true? Maybe I can't see it because my skin's a little darker. I don't know. Interesting. I think I like this point that he's making, but let's continue.
You could say it's 1 hand.
1 hand, 5 fingers.
Or you could say
billions of cells.
It's a dozen different bones and muscles and
true.
organs. Or you could say it's millions of cells. Or you could say it's billions of molecules. Or you could say it's trillions of atoms. Or you could say it's trillions upon trillions upon trillions of quarks. Or you could say it's trillions upon trillions and trillions and trillions of strings. So which is it?
Which resolution are you going to be stuck at? This is why we need to look at different resolutions and call them different things, because you need to be able to count in a particular resolution. You don't want to mix the resolutions, because when you mix the resolutions, everything gets confused and jumbled. You can see it.
It can be anything from 1 to trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions.
Or 0.
Completely relative, completely subjective.
Completely subjective.
Which number you assign to this hand, and this is true for all assignments of numbers throughout the entire universe.
That's why he was calling... No, that's not... Numbers wouldn't be... That's He said numbers were subjective? Yes, I did, of course. Of course. Okay, maybe not of course. I don't meditate every day before I stream. But yes, I meditate before I stream. Why does he discriminated against zero. He also discriminated against negative numbers. Or fractions. Leo, where's your head at? He's missing out on a wide swath of possibilities here. No, I think he's done well. This is why it's important to define the resolution that we're looking at. But we don't even have a concept of, which resolution is more, yeah, you get the picture. Okay, I think we get the picture. All right. It's hard for me to talk about resolution because we don't have language for it, but it's so obvious when it happens and you can see it, and so many things get jumbled up and there's so many issues. It's problematic.
The assignment of number is completely subjective.
Oh, and this is an assignment of number. The assignment of numbers is subjective. So counting is subjective. That's what he's saying. But he said numbers were subjective earlier. Those are different things. Those are different things. So Leo, those are different things. But okay, I agree with the point. He just called it the wrong thing. Also, the order of numbers is subjective. Have we talked about that today? The order of numbers is subjective, and I think I wish that we could take a view of the world and see that we don't need to sequentially order numbers in the order of magnitude, in the order of sequential magnitude, sequentially rising magnitude, in the positive direction, whatever. We don't need to have that in this particular order. I guess we could even do magnitude. If we did only magnitude, it would be 0 and then 1 and then -1 and then 2 and then -2 and then 3 and -3. Anyway, you can order your numbers however you want. You can order your numbers alphabetically in Portuguese. How ridiculous would that be? Why would you want to order your numbers alphabetically in Portuguese? But you could sequence your numbers however you want to sequence them. It doesn't have to be in the order of increasing magnitude in whatever valence. It's all completely arbitrary.
Feature phenomena of the human mind projecting number upon reality.
Mm-hmm.
The next contradiction is that science demands formological proof for things, and yet the most groundbreaking science is done not through any kind of proof process, but actually through leaps of intuition.
Mm-hmm. How's that a contradiction?
The proof comes retroactively, as we talked about in part 2.
Did I say I meditate? I did meditate.
The next contradiction is that science eschews faith,
lovely.
yet science has blind faith in its own foundations, in quantification and logic, in scientific method, in the objective external world, in others, self, and mind.
Mm-hmm.
The next contradiction is that science criticizes religion for relying on authority, yet it dismisses unorthodox claims within science because it doesn't come from reputable enough scientists.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Anytime some idea is rejected or one's mind is closed to that idea because it doesn't come from a reputable enough scientist or source, that is an appeal to an authority.
Mm-hmm.
Another contradiction is that the truth of science supposedly hinges on reason, and yet reason is used all the time to justify all sorts of false claims. So how can you use reason
Why?
to ground the truth of science when reason is always used for false claims?
Mm-hmm.
Every false claim has reasons behind it.
Mm.
It's a gross contradiction.
Interesting.
Another contradiction is that everything must be proven, and yet Gödel and Tarski formally proved that truth exceeds proof, and that you can never prove everything that's true. Patent contradiction. The next contradiction is that science claims to be objective, and yet the bureaucracy of building consensus is a deeply political and institutional and bureaucratic process. How can science be objective when the universities in which science is done are deeply, deeply political? And their first priority is the survival of that institution rather than truth or science itself. Another contradiction is that science claims to be fallible and open to change. And yet, when deep errors are pointed out within science, they are denied. And the people who point out these errors are demonized. Gross contradiction. Another contradiction is that science claims to be free of metaphysics, yet it makes many unproven materialist
does it
and
all the
realist
time.
metaphysical claims. Gross contradiction. Another contradiction is that science claims to be purely pragmatic, and yet at the same time, science also wants to claim to be the pinnacle of truth within society and culture. So on the one hand, science, when it's backed into a corner, it says, oh, no, we're just being purely pragmatic. We don't care about the truth at all. Science can't discover the truth. And yet, in culture, it wants to be treated as truth, not as simply something that's purely utilitarian. Another contradiction is that science claims to be open-minded, and yet science rejects any methods and epistemologies outside of itself as pseudoscience. That's not open-minded. Another contradiction is that science claims that God and spirituality are unscientific, and yet, in fact, materialism and realism are unscientific.
True.
Another contradiction is that science claims that it is objectively true because it works, because it's practical. And yet, science denies the same justifications for other worldviews and epistemologies which also work and which are also practical. So, when science is practical and it works, then it's true. But when some other worldview is practical and it works, then it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
This is gross hypocrisy, gross double standard. Another contradiction is that science criticizes religion on the grounds of how historically wrong religion has been. But science, as I just said, has been more historically wrong than religion. Science allows itself the privilege of evolving over centuries, but science does not allow religion or other worldviews the same luxury.
As truth in its function to resolve disagreements about the material world, science is good, but not others. Yeah. He doesn't get to exactly the point that he's trying to get to. I think maybe, I don't know, he's not getting to the exact point. But essentially, there's some level of evaluation in science which is narrow, and you can call it truth, you can call it real, you can call it existence, whatever. There's a particular way of evaluating reality, which is scientific, and that's narrow. And the issue is having that in a hierarchy above other ways of evaluating the world. So yeah, science is good at scientific truths in which apply to the material world and statements about the material world, and that can resolve lots of errors there or clear up lots of things, which is great. But then to then dismiss other things that are not considered material, are not considered real, and dismiss them as not valuable, then we get issues. And that's where science is lacking. Just because science is bad at it, then scientists say that it's not valuable or it's not useful or whatever. Yeah. That's the foundation of this problem that the scientists have. They just have a hierarchy of thinking. Their own way of thinking is the best way of thinking or the only way of thinking. Everything is devalued. But we're sort of dancing around that by giving examples and talking about different things. Yeah.
Any error in some other worldview is considered a dead end and a complete rejection of that worldview. But any error within science is not considered a complete rejection of science. It actually is considered as strengthening science. This is gross hypocrisy. Another contradiction within science is that science criticizes religion on the grounds that it kills millions of people. But actually, science kills more people than religion.
How do you quantify that?
The only way you can kill millions and millions of people is with science and technology. Advanced technology. You can't do it with sticks and stones. And by the way, sticks and stones, you can consider that part of science.
Okay.
But see, when people are killed in the name of religion, all that is blamed on religion. But when people die in the name of science, that's just taken as normal, and there's nothing we can do about it. For example, when hundreds of thousands die in Japan from the dropping of a nuclear weapon, that's not blamed on science, that's blamed on the politicians.
Convenient.
When 50,000 people a year die of opioid overdoses due to science. 'Cause opioids were developed by science, by modern science. When this happens, when big pharma in America, kills hundreds of thousands of people with their, various kinds of bad drugs, this is not blamed on science. This is blamed on business, or it's blamed on politics, or it's blamed on something else.
Mm-hmm.
But when similar things happen within religion, for example, it's all blamed on religion.
Convenient.
A gross double standard.
Squad W.
Another contradiction is that science assumes that the universe cannot be intelligent, and yet humans are supposed to be intelligent. But humans are part of the universe. How can humans be intelligent, but the universe has to be dumb? This is so stupid. It's so arrogant to think that humans can be intelligent, but the universe cannot. It comes from a duality and a sort of a separation of the human from the universe, thinking that the human is outside of the universe. But of course, the human is obviously part of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that the human can do, the universe can do by definition, because the human is just a subset of the larger superset, which is the universe.
I think I'm going to hard disagree with that one. Not hard disagree. I'm going to pretty hard disagree. Medium disagree. Category error. Yeah, exactly. Category error here. Right? Category error. Just because the subsection can do it doesn't mean that the bigger thing can do it. I mean, it just the way that the subsection does it is so different than the way that the universe does it. It just doesn't make any sense to refer to them as the same thing. But like in a sense, yes, but like also in a sense, it's just kind of silly to say that. I think, I don't know. It's just it's sort of confounding these category error, the possibility of these category errors, and the possibility of like evaluating the wrong resolution with the wrong lens. I'm saying that weirdly, but I think we get the point, right? We don't want. I mean, the universe is intelligent in some sense. That's fine to have that sense, but it's not intelligent in the same way that you're intelligent. Could he be using that model that the eye cannot grasp itself? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He doesn't generally, I don't know, maybe. It seems that if we exist within the universe and we are smart, then the universe must be smart. Right, so that's what he's saying. And I think that that's a fine thing to say, but it's kind of silly because the way that the universe is smart is different than the way that we're smart. And they're so different that it might be important to not use the same word so that we can like be clear about what we're talking about. Now, I think I understand what he says. Like, I think I agree mostly, but we wouldn't want to confuse people into thinking that the universe is smart in the same way that you are smart. Or maybe we do want to confuse people into thinking that. Or maybe we want to confuse people into thinking that you're dumb in the same way that the universe is dumb. I don't know, maybe. I mean, in some fundamental way, it's exactly the same. It's all equal. Either everything is equally conscious and intelligent in the same way, or everything is not conscious and not intelligent in the same way, or you can arbitrarily define the ways differently. But I think that they are meaningfully different, and the way that we would investigate them are very different. And it seems to be muddying the thing. Is the hand not the body, right? So this is where I talk about all the sort of layers of, like, we've got fundamental particles and we've got atoms. If you're looking for fundamental particles, atoms? No, we have fundamental particles, and then we have atoms. There's a stage in between that I'm missing, but whatever. We've got fundamental particles, right? So if I say, hey, look, there's a proton, and you're like, no, I don't see a proton. I only see 2 up quarks and 1 down quark. I'm like, no, that's a proton. Is the proton? You're looking with the wrong lens. You're looking for up quarks and down quarks. You're not looking for protons. You're looking at the wrong thing. So the way that 2 up quarks and a down quark interact are not the same way that a proton interacts. They're completely different. So the atom are not fundamental particles. The atom are atoms, and the fundamental particles are fundamental particles. So again, I don't know if that made any sense, but what I'm saying is the hand is not the body, and the body is not the hand. These are different resolutions, and you don't want to mix the two resolutions. So yes, in some sense, the body is made up of the hand, yes, and the hand is a part of the body, right? But if I'm talking about the functions of the hand, that's a different resolution than the function of the whole body. And that's a different resolution than the functions of like humanity. I wouldn't want to say that like I pick up my teapot and humanity picked up my teapot. I mean, it's just so weird to look at this lower resolution of humanity and evaluate that by looking at the high resolution of my hand picking up this stuff. You get what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? There's issues with resolution, I think. If the hand is smart in a certain way, the body is smart in the same way and much more, I think, different ways. But you have to tell me. It was very nice. I'm excited about that. Tell me more. Tell me more. Please.
It's sort of like saying that the stripes on a zebra can be white.
Mm-hmm.
The stripe can be white,
okay.
But the zebra cannot be white.
Wednesday.
But the stripe is on the zebra.
Mm-hmm.
To say that the stripe is white is to say that the zebra also has white pigment on it.
Yeah, I think this is an error. I mean, I don't think this, like what he's saying is fine. Like there's a looseness that is possible and fine in certain cases, but I don't think it works. I wouldn't say humanity picks up my teapot. Can you try the pu'er, or should you finish the oolong completely? You can switch. Yeah, try the pu'er. You don't have to do one at a time. You can switch. Yeah, try the pu'er next. Then, yeah, it's fine to have it open or whatever. It won't go stale unless you have it in a very warm, sort of like wet place or something like that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine for like months. So it's totally cool. Yeah, you're good.
The stripe is not separate from the zebra. The zebra is made up of the stripes. Mm-hmm. Likewise with human intelligence. Human intelligence is just a stripe of universal intelligence. And the last contradiction,
in some sense,
is that science justifies itself with logic, yet logic itself admits that it only works assuming true premises.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with logic is not the logic, it's the premises that you use for your logic. Mm-hmm. The only way logic works is that if you have true premises to begin with, and you also select the correct axioms.
Correct axioms,
for
valid,
your logic.
sound.
So it's the premises which are really in question.
Interesting.
It's not a question of, are you being logical? It's a question of, are your premises valid or not? And logic can never adjudicate between which premises are valid and which are not. So you can't use logic to ground science. There's a great quote from Jon Stewart about religion that I really love. If you're an atheist, you might like this quote as well. I'll read it for you here. Jon Stewart said, the comedian, he said, "Religion, it's given hope in a world torn apart by religion." I love that quote because it's a bit strange loopy. I love everything strange loopy and self-reflective like that. Mm-hmm. But I was thinking about this quote. It was one of my favorite quotes of all time that I kind of jotted down in my notes about the nature of religion. But I was thinking about it, and then it hit me one day, like a lightning flash. It hit me that I can just replace the word religion with the word science.
True.
And this quote would be even more true.
Interesting.
Which shows you the gross double standard that atheists and rationalists and scientists use. So I've adjusted Jon Stewart's quote to make it now my quote. This is Leo's quote, and the quote goes like this. Feel free to use it if you'd like. It goes like this. "Science, it's given hope in a world torn apart by science." Wow. Even more true.
He didn't put his name.
Think about it.
I'm thinking about it. All right, that's beautiful. I'm gonna tweet that. I'm gonna tweet it right now, actually.
Think about all of the
Colorless
strife
hypnotic. Nice.
and struggle that we have today in society. Is it because of religion or is it because of science? Think of all the drugs. Think of all the car crashes. Think of all the social media propaganda and shenanigans that are going on.
Lots of it.
Think of all the suicides that are happening.
Oh, you don't want to know how many
Using
minutes?
what? Guns,
A lot of minutes.
knives, which are products of science. Think of all the warfare that has ever happened. People say religious warfare killed millions of people, but all warfare is not first and foremost religious, it's first and foremost scientific. For example, Leonardo da Vinci, he was a great early pioneer scientist. What was his day job? His day job was working for the rulers of Florence, probably like the Medici family or something in Italy, in Florence. He was working for these kings and princes building war weaponry. His job was to devise weapons of war, how to break through castle walls, lay siege, and kill as many people as possible. Think of how many scientists are working on new weapons in the military-industrial complex. New torpedoes, new missiles, new drones, new weapons, new guns, new bullets, new munitions, new fighter jets, new tanks, new flamethrowers, nerve agents, new chemicals, new gas, biological warfare, new atomic weapons, weapons for space, the Space Force that now we have thanks to Donald Trump.
Is that real?
Now, I'm not saying, of course, that we become Neanderthals and stop developing technology. I'm just saying, be honest. Stop being a hypocrite. When you criticize some other worldview, apply those same criticisms to your own worldview. Get a little taste of your own medicine. See? Otherwise, you become very smug and you think that, science is so much better than religion. Is it really? Think about it. Think about how the internet has been tearing nations apart. These Facebook and YouTube rabbit holes with conspiracy theories thanks to the internet. See? People say, Leo, you should be so thankful because you're using YouTube in order to publish your content, and you're being a hypocrite for criticizing science because you're using YouTube. Oh yeah? Well, you're being a hypocrite by not acknowledging all of the bad shit that happens thanks to fiber optic technology. The spread of Alex Jones and his conspiracy theories and how this has been tearing apart the country.
We like Alex Jones on
and
this
the
channel.
world.
Okay. We are pro Alex.
The manipulation and information warfare that has been happening through computer technology. All the money that's being stolen. Hackers. But see, you're not going to accept responsibility for this as a scientist. You're going to say, Leo, that's just humans being humans. That's just all political stuff. We scientists, we just invent the technology. We just study nature and we don't care about how you use the technology. If you use the technology in evil ways, well, that doesn't fall in our hands. We're not responsible for that. But you see how irresponsible you are? You see how in denial you are? Because see, I can use the same logic for religion. I could create a religion. I could say, I've created this beautiful religion. It's so beautiful. It's so truthful and all this. But then when people get their hands on it, then they become religious fanatics and they develop cults and they start slaughtering each other over this ideology that I invented. And then you're going to blame me for it. See? And then when I say, I'm not responsible for that. Yeah, I wrote this religious text, but then people become fanatics. That's their problem, not my problem. See, you would never let me get away with that. And yet, as a scientist, you just compartmentalize and you just want to do your science and you just want to kind of take this approach where the science doesn't matter. The science has nothing to do with what the politicians want and with power and with, human lives and human well-being. That's not a question for science. Those are questions beyond science. But see, when you take this sort of compartmentalized, reductionistic approach, then you create a fragmented reality. And then you yourself have to live in it, your own children. See, you might take this sort of approach, but then reality will come back and bite you in the ass. For example, your own son or daughter might get hooked on opioids and then shoot themselves in the head. And then maybe you will reconsider the work that you do in big pharma as a researcher and as a scientist. Maybe then you'll understand that actually everything in nature and reality is connected. You can't just separate things. You can't just say, well, yeah, I'm a little scientist who's working on a nuclear weapon, and I don't care about who uses a nuclear weapon for what. No, you have to care about what you create, the technology you create. It all is interconnected. When you give powerful technology to idiots, they might blow up the whole world, including your precious science will get blown up with it. Science doesn't exist without society, without culture, without funding from governments. There is no science. Without universities. And all of these things depend upon having a healthy population.
We got them, boys. We got them.
Science can't exist when people are brainwashed with conspiracy theories and all sorts of crazy, ridiculous ideologies through Facebook and through YouTube and other channels and sources of disinformation. It's all connected. And you have yet to realize the significance of that. This is the entanglement problem. So let's now directly answer the question of what is science?
Okay. Wow. Finally.
And this is a question I want you to contemplate independently for yourself for the next 10 or 20 years of your life. What is science? I want you to derive these answers for yourself, but in the interest of helping you along, I'm going to give you some of my own conclusions from having contemplated this question for some 15 or 20 years. The way I'm going to give this answer is not as a single statement, but as multiple perspectives, because, you know, what we're doing here is we're taking a very multi-perspectival approach to the understanding of reality. So usually when I tell you about something, it's never one thing. It's a mishmash of different perspectives that are interpenetrating and connected. So here are different lenses at which you can explain what science is. So first of all,
we have to remember that generally the perspectives given by these type of teachers are not like single point particles within one single particular perspective. They're generally more cloud-like, lots of different concepts rolled in, and each concept is very cloud-like, and we're getting multiple different perspectives. Not the full, grasp of everything, but the way that they use language here, the way that most statements are structured are not in the typical way that we structure normal language, trying to narrow it down so specifically. A lot more cloud-like.
Science is an imaginary scheme for explaining, predicting, manipulating, and making sense of the world.
Okay. Easy.
That's one definition of science.
Imaginary
Another
scheme.
definition of science is that it's a projection of the mind.
Okay.
Another thing we could say about science, another perspective, is that science is a human invention.
Mm-hmm.
Another is that science is a collection of beliefs, ideas, concepts, and models. That science is symbolic representation, the map and not the territory.
Mm-hmm.
Another perspective is that science is a shared cultural web of belief, as Quine talked about so eloquently in part 1. Another perspective is that science is an epistemology and a metaphysics. One epistemology and one metaphysics out of many other possible ones. And not the best, but just one out of many, in the same way that English is one language out of many, in the same way that Christianity is one religion out of many. It's not the best, it's not the only, it's one out of dozens and perhaps hundreds and perhaps thousands of other alternatives that you have not explored. Another perspective is that science is just trial and error. If you really want to boil the method of science down to something very general and universal, you could say what it really is just trial and error. We try stuff, It fails, it fails, it fails, it fails, it fails. Something succeeds,
Yes.
and then we say, okay, that thing works, so we're adding it to our catalog of what we call science. And then we try another thing. It fails, it fails, it fails, it fails, then it succeeds, and then we say, okay, this thing seems to work. We'll add it to our compendium of knowledge, and we'll call that science. And then
I'm sure we'll have lots of Biden memes.
we'll defend that compendium against any kind of falsehoods. But
Also, did Trump concede yet, or whatever the losers do, the non-winners do, whatever that is?
the method itself is just trial and error.
I'm sure he'll still have a very public presence.
Because the truth is, you don't know ahead of time. You can't possibly know ahead of time what will and won't work, because you start life from a position of total ignorance. So really, the only way you acquire knowledge is just through trial and error. And that's what all of human history was just a collection of trial and error, building upon itself, growing and growing and growing like a mountain, like a pyramid. And we're still using that same method of trial and error to advance the edge of science. And we always will be. Because we don't know everything. And when you don't know everything, then you make a lot of error. And you need to do a lot of trials. And you can't predict which of your trials will work and which of them won't.
Mm-hmm.
Another perspective on science is that it's a collection of values, principles, norms, standards, and methods. And of course, all these values, principles, norms, standards, and methods, they evolve over time. Another perspective is that it's a worldview, it's a mental attachment, and it's an identity.
Oh, that's a big one. Identity.
Another perspective is that science is a perspective. And everything is a perspective. And all perspectives are partial and finite and incomplete. And that reality is perspectival. But science is just one perspective. It's not the best. It's not the truest. It's not the only. It's one out of millions of perspectives. Another perspective on science is that it's an ideology that denies that it's an ideology.
Ooh. Where's
Another perspective on science is that it's groupthink. Another is that it's an institution, a bureaucracy, and a collective ego. Check out my episode called Collective Ego.
collective ego?
Understanding collective ego.
We've got an episode called Collective Ego. I'm very interested in that. Yeah, I guess you could think of science as a particular single entity with a single consciousness or a single ego. Haven't thought from that perspective. What would be the other things that science? Well, okay, maybe that's interesting.
For more on that.
I like it.
Another perspective is that science is a state of consciousness. It's a very powerful perspective that many scientists aren't aware of. Another perspective is that science is empirical investigation of how experience works.
Mhm.
Human experience. Science is the investigation of human experience.
Only human experience?
That's a powerful perspective. Another perspective is that science is holistic, intuitive pattern recognition, finding useful relationships and patterns within human experience.
Mhm.
Another very
It's
powerful
always inherently
perspective is
human.
that science is survival. Ooh, that's a good one. Science is survival. Spend a few
That's my
years
line.
just contemplating that one right there. To get you started, go check out my 2-part series, Understanding Survival, Part 1 and Part 2. Another perspective is that science is a linguistic structure, a symbolic system, as we talked about early in this episode.
Don't you hate it when people clear their throat and it makes you want to clear your throat too? It's like empathetic phlegm you develop instantaneously. You feel it? Maybe it's just me.
Another perspective is that science is a sense-making narrative activity that anchors reality.
Oh yeah, just like yawning.
See,
Yeah.
you have a sense of reality, and science is what grounds that Without science, you wouldn't have a sense of reality, or you would need some other sense-making system like religion to give you that sense of reality. See, most scientists don't see this perspective.
Yeah,
They don't see science this way.
he's talking a lot. He's not drinking a lot. I actually, like, he drank once in this video. I feel like I've never seen him drink anything before, but he drank. He had like a sip of water or something. And he's generally talking for 3 hours or whatever, without stopping to drink a little bit. Fascinating. And very slyly looking at his notes. I don't know what tool he uses for his notes, but very, very sly. Yeah, my throat hurts if I speak a lot and I don't drink a whole lot of water, my throat will very much hurt. Yeah.
Another perspective is that science is a collection of conceptual distinctions. To really appreciate that, you'd have to contemplate what a conceptual distinction is. Another perspective is that science is finite, limited, partial, relative, subjective truth.
Mm-hmm.
And the last perspective I'll give you is that science is a hallucination within universal mind. A dream. The universe is dreaming science.
The dream of science from the universe. Okay, that's the last one.
You see how much material there is here? Do you see in how many different ways you can look at science?
Sure, yeah.
Do you see how much more of a robust picture of science you have now compared to what most people, most laymen, and even many scientists have of science?
Sure, yeah.
And you could come up with more perspectives. This is just getting you started.
Okay.
See, I want you to understand the following point. Science is not merely something that academics do in a laboratory. Science, we might say there's a proto-science that comes before science. And proto-science is something that you yourself do in your life. Mm-hmm. For example, when you lose your car keys and you need them to get to work, so you're scrambling in the morning to find your car keys, you don't know where they are, you actually go through a scientific process, I want you to realize this, to find your car keys. Okay. You start to use some reasoning, you start to use a sort of a process of elimination, you use a process of deduction where you say like, well, maybe they're in the kitchen. No, they're not there. You go and you check, look in the kitchen drawers. No, it's not there. Then, oh, maybe they're in the garage. You go check the garage. Maybe they're in my pockets. You check your pockets, right? You're doing a form of science. Now, of course, this is very simple. It's very crude. But this is how science began. Just by individuals learning to manipulate their reality. Even a little child, when a little child is just playing with toys, that little child, his mind is doing a sort of proto-science by learning how the toys work. It's like, oh, I can push this button and the cow goes moo. I push that button and the frog goes ribbit or whatever. In a sense, the mind is learning how human experience works.
Mm-hmm. Any systematic...
You're recognizing various patterns.
Systematic approach for building up patterns would be one of the perspectives of science, I guess.
This is the foundations of science. But of course, the problem is that you can have all sorts of false beliefs and your mind can be closed to all sorts of possibilities. You see, like when you're looking for your car keys, one of the features you'll notice that you need to find your car keys is you need to open your mind to where your car keys could be. Because sometimes the reason you lose your car keys is because really the car keys are located in some location that you probably have completely forgotten about and you don't even consider. It's like, well, the car keys couldn't possibly be there. And so you don't even think about that location. But they turn out to be there. And that's why it takes you so long to find them. Because your mind is like too closed. Your mind is only thinking in this like small little box of like, well, the car keys must only be in the usual locations. But then it's like, you remember like, oh, of course, last night there was a party and therefore the party was crazy. We were drunk and I left my car keys in some weird location that I normally don't leave them at. And that's why they were lost for so long. Yeah. But that required you to open your mind. See?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be genuinely curious and willing to experiment and test stuff.
Don't do drugs. Please.
The essence of science is really the exploration of your own first-person phenomena. And one of the things I really want you to take away from this whole series is that stop thinking of science as just some sort of thing that other people do.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to take responsibility that you are a scientist in your own life.
Mm-hmm.
You are one, whether you're doing it consciously or unconsciously. And I want you to start to do it consciously. I want you to consciously explore your own experience, your own emotions.
I'm not sure how I feel about telling other people what they are and what they are not. You can identify with whatever you like to identify with. And it feels a little weird to give such a loose, broad definition of science in such a way that everybody's doing science and they need to be doing it better in the way that he describes. But that's just my personal feeling. That's just me. That's just me, though. I like to investigate things, so I agree in some sense that we do need to, that I like to investigate personally more clearly, more fine-tuned, even more narrow, even more high resolution, so on and so forth, all that stuff. But I wouldn't be so. I wouldn't say that everybody's doing science and everybody should be doing it better. I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
You see, most scientists would consider the exploration and the study of one's own emotions as not legitimate science. But why wouldn't it be? To understand what anger is, what sadness is, what depression is, what suffering is, what pain is, what happiness is, what excitement is, what sexual craving is.
What is suffering? Uh-oh, that's the big hard question. What is suffering? Do you
This
know?
is all
Are you one of the nobles?
science. It's inner science. And nobody can do this science for you. No Einstein is going to come along and tell you what anger is. You have to feel the anger within you and what sources it and how it works and how it motivates you and how it drives you and how it corrupts your thinking and what impact it has on your life. Actualize.org, what we're doing here together with all of my work, is we're doing an inner science.
Interesting.
We're thinking deeply about all the practical aspects of human life, whether it's relationships or your career or how to motivate yourself or your health, your nutrition, or how your mind works, how your thoughts work, how your emotions work, how your psyche works, why you get angry, why you get triggered, why you get closed-minded, why you get defensive, why you get offended, why you have the political beliefs you have, why you have the religious beliefs you have, why you have the scientific beliefs you have, how your worldview works, how you acquire knowledge, how you interface with reality. This is the most important thing that a human can study. And this is not something you can read about in a book.
It's very simple. The reason why you have all these positions is because of lack of sleep, bad diet, and propaganda on the internet. That's pretty much it. That covers all of that stuff. These are exactly the reason why you hold all the beliefs that you hold. Lack of sleep, bad diet, propaganda. Easy enough. Fix any of those. Fix all of them. You'll be grand. I still don't know, though, particularly if... I stopped for another reason, but I'm forgetting why.
This is something you got to do yourself.
You
You
gotta
got to
do
take
it.
responsibility for this science, this inner science.
Yeah, so there's this idea. It seems to be common, very commonplace for people to want to define whatever evaluation system that they're doing as science or scientific or whatever, the sort of contemplative types, these mystical, spiritual types like to say, we're doing science too. It's an inner science. I don't know, this seems to be propping up, perpetuating a sort of, we don't seem to be getting away from the baggage of science, right? And the idea of things that are non-scientific are bad. that's the idea, right? Science is science, and we've sort of been programmed in thinking that science is good. It's on a hierarchy, and it's above non-science, or it's above pseudoscience. Science is better than everything else. Science is the way to evaluate the world, and as opposed to challenging that sort of the baggage behind that, or that sort of that assumption that science is the best, we try to roll in our ways of investigating the world into science. I don't know if that's the proper way to do it, just perpetuating the baggage, making potentially for other people more problems. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think everybody would have the same issue. I think it'd be obvious for certain people that the baggage or the definition of science would be kind of arbitrary, so the things that are non-scientific don't need to be devalued. But for lots of people, I think it does perpetuate this idea that now we're doing inner science with meditation and contemplation and maybe even drug usage, and please don't do drugs. We're doing that, and that's valid science, and every other investigation of the world is bad. That sort of kind of perpetuates the issue. Sometimes I think it has that problem. So I'd be a little bit against that. Trying to define every single evaluation of the world that you think is good and shoehorn it back into the sort of system that we've been propagandized into believing, that we've been programmed into thinking that science is somehow necessarily better than everything else, and try to just redefine everything and to make it science, as opposed to just debasing the foundation there, saying that science isn't the best way of evaluating the world. I think that'd be a better way, easier route, more direct route, I'll say. It seems that way to me. It seems that way to me. A more direct route, just to say that science isn't the best way to evaluate. Reality isn't the only thing that matters. Something like that. As opposed to trying to redefine what reality is, or redefine what truth is, and redefine what science is. Yeah. Put more of your different concepts into it. Just debase it from the bottom. That's my method, though. That's what I like. I think it's a good way.
And I want you to start to think of it as a science. Many of the methods of science apply to this work. You have to test. You can't just believe some guru. You can't just believe me. You got to test. You got to do experiments. There is cost and risks associated with the experiment. Sometimes an experiment is dangerous. Sometimes it's costly. Sometimes it's time-consuming. Sometimes it's confusing. Sometimes you run an experiment and you're not sure what the conclusion is. You got to run the experiment 10, 20, 100 times. This is your life's work right here. You see?
I do see.
Now, I also promised to give you a list of practical applications of the things we've talked about here.
Okay.
Specifically, people have been asking me, like, Leo, okay, so what are you saying, aside from all the theoretical stuff, what are you saying is actually wrong with modern science? Can you give us a list? So here is this list. I'm going to quickly just go through it. I can't explain all of it in depth. But this is a practical list of things that modern science is wrong about.
Practically
wrong. So first of all, modern science is wrong about materialism, realism, and objectivity. We've sort of already talked about that. Reality is not material. And it's not real. Science is wrong about that. Science is also deeply...
Okay, we got some issues with this list already. We already got some issues with the list. The whole foundation, the base of the whole everything is wrong here. Not wrong. Yeah, wrong. Maybe not wrong. Wrong. He does see that. He knows this. That the people who are saying they want practical things, the way that they're defining practicality is based on, what science is. They're defining practicality in a very narrow way, and just saying that science isn't real, that doesn't meet the standard of what the people are looking for with their own terms of practicality. Now, I don't think their standard is the right standard, but if we're trying to convince them by kind of trying to appease the claim or the wishes, the test of your claims, how am I saying? I'm saying that really weirdly. But we're trying to have the spiritual people evaluating the spiritual claims with some sort of practical, in the framework of the typical practical rationalist mindset. You can't just, the way that he's doing that doesn't seem to be working. You can't just say, all right, I want some practical, well, give me some practical reasons why we need to update science. Oh, science isn't real. No one's going to accept this, and it's not going to resonate or ring true or seem practical at all to anybody. You're young, wasting your youth. You'll grow up next semester. Yeah, good luck.
Wrong about Western medicine. There are many, many gross mistakes within Western medicine.
I don't think
Western medicine is very bad at understanding human health, how to make humans healthy, how to diagnose and solve many of their illnesses.
That's a good one. I don't think you can waste your youth. Can't waste it. That's a good one, right? Yeah. If you don't know what could we ever hang out? I don't know if we would ever want to hang out. Sure. Come to America. I'm in Atlanta. I guess I'm available anytime. Sure. Sure. Yeah, so like just think about like how the well-being of people, and if they're not being well, then you're in Chicago. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I forget. Yeah, come to Atlanta, ATL. What's up? We can do it. Yeah, okay. I think this is a good point, right? If you look at human well-being, has it gone up? Are you feeling well? You're half Greek, if you remember. I do remember. I remember you sent me some Greek songs, and yeah, I liked. Yeah.
Western medicine is enormously ignorant in the Dark Ages and corrupt. The pharmaceutical industry, but also regular doctors, the entire medical industry is deeply, deeply unscientific and corrupt. It's not just corrupted by money. Many of the things they believe are just flat out false and wrong and unscientific. In the same way that doctors, a couple hundred years ago, would use leeches for bloodletting and so forth. And then today we consider that to be absurd and unscientific. Well, the same thing is happening today with many Western doctors. Science is also deeply wrong about perception, the nature of what perception is. The whole field of neuroscience is deeply delusional about the nature of consciousness. And in general, the problem of consciousness is probably the single biggest problem of modern science.
Is that practical?
What they call
Where's the practical?
the hard problem of consciousness. Science
Silly
is deeply
problem.
wrong about psychedelics, deeply misunderstands the nature of psychedelics. Science is wrong about rationalism and the principle of non-contradiction. Generally, scientists believe that contradiction shows you that there's some sort of misunderstanding about reality, when in fact, contradiction is not a bug, it's a feature.
Also, importantly, a lot of times when we look at contradictions, it's actually not a contradiction. It's just words are being used in multiple ways at the same time. Yeah, so we're not at the same time, but within the same sentence, the word might be used in two different ways, referring to different resolutions. And it seems paradoxical where it isn't paradoxical. It isn't paradoxical. It's just a failure of the resolution here. But as he's saying here, contradiction, not necessarily an issue. Not at all.
Any symbolic map or model or representation of reality will, by definition, have contradiction within it. This is not a mistake. This is the nature of entanglement and oneness. Science is still deeply ignorant about relativity, the relativity of all facts, all science, all truths, all worldviews, all perspectives, and all of reality. There is no such thing as an objective reality. Everything is absolutely relative, including all physical and material things. Science is deeply in denial about the existence of paranormal phenomena, ESP, stuff like remote viewing, astral projection. telepathic abilities, and so forth, classic yogic cities. These things are real. They do exist. They can be developed. They can be studied scientifically, but not using materialistic methods. Science is deeply in denial about this.
Remember, this is a list that's supposed to be practical for people who are skeptical of all the claims that Leo has been making. This is supposed to be convincing people to open up their worldview. So remember that.
And this will change in the next 100 years. Science is deeply in denial and misunderstands the nature of mystical experiences. Science is wrong about the nature of birth and death and immortality. Science believes that birth and death are real objective facts and that immortality is impossible. This is wrong. This is just simply empirically, factually wrong. Birth and death are both conceptual ideas. They're not real objective things. And immortality is your natural awakened state. And it is achievable by humans without any kind of technology.
Practical.
Science is deeply wrong about God, infinity, and nothingness. Science denies that God exists because it's supposed to be hocus pocus, supernatural stuff. But of course, God is real. You can realize that you are God, dreaming up science. God is not a belief. God is not an ideology. God is not something that Christians came up with. It's not something that Muslims came up with. It's the ultimate nature of yourself when you awaken. It's consciousness. God is infinite consciousness.
Certainly a belief for lots of the people who view these videos, but of course not necessarily. And you can directly experience it if you have the right technology or you have the skills. Good luck.
Science doesn't understand this. Science is wrong about the Planck length. There's this idea within science that we have discovered the smallest element of space, and it is the Planck length, and anything below the Planck length basically can't exist. There can't be anything smaller than the Planck length. Mm-hmm. This is nonsense. There is no such thing as the smallest particle or the smallest segment or quanta of space-time. It's infinite. Space is infinitely continuous. It goes down forever. These particles go down forever. There's no end to the bottom, to the micro scale of nature. There's no end, and there's no end to the macro scale beyond the universe. It goes infinite in all directions, and you can become directly conscious of this as an empirical fact, not a speculation or a theory. The Planck length just reveals the limitations of modern scientific modeling and thinking about consciousness. Science is wrong about the existence of spirits, beings, aliens.
I don't think that the Planck length is the shortest unit. I'm just looking at the Wikipedia article right now. It's not. It says it right here in the first line here. Planck length that a photon travels in a Planck second. Planck time, 1 unit of Planck time. Planck. Okay, not terribly important, but that was weird to hear.
Aliens and so forth. These things within infinite consciousness can exist in infinite variety. There's nothing special about them. There's nothing paranormal about them per se. It's just all consciousness. Science is wrong about the nature of intelligence and artificial intelligence. Science doesn't understand what intelligence is. Science does not understand that the universe is infinitely intelligent and that all human intelligence and all AI intelligences of computers and so forth, that these are all deriving from slivers of infinite universal intelligence. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Science is wrong about the nature of love. Science doesn't understand what love is, and that love is actually not just a human emotion, but fundamental to the very structure of reality and existence and consciousness itself. This will be recognized in future centuries. Science makes many mistakes within psychology, the field of psychology. It's still in the dark ages. People like Freud and even modern psychologists have such a poor understanding of human psychology. That's one of the things that I seek to correct with my work with actualize.org. Hopefully you can see the depth of the psychology we talk about here is much deeper than anything that any modern academic psychologist understands. So the field of human psychology, the thing that it really lacks, it lacks is an existential component and the spiritual component. So when you strip away philosophy and metaphysics and epistemology and spirituality away from psychology, then you get a very materialistic psychology, which can't possibly explain human health, human mental health, or human behavior properly. Also, psychologists don't understand, for example, mental illness, madness, insanity, psychosis, these sorts of things. These can't be understood unless you have a deep understanding of the existential dynamics of consciousness itself. So there's a lot of development that will happen in the next few centuries with psychology. Science misunderstands the nature of evolution. Science thinks evolution occurs and is caused by random accidental mutations. This is not the case at all. Evolution is happening through a deeply, deeply intelligent process. Evolution occurs, but it occurs through infinite intelligence. And evolution is not just something that happens with genes through DNA. Evolution is the entire movement of the universe. So every molecule that's moving in the universe is actually part of the flow of evolution, and all of it is an intelligent process, an infinitely intelligent process, which science has no clue about yet.
Practicalist, by the way.
Science is wrong in assuming that reality can be a simulation. It can't. Reality is not a simulation. This is obvious and demonstrable once you understand what consciousness is.
Practical.
All simulations are occurring within consciousness. Nutrition science is still very much in the dark ages. There's a lot of mistakes within nutrition science. Science doesn't understand what truth is. Science is in denial about the existence of absolute truth. That's a huge mistake. Science doesn't have a good understanding of what knowledge is, and science doesn't understand that all knowledge is actually impossible. Knowledge is impossible. Only through self-deception is knowledge truly possible, and that's something that science has yet to understand. Science,
information not real.
Deeply misunderstands the origins of the universe. This whole Big Bang model is deeply problematic and flawed. That's not really the origin of the universe. I can't explain that further in here. Don't have time for it.
Big Bang is not the origin of the universe. That's just when science starts working. Also, practical, by the way.
Science misunderstands the nature of duality versus oneness. Science doesn't understand that reality is one and infinite. Science doesn't understand deeply enough the entanglement problems that I've been talking about and how deep they go. Science doesn't understand the nature of paradox and what paradox actually is, which is a self-reference problem that occurs due to a dualistic mind trying to analyze oneness or infinity.
Yeah. Man, I so hardcore agree with that. But practical, by the way.
Science has a poor grasp of language and how language plays into science, and that science itself is only possible as a language. Science is deeply wrong about all of its theories of everything. Every theory of everything that every scientist has ever made is not a true theory of everything. It's highly finite, and it doesn't really account for everything at all, and it never could.
Sure.
And yet scientists don't understand this. They fool themselves into thinking that their theories of everything are real theories of everything, when of course they are not. Science has a lot of mistakes and errors within its methodology. Its methodology is far too conservative and far too limited to account for all of the phenomena of nature. Science misunderstands religion, mysticism, witchcraft, voodoo, astral projection, meditation, channeling, and other sorts of what we would call spiritual technologies and methods.
The people asked for a list of problems that science has that are practical, that show themselves in some sort of practical way, that make it obvious that science is limited and that we need to change it. And he's telling us about voodoo and witchcraft and shamanism and other nonsense. What is this? Telling us that infinite love, and science doesn't know about infinite love, and science doesn't realize that you can get smaller than the Planck limit. Planck time? Planck length? How is this answering the question, the needs of the people who want some sort of practical demonstration that science is limited, and in a way that is useful, limited in a way that would block some sort of usefulness? I mean, his second point was like the point. You know, human well-being, we're not doing so hot, and we have lots of good science and technology, and that That's about it with in terms of practical things that people who don't already aren't already on his side would agree with. I'm not sure if he's blind to something here, to the perspective of the person who wouldn't be on his side already. Surely he knows that they wouldn't care about whatever infinite love, or witchcraft and voodoo. Like, of course they won't care. So why bring that up? I'm very confused.
So that's the list.
Oh, that's
There's
it.
more,
Okay.
but that's the list of
Wow.
very practical areas in which science is wrong. Now I want to give you a
Practical
list
areas.
of core questions that I'd like you to contemplate about.
I love that he finished the list and he reminded us what the list was with a straight face and completely thinking that how he wrote notes for this. How? Big blind spot there. No, I'm sure that'll be great for the people who are on Leo's side, who have taken in the ideology, who subscribe to the philosophy of Leo, and probably really good for the people who had the direct experiences too. Don't hold it as a philosophy or whatever. But for the people who just don't understand, there's no way any of that was at all anything except for the pharmaceutical thing or the technology thing. Like, there's nothing else.
Science. So even though I've given you a lot of answers here, there are deep, deep, deep questions that you should be contemplating. So
Okay.
here they are.
What are they?
Number 1, what is science?
What is science?
Number 2, what makes science work?
Okay.
Number 3, how can we be sure science is true? Number 4, where did science come from and who invented it? Number 5, what are science's assumptions? Number 6, what is science's function? What function does it serve? Number 7, what are science's limitations and biases?
Very important.
Number 8, why has science committed so many deep epistemic blunders historically?
Okay.
Number 9, in what ways is science corrupted? And number 10, what alternatives exist to science? Spend the next 10 years contemplating
10
all these
years,
questions
Jesus.
and generating your own conclusions.
Okay. Easy.
Now, to start summing this up,
Those weren't so difficult.
one time during one of my awakenings, I became deeply, deeply, directly conscious of just how much science understands of reality, or rather, how little.
Yeah.
And this image came to me, which is a really good metaphor for understanding the limits of science. So imagine the carpet in your house. If you have a house with carpeting, imagine that.
Okay.
Imagine how much carpet there is in your house.
Okay.
Imagine that every square foot of carpet, it has little hairs, little fibers that stick out, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of hairs per square foot. And you've probably got thousands of square feet in your whole house if you have a decent sized house.
Thousands.
Now, this carpet, let's imagine, represents the entire house's carpet, represents all of the knowledge that the universe has about itself or can have about itself.
Okay.
Everything that could be known. Now, here's the key. All of human science, as it is done, and as it will be done for the next 1,000,000 years, will amount to nothing more than one single hair or fiber of this carpet.
How is this a helpful? What?
That's how limited and insignificant and meek
Wow.
and partial and short-sighted modern science is. Not just today's science, for the next 1,000,000 years. If we keep doing science, we will only know one fiber of the billions of fibers that comprise the carpet of your whole house.
Wow,
And
so
actually, even
profound.
this metaphor is truly an understatement, because while your house has a finite number of square feet of carpet, the reality is that the universe with a capital U, infinite consciousness, because it's infinite, Now I want you to imagine the carpet of your house extending out in both directions forever. And all of human science that humans will ever do will amount to nothing more than one fiber, one strand on this infinite sea of carpet.
Wow. It'd be nice if he gave us some of the practical things outside of the strand of our carpet that we're missing, that were actually practical and not nonsense like infinite love and voodoo and witchcraft. So that point will make a lot more sense and actually land to anybody. I agree with Leo 100% with everything, and I don't agree with I agree with everything, and I don't agree with this. What is this? These are terrible points. Maybe they will be effective. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I have the warped worldview here. But I feel like it's very easy to slip into the mindset of a person who is materialistic, sort of, scientific materialism, rationalist. And none of this this last hour, I guess, has been completely not convincing.
Now you start to appreciate a little bit of the problems and the limits of the methodology of science.
He's happy with it.
You see, when we started talking about the limits of science in this series, you might have thought that, oh yeah, there's some limits to science, of course. Any reasonable person has to admit that. But I mean, how bad could it really be? And now with this example, you start to really appreciate how bad it could be. It's very bad.
Do we?
It's much worse than you could possibly imagine. In fact, the situation is so bad that if humans spend the next billion years doing science, we will be no closer to understanding the nature of reality than when we were as cavemen. That's just the nature of infinity. The nature of infinity is that any finite method you use to understand infinity will always leave you infinitely far away from understanding infinity. Pretty amazing, huh? That's the real scope of the universe. Scientists have no idea of what they're dealing with.
I can't help but think that he's missing something.
It's sort of like a fisherman. I like this analogy. It's like a fisherman that goes out to sea and he hooks a really big fish and he's reeling it in. He's sitting in a little rowboat and he's reeling it in. He really believes he's landed this like killer whale of a fish, and he's reeling it for hours and hours and hours, but he doesn't realize that he's hooked the bottom of the ocean, and that actually what he's reeling in is the entire Earth. That's what the modern scientists don't understand. They think they're reeling in a fish, but actually they've hooked the entire fucking universe.
I don't think I understand the analogy.
They've hooked themselves. So, given the nature of this, given the scope of the universe, shocking revolutions are coming to science soon. Over the next 100 and 200 years, science will grow by leaps and bounds. Today's science will look medieval to your grandchildren and their children. Your children's children will laugh at how stupid 21st century scientists were.
Hopefully not. Hopefully
in the same way that we laugh today
judging so much.
At the doctors of the medieval era who used leeches and alchemy to try to cure people and actually killed them instead. Of course, science is deeply in denial about all of these things. And it will be a very difficult task to convince scientists of this. And really, you're not going to be able to. We're going to have to wait for many of them to die out and for new people to be born with more open minds.
Why do people like to say that so often? Kind of messed
and
up,
slowly we will inch our way forward.
Yeah.
The very foundations of the scientific method will expand and change. Today, what is considered pseudoscience will become accepted as mainstream science. Science will acknowledge the validity of the paranormal, the spiritual, the mystical, and the psychedelic. Science will finally surrender materialism and realism. Science will finally understand the true origins of religion and mysticism. Science will acknowledge that reality is infinite. Science will acknowledge the reality of consciousness, non-duality, God, immortality, and absolute truth. Science will acknowledge the limits of analysis, measurement, quantification, logic, rationality, and proof. Science and spirituality will unify. Science and mysticism will unify. And science will ultimately finally acknowledge and realize the true nature of reality as infinite love.
Yes.
How long it takes for science to do that depends on you. Depends on whether you are willing to help change science. Don't expect others to do it for you. If you don't do it, others won't do it. If your mind is closed, their mind will be closed. We have to do it together. We're in this boat together. Science is done together. Science can only be as conscious and as smart and as evolved and as developed and as open as we are.
True.
As your mind is.
True.
As our culture is. As our society is.
When one person awakens, the whole world awakens with it. Yes.
The more selfish you are, the more fearful you are, the more closed-minded you are, the more egotistical you are.
Or the opposite
all of
sense.
this will be reflected in your science.
Or that, yeah. You can do the negative.
All of it
too.
will be reflected in your society,
Give
in
me
your
the
politics, in your government, in your leadership, in your companies,
Mm-hmm.
in your financial systems, in your economies, in your medicine system, in your nutrition system. Because every human system is a byproduct of the human minds who invent and control and manage these systems.
Yes. True.
So in conclusion, science is not the end-all be-all.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to understand reality, you must go beyond current science.
Mm-hmm.
Do not expect current science to deliver the truth to you. It won't.
True.
You're going to have to work for it. Modern science has gotten us here, but modern science is not enough to get us to the next level. That takes something new. That takes something more. Of course, science is not bad or evil. It's just extremely limited, and it's very misleading. Stop believing in science and start doing your own science.
Stop believing in
Make your
beliefs.
life a science experiment.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest science is the study of yourself. And with that, I want to leave you with a few closing quotes
Okay.
to sum this all up. The first of which is from Michel de Montaigne, who says, quote, "I study myself more than any other subject. That is my metaphysics. That is my physics." End quote.
Wow. Profound.
And then one from Werner Heisenberg, a physicist of quantum mechanics, who says, quote, "The first gulp from the glass of natural sciences will turn you into an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you." End quote.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And the last quote is from Albert Einstein, who says, quote, "There are only two ways to live your life. One is as though nothing is a miracle. The other is as though everything is a miracle." End quote.
Whoa.
All right, that's it for part 3.
Okay, we did it.
Congratulations for making it this far. If you've made
Thank
it this
you.
far, you're in the top 5%
Whoa.
of my listeners and students. Everybody else has dropped off by this point
We're one of the cool
and
ones.
has lost interest. That means you're serious. Good for you.
Well,
If
thank
you're
you.
serious,
I got
then
the
start
gold
to
star.
contemplate the things that I said.
Okay.
Take it to the next level.
Yeah.
This is only just the beginning.
True.
Don't believe what I said.
I believe nothing that you say. I don't even believe anything that I say.
Become conscious of it for yourself,
Yes.
if it's true.
If.
And if you can't become conscious of it, then it isn't true. If it
Easy.
isn't true for you, it isn't true.
Easy.
It doesn't matter what I say,
True.
unless it's true.
Agreed.
All right, stay tuned for part 4,
Okay.
where we will be doing some question and answers
Beautiful.
and objections. If you have questions still, if you have objections and criticisms of what I've said here throughout these last 3 episodes, please post them down below in the comment section. I will read all those, compile the best ones,
Okay.
and try to address those in part 4.
Okay.
All right, Thanks so much. Please click that like button for me and come check out actualize.org. That's my website.
That's it.
You'll find my blog. You'll find the book list with lots of books to take you deeper into contemplating these scientific questions. I have great books about epistemology, metaphysics, science, and philosophy, and spirituality, and so forth. Really, really solid stuff.
Okay.
Check that out.
Will do.
You should be reading that stuff to understand the things that I say. Check out my life purpose course. Come ask questions on the forum. I'm on the forum a lot. I answer all reasonable, high-quality questions. Utilize that opportunity while I'm still doing it.
Okay.
And if you'd like, you can support me at patreon.com/actualized with a few donations. The last thing I want to say here is this. Why are you not more serious about exploring reality?
Anybody not serious out there?
Reality is the most incredible thing that you could explore.
It's the only
It's
thing.
vast, it's profound, it's deep, it's miraculous, it's mysterious, it's incredible. Every facet, every corner of nature and reality is so interesting. And yet, people take it all for granted. Nobody's seriously exploring any of it. Their explorations, even when they do happen, are paper thin.
Mm-hmm.
And this is ultimately the problem with your life. Your life lacks depth and profundity. And that's because you don't take it seriously. When you treat life like a joke, when you take it for granted, then yeah, your life is boring and lame, and it's depressing, and it's unexciting, and it's hard to motivate yourself to wake up in the morning and to get to work and to have great relationships and to have passion in your life. Of course.
True.
Because you're taking life for granted. Life is waiting for you to discover the miracle that it holds, the mystery that it holds, the infinity that it is. This is what inspires all the greatest scientists. Why doesn't it inspire you? Why aren't you more curious? Don't underestimate the power of curiosity, the power of questioning, the power of experimenting and investigating. Yes, it takes time. Yes, it takes energy. Yes, it's confusing when you first start. Yes, you have failures. It's a method of trial and error mostly, with a lot of error. But do you have some better idea of what you're going to do here? What are you going to do? You're just going to buy all the bullshit that society spoon feeds you, all the ready-made beliefs and ideologies, and you think your life is going to go well by doing that? You're just going to blindly believe your professors, not question anything?
This is so easily, demonstrably testable, we'll say. It's so easy to test. It's just so easy to test. Live your life in your normal way. Be told by somebody like Leo to just take a look, investigate, figure it out, see if you're doing well. And then you can very, very easily nudge things and see if it makes anything better, see what makes things worse. And that might radically change the way that you live your life. Might. Maybe, possibly.
And you think your life is going to go well?
It'll very strongly, I suggest, maybe, strongly, very strongly diverge from the typical way that most people in society live their lives. Maybe. Very, very, very likely. Maybe.
Keep dreaming. Or the alternative is you could get serious. You can get seriously curious. You can set your life on a trajectory of exploring reality, making groundbreaking new discoveries, and helping others around you to do the same. Hey, it's up to you. You make the choice. I can't make the choice for you. I can only present you with some of the possibilities. And that's ultimately all that I'm doing with actualize.org is my function here is not to enlighten you, I'm not going to enlighten you. My function is just to make you aware of the possibilities
Right.
that nobody else in society is making you aware of. Just the possibilities. You're going to have to work your ass off to actualize those possibilities if you find them juicy and interesting enough. My job is to present the possibilities in a way that makes you say, oh, that sounds like a pretty cool alternative. Why am I not doing that? Why am I doing all the dumb stuff that everybody around me is doing? Why am I not doing what Leo is doing?
It's supposed to be inspiration for you to do your own meditation, but also I want to point out that he most certainly will enlighten for us. Oh, don't sell yourself short, Leo. You do enlighten for us. Every time he has any sort of enlightenment experience, and not limited to Leo, to everybody who does this sort of stuff, they do it for you. And it happens. When Leo becomes enlightened, the world becomes enlightened. When any of your favorite teacher becomes enlightened, the world is enlightened. And if they are actually, reaching some point where they're flip the switch and their everyday waking moment to moment is that sort of loving radiance, full enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. They're doing it for you. And it does affect you. It does change how you experience the world. Most very, very profoundly, very, very strongly. No need to be coy about it. He's doing the work for us.
That's all. I'm just an example of showing you what it looks like to live a life where you're really serious about pursuing some of these unconventional possibilities. And then it's your choice whether you are going to actualize that or not.
Beautiful. Wow. Well, thank you very much, Leo. I feel like yeah. So reminder, I do agree with all this stuff very much, everything. Some language issues, I've pointed them all out. I also think there might be a little bit of a miss. I think he's missing the perception of the people who don't agree with him already, largely. He might have been too stuck with the hypothetical straw man that he likes to attack. Straw man, maybe not straw man, but the hypothetical positions that he takes down, and missing the full person who actually just doesn't agree and they don't understand. They're asking for something practical, and they're limiting what their practicality is to some very narrow subset. And well, he talked about the black hole problem. It's very difficult to talk outside of it, the position that he's in. Most people won't understand this. True. Love and abundance to all. Wow. I like the love. I don't want the abundance. What do we want? I'm not sure. The more I study science, the more I believe in God. Well, Einstein. The issue here is, of course, God doesn't this is so tricky. It's not that tricky. It's very obvious, but it's not. All right, he's saying God, Albert Einstein. I don't know. Maybe he's not. The way that Albert Einstein is using God is very different than the way that he meant to God beforehand. In the same way, Leo talks about God all the time. He's not referring to God in the way that he thought of God initially before all this stuff. It might be important. I was once on an acid trip with friends. Me and my girlfriend found an interesting looking leaf during the trip. We were amazed, marveled at it, pointed out the different details of the leaf, and theorized about the functions of the different parts of the leaf. Another friend came up to and asked, and she's leaving us alone. We're doing science. Wow, amazing. I'm a huge fan of trees. I did a nice walk yesterday in a park, and oh my god, I feel like I've never seen a tree in my life before, and I've had this experience many times because I got a book on trees recently, well, maybe a couple years ago. Got a book on colors recently, also a couple years ago, and I've been looking at them for a long time. And I can very, very well identify trees. I can see a lot of the nuances of trees in leaves and bark and all that stuff. And it's so fascinating just to walk outside and see. We're in fall right now, so it's really nice. And I hate to, you know. I feel like there's a lot that we've missed. Maybe it's just me. There's a lot that I've missed. I've been going on all my entire life and I never saw a tree before. Chasing, trying to do so much, trying to learn, trying to think, trying to grow, trying to have some sort of success, even trying to build connections between people. When I can just go outside and look at a tree and it's like the amount of the level of like satisfaction, not even right being the right word. It's the right valence, not close to the right magnitude, but to just take a walk and look, to be able to look, and every single time you do it, it's like the first time. And how can we have missed it? Still lots of regret, I guess. I don't know what that word would be. I think one thing you pointed out is much more significant than people realize. We often think that because we can conceptualize a simple physical process that is pointless to do. Oh yeah, for instance, closing your eyes and counting to 10 when you're mad, people believe that their moves are so much more complex than they are, despite the fact that we are switched by simplest triggers. We could be switched back by simple triggers. This is so true. And this is kind of like, this will wake you up. This will wake you up, right? If you think that counting to 10 is not helpful, it's stupid. It is stupid. Think about it. It's dumb. You're smarter than that. You're more complex than that. Like what you eat doesn't matter. What you watch on TV doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you go to sleep on time. You're going to enjoy life in the exact same way. Everything's going to be the same. It doesn't matter. You're smarter than that. You're cooler than that. You're whatever. You're above these sort of things. Yes, you are. Now, stop thinking and actually do the process. You know, when you're mad, count to 10 and see how much it changes your life. Wow. That'll wake you up and you'll stop believing your beliefs. Most people hear this suggestion, they roll their eyes because they know themselves and counting to 10 is too simple to help. And yet they have never tried it. Yep, this is true for countless things. Simple activities with incredible results are routinely shrugged off because of their simplicity. I'm guilty of this myself. Then I started trying things, testing the waters. I was amazed. For instance, turning your paws face up when you sit actually changes the character of your lungs you use to inhale. Oh, that's interesting. I usually use my palms down when I sit in meditation. I'm not sure if you're referring to meditation. When I was doing Kundalini stuff, hands up were very important. Interesting. Okay, anyway. It goes from the bottom to the upper to the middle, which gives you more oxygen and makes you feel good. This is why meditation sit palms up. Nobody knows this because nobody's willing to test these things they consider dumb. The world is filled by simple remedies and curiosities, both simple and non-physical. Physical and non-physical. They deserve your consideration. Yet most people would rather sink into depression than admit the simple 10-second remedy might have been all that was standing between them and happiness. I completely agree. This simple realization is extremely powerful. Believe, no, I'm going to use caps like he's doing, and believe, there's an I somewhere in that word, believe you are more complex or above these simple remedies. Is that what he's calling them? Remedies? Uh-oh. There's an E instead of an I in that word. Remedies. Then try them. You will no longer you may stop believing your beliefs. You may stop believing your beliefs and wait, you may stop believing your belief. Then try them. Okay. No, I want to make this a helpful, sort of, thing going around. Sadhguru Simp. Kind of. No. Simple realization, know and believe. No, I'm just kidding. Believe you are more complex. Feel that beliefs or above these simple remedies. Then try them. You may stop believing your beliefs. Is that good enough? I think it's good enough. It's good enough. He's doing cute stuff. That's all it took for me, man. I still believe that sleep is not important. And it won't change your life. Then I started to pay attention and slept to improve my tea. And now I don't believe my beliefs. I'm not blocked by my beliefs. One of your most practical videos, really? Was I just losing energy at the end of the video? I stopped believing, the last hour I was completely unconvinced by anything he was saying. Most practical videos, this would have been great to help me 2 years ago, 3 years ago when I was deep in my own questioning and deconstruction of language and every concept that I held. I think it's potential for many people. Okay. Fun as always. I love hanging out with Leo. Well, thanks. We'll be seeing him soon again for part 4.